Chapter 800. Although the matter here had been resolved, more than 30 craftsmen from the western regions had suddenly appeared on the mountain. The news had already spread like wildfire on the mountain. Hey, have you heard? Just now, I heard that the dean is working on some forging method. Previously, there was no movement. But today, two big uncouth men suppressed a group of people from the western regions. I heard that they are some craftsmen. It seems that the dean wants to conduct a visit there. Moreover, he wants to hand over everything he knows to those people. When this voice reached everyone's ears, everyone was stunned for a moment. What did you say? When did the dean set up a forging workshop on the mountain? This is impossible. I just heard that the dean set up a paper mill at the foot of the mountain. How is this possible? Suddenly he set up a forging workshop. What is the dean doing? As the sun set, all the craftsmen and the students on the mountain sat on the piles of materials and wood in the kitchen, eating in twos and threes. While eating, they whispered about this matter. Although Zheng Cui and Zhang Sun sat far away, they could still hear some of these things at this time. At this time, they saw Wei Shuyu, Yuqi Baolin, the two brothers, and the boy from the Niu family running over with several black mud balls in their arms. The two of them subconsciously walked to the other side with their bowls. On the other side, Li Chengqian and Du Go had already put some account books and other things on the table into a basket. There were several bamboo bottles of beer on the table. They quietly looked at the mud balls in the hands of Yuqi Baolin and the others and drooled. When Cheng Chimo and Zhang Sunchong walked over, Yuqi Baolin and the others also placed black briquettes on the table. Out of habit, Wei Shiyu picked up 2 mouthfuls and a mudfish from under the table and knocked on it. In an instant, a fragrant smell wafted out, causing everyone to greedily take a few sniffs. Cheng Chimo mysteriously took out a paper bag from his arms and waited for the golden roasted beggar's chicken. After putting it on the table, he casually sprinkled some spices on it and grabbed a chicken breast and began to eat it. When the others saw this, how could they be vague? In a short while, they divided the chickens neatly, leaving only some skin standing on the lotus leaves. While eating, Zhang Sunchong gnawed on a bone and asked, "When I was eating and keeping watch over there just now, I heard them say that Uncle Lu has recruited more than 30 craftsmen in forging and smelting. Now Fengzi wants to impart all the forging knowledge he has learned to those people. Have you heard about this?" Li Chengqian, when he heard this, he was shocked. He subconsciously looked at Yuqi Baolin and Niu Jinda's son. "You three, what's going on?" Other than Yuqi Baolin and the other two who had just joined, everyone else knew of Zhang Feng's incredible skills. Yet he wasn't imparting it to his own brothers, and instead, he was giving it to the Hu. What was going on? There was something going on here. When the three of them heard this, Yuqi Baolin chewed on the chicken thigh and put a chicken head in his mouth and said, "Hey, what's the big deal? I heard that those 30 or so people were given a secret order by the higher-ups." Uncle Niu even activated the spies he arranged without hesitation. He lost more than 1,000 experts in the western regions in exchange for these top-notch experts. I heard that they were going to do something about being invulnerable to swords and spears, and a spear that could pierce anything. But when they went up the mountain, well, you can shut up. Before Yuqi Baolin could finish, Li Chengqian waved his hand and interrupted him. But there were only countless question marks in his mind. Needless to say, the secret order must have been issued by his father. But he only knew one thing. Was there no talent in the Tang dynasty that could be used? Li Chengqian couldn't help but look at Zhang Feng's house and the wisps of smoke drifting out from the windows and door. He frowned deeply. On the other side, under an old jujube tree under the waterfall, Yu Shinan and the others were sitting at a table and playing cards enthusiastically. At this moment, Ma Zhou and the others had just finished dinner. They were talking with the government about what they had just heard at the mountain gate while walking to the pig farm. And their voices happened to be heard by Yu Shinan and the others. Yu Shinan and the others asked, "What are you talking about? What did Fengzi do this time?" Seeing that it was Yu Shinan, Ma Zhou asked again. He hurriedly bowed and said, "I'm Ma Zhou. Nice to meet you." Yu Shinan asked again, "What happened just now?" Hearing that, Ma Zhou was stunned for a moment, but he still answered honestly. "Just now, it was said that the dean found a group of craftsmen from the extraterritorial region at the foot of the mountain. The dean is going to teach them all he knows about forging. The faces of Yu Shinan and the others couldn't help but change slightly. Are you sure? Ma Zhou couldn't help but lower his body a little. I'm sure. I heard it from many people. And at that time, your salary was also present, but he didn't say anything. Before Ma Zhou finished speaking, Yu Shinan flew into a rage. Nonsense, this is simply nonsense. Chapter 801. They were just discussing how to make a name for themselves in the academy. However, in the blink of an eye, Zhang Feng had created such a mess. He was simply not doing his job properly. If the scholars of the world knew about this, then wouldn't White Deer Academy have to face the condemnation of everyone? Yu Shinan and the others became even angrier at the thought of this. They hurried to Zhang Feng's small wooden house. They didn't knock on the door and pushed Zhang Feng's door open. However, they were blocked by Gao Can, who was like a black tower. The dean said he's resting. He'll come tomorrow. Gao Can didn't care so much. He only remembered the dean's orders, and that was the order he had to carry out. He didn't care about these scholars at all. Hearing Gao Can's words. As a result, he was instantly ignited like an explosive. Zhang Feng, you brat, get out here. Get out here. Zhang Feng, who was taking a nap in the room, immediately got up from the recliner when he heard this. Ayaya. Why are my respected teachers here? Here? Please come in, come in. Gao Kai, you too. My teacher is your grandmaster. How can you block them like this? Zhang Feng hurriedly led them into the living room. He took out a wooden box and gave each of them a cigarette. He lit them up and said, What's wrong with my respected teachers and old Mr. Sun? Why are you so angry? He took a puff of the cigarette and enjoyed it. He swirled the smoke in his mouth and snorted coldly. Kid, don't pretend to be a good person. Do you think we're so old that we'll be so easily fooled by you? Old man, let me ask you. What's going on with those people outside? I heard that you brought some barbarians from the outer realms over. I heard that you're going to impart your true teachings to those people. You're going to do something called smelting? Yu Shinan was so angry that his beard was trembling. You, what are you thinking about all day? I and the others have endured so much, because we want to see what you're going to do. In the end, we haven't even done anything about the academy yet, and you're already going to do something about it. Have you ever thought about how you're going to embarrass me by doing this? Zhang Feng didn't know what these old guys were up to, but he didn't dare to say anything. He hurriedly said, Please calm down. There's a misunderstanding. Humph. Yu Shinan and the others snorted coldly in response to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng thought about it and said, Actually, how should I put it? This is also something that I promised Old Li before. Moreover, this matter also involves the knowledge that I mentioned before. These things are actually considered a part of the academy. For example, the technique of making paper. Do you all think that this is considered messing around? This thing is also considered knowledge. Blacksmithing is also considered knowledge. If it's considered knowledge, why didn't you find the Han people from the Tang dynasty? Why did you go to those barbarians? Don't you know that those who are not of our race must have different intentions? Sun Simiao hurriedly said when he saw that they were all angry. Hearing that, Zhang Feng nodded and said, Old Mr. Sun, in fact, what you said makes sense. Some things do exist in the rules of, those who are not of our race must have different intentions. However, as far as this matter is concerned, I don't think I did anything wrong. Hearing this, Yu Shinan and the others' faces became even gloomier. However, Zhang Feng continued, As the saying goes, those who achieve great things don't stick to small details. Moreover, these people are Lao Yu and the others. The people they brought from the western regions are also counted as slaves. Think about it, everyone is selfish. It's impossible for everyone to be like me. Moreover, most of the things I impart are treasures to many people. They will treat them as family heirlooms. However, if I find some slaves, especially those from other regions, do you think they will be able to walk out of the hall in their lifetime? Impossible. As for the people of the Tang dynasty, they will eventually walk out of White Deer College one day. In other words, they will divulge some of the things they know when they are drunk or when they are in bed. Over time, these things will. Yu Shinan couldn't listen to him anymore. He waved his hand and interrupted Zhang Feng. When it comes to learning, which thing is cherished? You have already said that this is a kind of knowledge. Then why are you so sincere about this thing? Why are you so generous about the art of making paper, wine, and even the art of making salt? Could it be that in your heart, those things are not up to standard? In the face of Yu Shernan's aggressiveness, Zhang Feng said calmly, Mr. Bosher, you have misunderstood me. In fact, this matter is part of the military studies I told you about before. Moreover, it includes the accumulation of military weapon manufacturing. What do you think if I spread these things out, which is what I said before? I don't know if you have heard of the invulnerable shield and the invincible spear. If these things were to spread out. Seeing the strange expressions on their faces, Zhang Feng said even louder, as long as you think it's okay, that kid will definitely announce it to the world without a second word. Chapter 802. In fact, Zhang Feng really didn't expect that Yu Shernan's people would have such a big resistance to this matter. However, when Yu Shernan just spoke, he also thought of something, which was the struggle between the civil officials and the military generals during the Jingguan period. He instantly understood some things. Many people said that Li Shimin, the emperor of the dynasty, valued military power and despised civil officials. Some people even scolded Li Shimin for being careless and only knowing the political power on horseback. However, they didn't know that if it was a strong military power, it would be a disaster. It would really lead a country to destruction, and it wouldn't last long. If it was like the Song dynasty, which valued civil officials and despised military power, it would also make a country fall into ruin. It would be like a broken piece of cotton wool. It looked good on the outside but was broken on the inside. What was the use of this? In his academy, Yu Shernan and the others seemed to only think of one aspect, but they seemed to have automatically filtered out military science and medicine from the root. Without these people and these soldiers guarding the border, not to mention other things, just this change in the water might be the end of the Tang dynasty. Besides, in the current situation at this time, they only knew how to recite poems and make couplets all day long and talk about the past and present. However, they didn't think about the dispute at the border. Could it be that it could be solved by just talking? If that was the case, then the world would be really peaceful. This could only be thought about. To forge iron, one needed to be strong. Moreover, it was a country. If it did not have a strong military that was intimidated, how could there be peace in the world? How could there be scholars who could recite poems and talk about things of the past and the present under the bright mirror? Zhang Feng understood very well that it was very difficult to change the pedantic mentality of everyone at this time. However, he never thought that it would be so difficult. At first, he thought that it would be Yu Shernan and the others. Based on what he had shown, the promotion of these 4 people should mean that they had already accepted this kind of person. However, at this time, because of the appearance of a forging workshop, the 4 people were so angry. Obviously, they thought too much. These people were still pedantic in their bones. Respected teachers, please allow this student to tell you in detail why this student is like this. They didn't speak, but just smoked one cigarette after another. It seemed that the cigarettes made by Zhang Feng at this time had infinite magic. Zhang Feng couldn't help but curse. Damn it, didn't you say that the things made by Lao Tzu were not good? Then why are you able to accept these cigarettes? But Lao Tzu just made a forging workshop and you are like this. Seeing this, Zhang Feng said, Respected teachers, what do you think of the taste of this cigarette made by me? How is the effect? They didn't know what Zhang Feng wanted to say, but they still nodded and answered Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng saw this and said, In fact, respected teachers, you don't know that the raw materials of the cigarettes in your hands are from the merchants of Hui country. For example, there is a kind of thing that can grow crazily in the dry land without rain all year round. This kind of thing is called potato, and there is another kind of thing called sweet potato. If these 2 things are introduced to the Tang dynasty will never have a shortage of food. And these things are far away from here. Yu Shernan and the others heard this and couldn't help but twitch their eyelids. They looked at the cigarettes in their hands and couldn't help but smoke. Sun Simiao seemed to be more interested in this and couldn't help but ask, Boy, are you serious? If there is really that kind of food, then isn't this country very rich? Zhang Feng nodded. Then he picked up the rag on the table and wiped off all the things written by the person who handed it to Li Chengqian on the blackboard. Then he picked up a piece of chalk and drew a big circle on it. This is where we live. We are in this circle, and the location of our hall is probably in this place. While talking, Zhang Feng drew a circle in a place and wrote the words, Tang Dynasty in the circle. Then he said, in fact, you should also know that to the east of the Tang Dynasty is the boundless sea. But you should know that at the end of the sea is a wild land. There are many things that we don't know about growing on this land. These things are actually prepared for some people in the wild as the most basic rations. Even a large part of them is wasted. Among them are the potatoes and sweet potatoes that this boy just mentioned. There are even some things that you have never heard of. For example, chili and corn. These things are very far away, but if we want to count on these things now, for example, if we want to go to Tiandi or Persia, it will take at least half a year. It would take at least half a year to go back and forth, and there were many uncertainties in this process. We want to explore the outside world, and the outside world wants to explore our Tang dynasty. For example, the black-clothed Abbasid Caliphate that just appeared is very prosperous. As far as this boy knows, the national strength of this country is not inferior to the Tang dynasty. Chapter 803. Zhang Feng didn't stop talking. He glanced at the crowd and continued. If this country wants to conquer the East, what do you think will happen if they come into contact with the Tang dynasty? At that time, Tubo, Turkic, and other countries will take the opportunity to invade. Do we need to persuade them not to invade our country with just our words? Wrong. This requires a powerful army, an invincible army, a comfortable living environment where all of us can drink, chat, and talk about the world in peace and contentment under such circumstances. I don't know how you understood the phrase, emphasizing literature and belittling military force in the past, but in White Deer College, I am a military and all other aspects mixed together. This is also the foundation of the small White Deer College. As for the current smelting technique, I have no other thoughts. I just want to make the Tang dynasty into an existence that no one dares to touch. Right now, the outside world of the Tang dynasty is very chaotic. You should have heard that the soldiers of the Tang dynasty are now fighting a bloody battle to protect our Tang dynasty. What they lack is the invulnerable shield and the invincible spear that I have made. If these two things exist, please ask your teacher. Who dares to bully our Tang dynasty? At this moment, Yu Shernan's men were so shocked by Zhang Feng's words that their faces turned pale. Zhang Feng said everything he wanted to say in one breath. In fact, Zhang Feng had always wanted to say these things because the things he wanted to make were things that didn't exist in this era. For example, the firearms that were being made now and some things that he wanted to experiment with in the future. Instead of wasting his breath to explain in the future, or saying that such things would happen again, it was better to get the pain over with. At this moment, he explained everything clearly. Anyway, what was the big deal about these things? In the future, these things would slowly appear. If he didn't make the pie as round as possible, Yu Shernan's men wouldn't be the only ones who would come to drag him down. At that time, there would be countless people who would be able to drag her husband down. There would even be countless obstacles. Zhang Feng was disgusted by these things, but he also understood that they were bound to appear. Since the four big clans had taken the initiative to step forward, Zhang Feng didn't mind letting them shoulder some things for him. After all, Zhang Feng really didn't have the time to explain these things to others all day long. There were plenty of mountains to deal with. Why would he need to step forward? Zhang Feng lit a cigarette and ignored the 5 people who were deep in thought. He slowly leaned back on the reclining chair and leisurely smoked his self-made cigarettes. He knew that he had achieved the effect at this time. He just needed to give them a little time to digest it. After all, this pie was a little too big. Zhang Feng didn't hesitate to draw a part of the world map. As for how they would understand it, it would depend on their own ability. Moreover, the steam engine hadn't appeared yet. If he made these things appear at this time, it would be really harmful. Biting off more than one could chew was not an idiom. For example, the potatoes, sweet potatoes, and other things that Zhang Feng mentioned now. Zhang Feng knew these things. They had been brewing for a long time in his memory. The Tang dynasty was now short of food. Many people were anxious, and the most anxious one was Zhang Feng. After all, although he now had an industry, the shortage of food in the Tang dynasty was widespread. He could support it for half a year, but after half a year, he still had to rely on himself to solve some things. Now it was just about July and August. Potatoes, this thing, became Zhang Feng's first thing to solve. As long as potatoes appeared, Zhang Feng was confident that at least the people on the mountain would be able to eat potatoes by the end of the year. At least they wouldn't have to starve for the new year. As for after the new year, let's talk about it later. At this time, Yu Shinan was still immersed in Zhang Feng's words, unable to extricate himself for a long time. The cigarette flickered, and the sky gradually darkened. The flickering cigarette was like the stars in the dark night sky. Sometimes it illuminated a face in deep thought. Sometimes it was hidden in the darkness. After a long time, Yu Shinan asked in a hoarse voice, "Zhang Feng, old man wants to ask you, do the things you said have to be part of your so-called military science and this forge? Old man can't understand you more and more. But boy, the long speech you said today, old man and the others need to digest it well." Chu Suiliang also let out a long sigh. "Ah. I'm old. When a person gets old, his memory will slowly fade. Boy, you said too much information today. We need to digest it. Well, we'll leave first. By the way, this time I'm here to tell you that the cigarettes are gone. Remember to send cigarettes to old man and the others." Chapter 804. Yu Shinan and the others left in a hurry. They were really dumbfounded by Zhang Feng's words. Zhang Feng had said far too many things this time. Although in their books and their understanding of the world, they knew that this world was very large and that it was vast and abundant, in their subconscious minds, these things basically all came from the Great Tang. As for the barbarian lands outside the Great Tang, what could they possibly have? But now that they thought about what Zhang Feng said, they still felt that it was incredible. Potatoes, sweet potatoes, and that corn, new terms that they had never heard of, actually appeared here. How could they not be shocked? After they returned to their residence in a daze, Ouyang Sun slapped his thigh and said, "No, we've been led astray by this guy." Only then did they realize what was going on. That's right. Why did they go to Zhang Feng today? Wasn't it for the academy? Why was she being led astray by him as they talked? And just at this time, when Yu Shinan and the others were about to go look for Zhang Feng again to reason with him, they saw Gao Can, that big black guy, carrying a big bundle of white paper, boldly walk into the little bamboo house. Then, with a dong sound, he placed the big bundles of white paper at their feet under the stunned gazes of Yu Shinan and the others. "The headmaster asked me to send this over. 50 kilograms per person. This is all the production today. He asked you to divide it among yourselves. The rest will be sent to you in several batches." While speaking, Gao Can turned and left without waiting for Yu Shinan and the others to say anything. Yu Shinan and the others were dumbfounded by what they saw. After Gao Can's figure disappeared, they hurriedly squatted on the ground and touched the white paper on the ground with trembling hands. Yu Shinan hugged the white paper as if he was hugging a baby who had just been born. What a waste of an immortal. This is a waste of an immortal. Boorish. How could you just casually throw something so precious to old man on the ground? When the academy reopens, let's see how the old man will deal with this extravagance. It's simply rotten to the bone. With the prodigal Zhang Feng on top, how good can his subordinates be? The few of them held paper in their arms. Although it weighed 50 kilograms, how could they still be the frail old man? He was even more robust than a man in his prime. The few of them cursed Gao Can as they moved the papers on the floor onto the table bit by bit with heartache. Only then did they sniff the fragrance of the papers while rubbing their faces. Good stuff. This was really good stuff. As far as they knew, Xian paper only existed in important institutions of the court. Even if they could save as much as possible, they would only use cheap paper unless it was absolutely necessary. Apart from the administrative agencies of the Tang dynasty, the documents that were required to be reported to the prefectures and prefectures were usually written on paper. Some poorer people even used bamboo slips. Once Xian paper really appeared, as long as the boys' paper was sold at a slightly cheaper price than Xian paper, which was 700 copper coins per kilogram as he said, then although it was 300 copper coins less, but those who could afford it really didn't care about the 300 copper coins. Furthermore, this Xian paper was too expensive, and the production rate was too low. Take the 4 major paper mills in Tang, and as an example, their monthly output was only 1,200 caddies. Excluding the paper used by the imperial palace, the paper used for foreign trade, and the paper used by the various mansions every month, it would be considered a good output if they could sell 200 caddies each. More importantly, if such a large amount of xian paper appeared, not only would the people's book collections not depreciate, but it would also make the bamboo slips and xian paper, which were not easy to preserve, more compact. Moving houses in the past required dozens of horse carriages to carry books, but now it might only require 3 horse carriages or less. What was this? This was efficiency. Back to the academy. Once the academy had so much paper, what could the students do? Why did the academy in the past have fewer students? On one hand, paper was expensive. On the other hand, it was because paper was expensive. Every day, the students could only practice in the sand table. Not only was this tiring, but it also directly reduced the efficiency. They couldn't help but start to think about it. No, the xian paper is too precious. If this prodigal continues to waste it, sooner or later something will happen to the xian paper. Let's go and find that boy. These xian paper must be given to the academy first. Chu Suiliang was the first one who couldn't help but stand up. In the next moment, Yu Shinan and Sun Simiao couldn't sit still anymore. That's right. If this thing is really wasted by this boy, it will really cause a big problem. Let's go, such a good thing, let the academy use it first. The few of them were also anxious. Like a local tycoon, they treated the paper mill as their own. They didn't have the arrogance that they had when they came up the mountain and treated money like dirt. The few of them didn't have time to say anything. They hurriedly locked the door 3 times. Still feeling uneasy, Sun Simiao directly asked Elder Gao to personally guard the door for them. Then they hurried to Zhang Feng's place. Once they entered, they didn't wait for Zhang Feng to stand up and said directly, "Zhang Feng boy, from today onwards, all sales of this xian paper must go through our hands." Zhang Feng couldn't wrap his head around it. He said in shock, "Respected teachers, what's going on?" Chapter 805. What's going on? You're asking us what's going on? Yu Shinan was so angry that his beard was trembling. He pointed at the white paper that Zhang Feng was making cigarettes with and said with a pale face, "This paper? All right, you know more about paper than we do. But old man wants to ask you, do you still want your academy? 3 years, you only have 3 years. Why do you think old man and the others came up the mountain? I just want to see if the 9 grand scholars that you talked about can appear here." Old man thought that you were just bragging about this paper. Who would know that you can really produce so much paper in a day? Now the academy will officially open in a month or so. Look at you now, you're sloppy all day. How much paper do these students need every day? Have you prepared all the things that the students need to go to school? Zhang Feng was asked 3 times in a row by Yu Shinan and didn't know what to say. Weren't you all doing well before? What's wrong with you? Zhang Feng felt a headache coming on. Dear teachers, I also want to wait for this white paper to come out. After you use it and are satisfied, I'm going to tell you about it. Since all of you are so considerate of my academy, then I'll tell you my plan. Yu Shinan and the others automatically filtered out Zhang Feng's words about what would happen after they were used. From the moment they came up the mountain, they didn't give Zhang Feng a chance to talk about it. Now that Zhang Feng said so, they reacted. Bring me a brush and ink. Yu Shinan waved his sleeves and looked at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng looked around and saw that everyone was staring at him. He touched his nose and slowly took out a brush and ink, and put it on the tea table in front of Yu Shinan. Yu Shinan didn't hesitate. He took out a few pieces of white paper that Zhang Feng had cut for cigarettes, dipped it in ink and wrote a line of words. Then he hurriedly stood up, and stood under the lamp to carefully observe the changes of the ink. They stared at the paper in the flickering candlelight with their eyes wide open, but they were silently keeping track of the time. After 10 breaths, Yu Shinan took the paper from under the lamp, dipped his finger in some saliva and pressed it on the paper. There was no ink at all. Yu Shinan didn't believe it, and wiped the paper with his sleeve. He still couldn't wipe the ink off. Their pupils couldn't help but flicker fiercely under the candlelight again. After they checked the ink on the paper, Yu Shinan said with satisfaction, "We have checked the paper. Now let's talk about the serious matter. How do you think we should do it? While speaking, Yu Shinan lit a cigarette. The cigarette, which was as thick as a little finger, went out one by one under the lamp. Zhang Feng coughed and said, "Dear teachers, I have some opinions about the teaching of the academy. I wonder if you can listen to me?" But before he spoke, Sun Simiao coughed and interrupted Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng glanced at Sun Simiao, who rarely spoke about the academy. He couldn't help thinking, didn't he just give me the paper? Could it be? But Zhang Feng still said respectfully, "Please enlighten me, Mr. Sun." Sun Simiao touched his beard and smoked. He looked up and down at Zhang Feng and then said, "You are a very smart person. In the future, your achievements will reach a level that the old man can't imagine. At this time, although you haven't entered the palace to meet the emperor, the old man knows that the emperor favors you very much. This is your luck." The old man won't say anything more. "Now you've created so many things in one go. Just like what you said before, it's easy to break if you're too rigid. Remember, don't be arrogant because of your talent. Now you're not only the dean of the academy, but also a great Confucian scholar and an official of the imperial court. You have to set an example for everything. As a minister and a student, you have to remember one thing, that is steadiness. Even if you are smart, if you don't, your achievements in the future will be limited. It will even be difficult for you to become a great person." Zhang Feng blinked. He really couldn't understand at the moment. He hurriedly asked, "May I ask, Mr. Sun, how am I not steady?" Hearing this, Sun Simiao smiled faintly and shook his head. This brat was still trying to pick a fight. Sun Simiao, Yu Qigong, and the others laughed and said, "You still dare to ask? The old man asked you. You once boasted that you could become 9 grand scholars. Isn't that enough? Right now, the White Deer Academy has basically become the place where the eyes of everyone in the world gather. You should be even more careful with your words and actions. Others won't say anything if you say it after you've achieved your goal. But if you say it 3 years ago, in the hearts of those who have ulterior motives, you're simply too rash. How can you do such a laughable thing? There are actually people who want to laugh at me?" Zhang Feng was instantly unhappy and cursed in his heart. In fact, this kind of thing was common in any era. After all, those who couldn't eat grapes would always say that the grapes were sour. Thus, Zhang Feng revealed a confident smile. "I think my image is quite good." Yu Shinan and the others couldn't bear to watch any longer. They hurriedly interrupted. All right. You brat, stop arguing. If you want to continue, what can we do? Remember, we are all experienced people. What we say is for your own good." Zhang Feng pursed his lips. He didn't say anything else. Seeing this, Yu Shinan asked contentedly, "Then tell us now. What plans do you have for the college? It would be best if it can be decided by tonight. That way, we won't have to waste our time on this mountain." "Fine. You're so bored that your balls hurt. I was still wondering if you guys were trying to trick me. Now it seems like it's time to find something for you guys." Chapter 806. Zhang Feng hurriedly straightened his face and stood up. "Dear teachers, I really have a big thing here, and I need your help." Yu Shinan and the others saw this. They looked at each other, and there was a touch of understanding in their eyes. "Boy, tell us about it." Yu Shinan waved his hand. "After all, we have been eating and drinking on this mountain for a few days. If we don't find something to do, it can't be justified." Hearing this, Zhang Feng's face flashed with a touch of excitement. "Dear teachers, even if you live on this mountain for 8 or 10 years, it is a blessing that I can't even ask for. How can you say that? That's enough. Put away your flattery. It's useless in front of us." Yu Shinan glared at Zhang Feng, lit a cigarette and took a puff. "Tell us about it. If it's not difficult or you want us to carry bricks, you'd better not say it." "How can I?" Zhang Feng said with a straight face. "However, there is still 1 month before the academy officially opens. I have made a few sets of books here, which are the books needed for teaching. I hope you can take a look." While speaking, Zhang Feng took out several thread-bound blue books that were the same size as the books of that era from under the pillow in the bedroom, and handed them to the others. However, these books were written with the titles of military science, medicine, physics, literature, mathematics, and several major categories. They looked at it, and then glanced at Sun Simiao doubtfully. Sun Simiao smiled faintly. Good guy, you even calculated the old man? However, Sun Simiao still took the medical book and read it with relish. Then when they were reading the books, Zhang Feng said, now the teaching method of the Tang dynasty is generally based on reading the Book of Songs, the Analects of Confucius, and the teacher's narration. Therefore, the students are going to completely change this teaching method. In the morning, they will read the books of the sages for 2 hours, and then study literary works in the next 2 hours. The works of the great masters from ancient times to the present, and the stories behind them will be explored by the students after class. After that, they would rest for 3 hours, eat and rest. In the afternoon, they would memorize the books of the sages and study other subjects, such as mathematics and so on. In the evening, during the last lesson, they would study medicine, leaving some time for them to complete their assigned homework. The next morning, the teachers would review their homework and interpret their doubts. Zhang Feng talked about the primary school curriculum and junior high school curriculum he had imagined, as well as the teaching method based on the current situation of the Tang dynasty. Except for Yu Shinan, who had heard it once, the others were all immersed in the textbooks written by Zhang Feng at this time. Boy, old man wants to ask you, what is your so-called medicine and this alcohol? Don't we use quicklime for disinfection now? Can you tell old man what this alcohol is? This? Zhang Feng naturally knew that Sun Simiao was going to ask questions. He hurriedly said, Old son, this alcohol is actually something extracted from white wine. I want to ask you, old son, if you encounter a red wound, what is the general survival rate? I mean, for example, a wound that is more than 1 foot long and has already festered. Yu Shinan and the others heard this and couldn't help but raise their heads curiously. They also had a lot of questions, but when they heard the word alcohol, they couldn't help but be interested. Sun Simiao said without thinking, if it's a leg or a hand, if it's in spring or summer, if old man or a doctor personally takes care of it, it's basically possible to survive more than a month's weather. What if it's on the battlefield? Or the wound has already festered? Zhang Feng asked again. A handful of quicklime, and the rest depends on the person himself and the medicine. As for whether it can be cured or not, it depends on the person's body. Sun Simiao continued. Zhang Feng nodded. People in this era didn't know what medicine was at all, let alone what medical care was. If he said too much, the others wouldn't understand. Zhang Feng just said, if such a person is in my hands, if I say that I have a 100% chance of saving his life, would you believe it? And in addition to not being able to regenerate broken limbs, I also know the blood for blood technique. Would you believe it? When Sun Simiao heard this, his expression changed abruptly. He flipped open Zhang Feng's magical medical book again, took a deep breath and said solemnly, Kid, I don't know who your teacher is, but with this medical book in old man's hands, you will definitely surpass BNK, Hua Tuo, and other medical sages. Why did you publicize this magical medical book to the public? Do you know the importance of this book? Once it spreads, your White Deer College will instantly become the target of public criticism? Zhang Feng smiled. The road needs people to walk on it. When many people walk on it, it will naturally appear. Look at the road. I naturally know what I'm doing. Chapter 807. Yet another famous phrase from his mouth. Yu Shinan and the others felt that Zhang Feng's appearance was simply a blow to them. However, Zhang Feng continued. Elder son, at the end of this book, there are all the annotations of what I just said. If you really don't understand, how about I give you a practical experiment when I have time? Also, I have prepared some alcohol and some toothpaste. The people on this mountain will more or less be injured. Why don't you experiment according to what I wrote in the book? No. Boy, are you sure that these things can be learned by everyone? Sun Simiao didn't ask whether Zhang Feng was telling the truth. Instead, he was extremely worried about what Zhang Feng was going to do at this time. Although he also knew that if this thing in his hand was spread out, the more people who learned it, the more benefits the people of the Tang dynasty would receive. He didn't know whether this was good or bad. Zhang Feng smiled indifferently. Since I have handed this thing to you, as for how to teach it, it's all up to you. As for how many disciples you want to accept and how many good seedlings you find, you need to select from these disciples on the mountain. You know, boy. Lazy? Sun Simiao smiled speechlessly. Well, since you dare to not take out such a peerless book, then Old Man will accompany you in your madness. Old Man wants to see what kind of waves this medical book of yours can create. Also, this old man would like to see what you can achieve with your so-called physics and this science. Since you're willing to give us your trump card, then if we don't give you a reassuring pill, you'll definitely get angry. Yu Shernan closed the book in his hand. After exchanging glances with Ouyang Sun and the others, he added, Boy, as Elder Sun said, whether it is the medical book or the things in our hands, since you are so assured, although we don't know whether this method is right or not, since you said so, we will treat it as an attempt. If it succeeds, you will be a hero of the Tang dynasty and the hero of our thousands of students. But, are you sure that the things in this book can be taught? Yu Shernan waved the book in his hand and asked. Zhang Feng shook his head and said, It can be taught. As for how to teach, it depends on the teachers. I mean, in each book, I have marked the difficulty level. As for the new students, I still suggest that everyone should have a basic understanding. That is to say, the first 10 pages can be taught at will. After that, I will perfect this novice teaching material with the teachers. From the 11th page to the 20th page, I'm going to teach this student tomorrow. Of course, in the second year, we'll be able to pick out the good and bad results, as well as what a person is suited for and what kind of talent they have. We'll focus on nurturing them. As for the last 10 pages, we can teach them in the third year. All the classes will be divided into 3 classes, A, B, and C. The students who are recruited every year need to be rehearsed and divided into classes according to this order. As for the most accurate ones, we will have to wait until the third year to find the elites. I am going to set up a special training class. At that time, these elites will be able to learn some more sophisticated things, such as the manufacturing technique, the hematopoietic blood exchange technique, physics, and so on. Zhang Feng slowly explained the division of classes, as well as how the textbooks should be taught, bit by bit. Everything was explained in detail. In the first year, it was basically science, so that everyone would have a sense of hygiene and awareness in all aspects. This was not difficult. He only needed to teach them some things to pay attention to in daily life, and how to distinguish some things that they encountered in daily life. As for the second year, this was the key. As for the third year, this was the time to really find and cultivate the key talents for the science and technology department of the academy. Although Zhang Feng was confident that he could educate all these people within a year, the difficulty was that these people still had no way to accept these things. Therefore, he needed 2 years to change their thinking. And the last year was the most critical sprint. After a detailed introduction, Yu Shernan and the others finally completely annihilated the idea that Zhang Feng was crazy. What exactly was this kid thinking in his head? After Zhang Feng finished talking for a long time, Yu Shernan and the others still had their heads down. No one knew what they were thinking. Zhang Feng was not in a hurry. He just stood in front of them, lit a cigarette, and waited quietly. He knew that these all needed time to digest. He had said too many things today. So many that Zhang Feng wondered if these people could digest them completely. Yu Shernan and the others smoked one cigarette after another. From time to time, they would gather together and mutter a few words. Zhang Feng saw that the cigarettes in the basket were getting fewer and fewer. Zhang Feng suspected that these old guys could not sleep at night and were smoking here. Just after the last cigarette was smoked by Chu Suiliang, and the cigarette holder was still unsatisfied, the few of them clapped their hands and said, "Kid, we have decided. Old Man and the others will accompany you in your madness, but there will be enough cigarettes and alcohol." Chapter 808. The next morning, Zhang Feng got up early, which was rare for him. He sneaked out of the crowd and found Cripple Wang. Cripple Wang was so excited when he heard Gao Can say that Zhang Feng was looking for him that he almost jumped 3 feet high. Since he took over the business of making beer cans, he had the final say in the market of bamboo and wooden barrels in the Chang and brewery. Because of Zhang Feng's appearance, Cripple Wang and his family, as well as the veterans in the reclining workshop, could not only fill their stomachs, but also find a good match on the mountain. How could Cripple Wang not be excited? As soon as he entered Zhang Feng's room, Cripple Wang was so excited that he almost bowed down and worshipped him. Zhang Feng did not wait for him to react. He hurried out of the room and whispered in his ear, "Come with me." Although he did not know what Zhang Feng was doing so mysteriously. However, Cripple Wang was someone who had been on the battlefield, so he still had a discerning eye. He hurriedly put away the excitement on his face and vigilantly pulled out the hatchet from his waist. He held it tightly in his hand and followed Gao Qian to Zhang Feng's left and right. Zhang Feng didn't say anything. He led the two of them around the stone road that was being paved at the construction site. After that, they went to the forging workshop to take a look. Then they went into another valley beside the forging workshop. This mountain valley looked ordinary and unremarkable. But basically, everyone in Mount Shao knew about it. The pine trees here couldn't be compared to others. Not to mention the pine trees that required 3 people to wrap around. Even the pine trees that required 10 people to wrap around were everywhere. And all the wooden things in Xingshan Academy were made from this place. At this time, Cripple Wang could not help muttering in his heart. This place not only produced pine trees, but also a kind of wild rabbit that specialized in eating wild rabbits with pine nuts. The meat of this thing was very famous even in Chang'an. Could it be that the dean called them here early in the morning to hunt rabbits? However, before the 3 of them entered the woodworking factory that was covered with white bark, they heard 2 loud shouts and hearty laughter coming from the corner in front. "Ha ha ha, Chintinu, you've lost. Hurry up and give Lao Tzu 10 shots. Bullsh *t. You're the one who cheated, okay?" Lao Tzu even chased the hare into the tree hole. Don't tell me that Lao Tzu didn't know to catch it himself. Hearing Cheng Chimo's familiar voice, Zhang Feng was a little confused. These people were the kind of people who wouldn't get out of bed until the sun was up. Why were they here so early? It was as if the sun had risen from the west. Without waiting for Zhang Feng to take any action, a loud sound of wind breaking could be heard. Gao Qian's hair instantly stood on end. He couldn't care about anything else and rushed towards Zhang Feng. It was also at this moment that a wooden stick as thick as an arm swept over the top of their heads. "Chen Tiniu, are you trying to take Lao Tzu's life?" Zhang Feng was finally angry. Looking at the wooden stick not far away, his eyelids twitched wildly. If it really hit him, not to mention breaking his arms and legs, he wouldn't even be able to keep his life. Cheng Chimo and Yuqi Baolin, who were fighting together, were shocked when they heard this. Li Chengqian and the others, who were squatting at the side, were also shocked. They hurriedly got up and rushed over in a panic. The moment they saw Zhang Feng, their expressions changed abruptly. "Fengzi, why are you here?" F***ck, Gao Qian, are you a blockhead? Why didn't you tell us that Fengzi was coming? Fengzi, are you okay? The few of them hurriedly propped Zhang Feng up and pinched here and there. Zhang Feng was a little annoyed. "Let me ask you, what are you doing here so early in the morning?" Seeing that Zhang Feng was fine, the few of them breathed a sigh of relief. They mysteriously brought Zhang Feng to the place where they were just now. This was the place where all the beams, purlins and doors and windows were made on the abandoned mountain. It was convenient to use the local materials. The few of them also made a few small wooden houses with wood here, which looked quite artistic. Entering one of the slightly larger wooden houses, the first thing that entered his nose was the smell of rosin. There were also 3 roasted hares roasting in the fire in the middle of the wooden house. "Fengzi, isn't it because I saw you talking to those old fellows too late last night? The few of us were thinking of getting some wild game to satisfy your cravings." Zhang Feng didn't believe that these people would be so kind. He asked suspiciously, "Really?" Li Chengqian pointed at the hares on the fire, and then pointed at the pile of rabbit skins outside the door. "Look, these are still fresh. We were planning to have a good drink when you woke up. You are unaccountably solicitous. Tell me, what do you want?" Zhang Feng immediately became alert. Li Chengqian was taken aback when he heard that. "Zhang Feng, we brothers have been smoking for the past 2 days and nearly smoked ourselves to death, not to mention you. We brothers think that you need some nourishment, so we're thinking of changing your name. Fine, if you don't want to eat it. We can eat it." Hearing that, Zhang Feng breathed a deep sigh of relief. In the past few days, he was really scared of being extorted by these people. At this time, hearing what they said, Zhang Feng felt that they were really greedy and came to get hares. Chapter 809. They shouted that they had been wronged. Zhang Feng didn't think much of it. He flipped through the golden rabbit and slowly took out a few bottles and jars from his bosom. Instantly, the eyes of Li Chengqian and the others lit up. Zhang Sunchong was even more surprised as he asked, "Could it be that you're also here to hunt this game? Do you think Lao Tzu is as lazy as you?" Zhang Feng rolled his eyes. "Lao Tzu is here for something important. Who would be like you? You're tired of eating beggar's chicken, so you're here to hunt game behind my back? Hey." Qing Chimo couldn't take it anymore. He pushed Yuchi Baolin and said, "It's all because of this kid. The three of them said they wanted to give you a gift and came to us early in the morning. In the end, it was Li Gan who spoke. We thought about it and felt that you don't lack anything except delicious food. So we asked a few people and learned that the wild rabbits here are good. That's why we came here to hunt some wild rabbits for you." "Iron Bull, it's my fault. I didn't tell Fengzi in advance. This is my fault. Since Brother Fengzi doesn't like it, I'll go down the mountain now. Come on you guys. Stop acting. You're not cut out for it." Zhang Feng was speechless as he looked at their clumsy acting skills. "This time, I really didn't come here for this. Otherwise, have you ever seen me wake up so early?" Seeing that Zhang Feng had exposed them, they didn't feel embarrassed. Instead, they asked curiously, "Then what are you doing here?" Zhang Feng tore off a rabbit leg and said as he chewed, "Do you remember that I was looking for carpenters?" Hearing this, Li Chengqian's eyes flashed. "Are you talking about the carpenters that your father-in-law found for you?" Zhang Feng wanted to explain, but he was too lazy to do so. Anyway, these people wouldn't believe him. He nodded and said, "That's them. Didn't you notice that there was a group of people in the forest who were also doing carpentry?" When they heard this, they thought for a while and really remembered. A group of mysterious craftsmen came to this forest. They didn't cut down trees every day. Instead, they wandered in the forest and finally carried a few odd-looking trees or roots the size of an arm into a bamboo forest. No one knew what they were doing. As long as there were strangers, they would immediately stop and hide the things they made as if they were treasures. So it turned out that these people were found by Fengzi, this kid. A few people couldn't help but come forward and ask, "What are these people doing? Anyway, I heard that it's quite mysterious." "Mysterious?" Zhang Feng smiled. "You'll know soon enough." While speaking, Zhang Feng called for a few people to eat and drink together. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Zhang Feng let out a long sigh and waved his hand. Everyone smoked and slowly walked into the depths of the forest under Zhang Feng's lead. The pine forest was very deep. However, because of the logging, the roads that were trampled out in all directions, and the flattened trees exposed large areas of land that hadn't seen the sun for a long time. The person Zhang Feng was looking for. It was at a place called the Kidney Cliff. After climbing for half an hour, they could faintly see a dense bamboo forest with bursts of smoke rising in spirals. Who is it? The arrival of these people was obviously noticed by the people on the cliff. After a shout, Zhang Feng hurriedly waved his hand. "It's me, Fengzi." Hearing this, there was no movement for a moment, but there was a rustling sound. When they climbed up the cliff, the top of the cliff was very spacious. It was at least 100 square meters. These craftsmen used the dense bamboo to tidy up the place and turned it into a place for people to live. At this time, more than 30 men in their 40s and even their 70s and 80s were respectfully standing by the side of the only mountain path that led to the cliff. When they saw Zhang Feng and the others going up the mountain, a man in his 40s hurriedly stepped forward and said, "I'm Zhang Wei. Greetings, young master." Zhang Feng said perfunctorily and asked, "Today I'm here to, young master, I know what you're here for. I've prepared everything for you. Please take a look." While speaking, Zhang Wei was about to lead Zhang Feng to see the things they moved out. Zhang Feng waved his hand instead. "These people are all old craftsmen from the Ministry of Works from Longyu Road?" "Yes, young master." Zhang Wei pointed to an old man standing behind him and said, "This is an old craftsman from the Ministry of Works, but he's from the previous dynasty." Zhang Wei's voice was normal at the beginning, but only Zhang Feng could hear the latter part. Hearing this, the old man cupped his hands at Zhang Feng. "Old man Chao Jun greets the dean. These people are all from my family." Seeing this, Zhang Feng hurriedly bowed. So it's old Master Chow. Chow Jun had never seen Zhang Feng act like this before. Seeing this, he was shocked and hurriedly reached out to help Zhang Feng. However, he was afraid that the calluses on his hands would prick Zhang Feng. So he anxiously scratched his ears and cheeks. After bowing, Zhang Feng looked at the people behind the old man and said, "These are old Master Chow's family? Then why don't I see the women in old Master Chow's family?" Hearing this, Chow Jun pointed down the mountain. "Thanks to old Master Zhang's kindness, my family of more than 30 people are now working in the food factory at the foot of the mountain." Hearing this, Zhang Feng dropped the subject. He waved to Cripple Wang behind him and said, "Old Master Chow, is there any progress on the matter that I asked you to do?" "I'm ashamed to say this." A hint of shame flashed across Chow Jun's wrinkled face as he said, "These things are too superior, so this old man only managed to rush out the first batch of prototypes last night. I didn't expect that Sir Dean would come personally. This old man has been negligent." "You're too kind. It's already good enough that you were able to produce them in time. I thought that these things would take at least a month to produce. I didn't expect old Master Chow to be able to produce them in just half a month." Chapter 8:10. The conversation between Zhang Feng and Elder Chow. Li Chengqian and the rest were dumbfounded. What kind of conversation was this? They could not understand a single word. Their gazes involuntarily drifted to the wooden platforms not far away. They saw strange things placed on the tables. They did not know what they were used for, but they were densely engraved with ink marks. They did not know what they were used for. Zhang Feng and Old Chow chatted for a long time, and after Zhang Feng obtained some useful information, he pointed to Cripple Wang and said, "Old Chow, the first thing I came here for today is to see how these things are going. The second thing is to make them. If they are done, then I will mass produce them. At the very least, within the next month, I will need at least 10 sets of these things." Cripple Wang nodded and said, "In addition, I have another important thing." As he spoke, Zhang Feng pointed to Cripple Wang and said, "He is also a craftsman, I trust. The beer cans you drink are all made by him. You can call him Cripple Wang. As for his name, I don't know. You can contact him later, but his craftsmanship is excellent. If you can work with him and make 2,000 sets of tables and chairs in a short time, how about it?" "What? 2,000 sets?" This. Elder Chow was almost scared to death. 2,000 sets a month. Wasn't this asking for his life? Cripple Wang seemed to be prepared for this. He did not say anything and still stood behind Zhang Feng, unmoved. However, Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, "You don't have to say anything else. Let me take a look at what you have made. As for the tables and chairs, you guys can divide the work among yourselves. Cripple Wang has 300. How many people does Cripple Wang have?" 329 brothers who know carpentry. "Old Chow, don't worry. These people are all veterans. They will not share your share. We only need to take care of their food, accommodation, wine and meat." Chow Jun heaved a deep sigh of relief when he heard this. Li Chengqian and the others couldn't help but look at Zhang Feng in surprise. If there was a need for tables and chairs, tens of thousands of them could be found in Chang'an City. Why was he in a hurry to make them now? Come, Lord Ju, please." Without waiting for Li Chengqian and the others to ask, Chow Jun hurriedly led Zhang Feng to see the treasures that Zhang Feng had ordered. Li Chengqian and the others hurriedly followed. They wanted to see what Zhang Feng was up to, acting so mysteriously. However, when they came closer, they discovered that the semicircular object in Zhang Feng's hand was dug out from something that looked like a tree root. Not only that, there were 2 holes on it, and there were also some markings on it that looked like a ruler. Li Chengqian couldn't help but walk around Zhang Feng. He picked up a triangular ruler from the table and asked curiously, "Hey Fengzi, what is this thing?" At this moment, Zhang Feng felt some admiration for Chow Jun. Although it wasn't an iron compass or a triangular ruler, it was exactly the same as the template that he had made. Zhang Feng couldn't help but be speechless. "This thing is the teaching aid that I mentioned before. You don't recognize it?" Li Chengqian's pupils constricted. "Teaching aid? You want us to be carpenters?" Chow Jun's eyes lit up when he heard that. Although Li Chengqian and the others didn't know their identities, They looked quite extraordinary from the way they were dressed. Qiao Jun couldn't help but feel a little excited. Zhang Feng looked at Li Chengqian, as if he was looking at an idiot. When did I say that I wanted you to be a carpenter? Do you think I want you to kill people just because I asked you to buy a knife? What are you thinking about? Li Chengqian heard that and finally calmed down. He waved the triangular ruler in his hand and said, "Then what is this thing for?" Cheng Chima wanted to play, but Li Chengqian glared at him and stopped. If he were to play with this thing, wouldn't it be ruined? Zhang Feng looked at the compass, triangular ruler, and other things one by one. He looked at Qiao Jun and said, "This thing is not bad. Make it according to this. If you can get some white paint on it, that would be even better. But it's okay, just follow this." Then, Zhang Feng looked at Li Chengqian and said, "Do you still remember how to calculate? This thing will be the main tool for calculation in the future. Do you want to ask, since you can memorize the multiplication and division table, what's the use of this thing?" Zhang Feng didn't wait for Li Chengqian to ask. Instead, he asked directly. Li Chengqian nodded. "Because what you have learned is just the tip of the iceberg." After that, Zhang Feng took out a blueprint from his chest and waved his hand to get Old Chow and Cripple Wang to come closer. Zhang Wei, Li Chengqian, and the others instantly surrounded him. They saw Zhang Feng's blueprint. Blueprints of modern desks and benches were laid out on the paper. Zhang Feng looked at Qiao Jun and said, "How is it, Elder Qiao? Are you confident? Can you make this thing?" Qiao Jun and Cripple Wang both frowned and stared at the blueprint for a long time. Then they said, "It's possible, but no buts. Old Qiao, I will be in charge of the materials, and you will be in charge of the mortise and tenon. How about that?" Cripple Wang patted Qiao Jun's shoulder with certainty. Qiao Jun thought for a while, then finally narrowed his eyes and nodded slowly. "Okay. Since Brother Wang has said so, then this old man would like to see if my Qiao family's men can rush out these tables and chairs within a month." Chapter 8:11. Deep in the Imperial Palace. Inside Li Yuan's palace. An old eunuch hurriedly entered Li Yuan's palace with a jade box in his hands. At this time, inside the palace, there were water wheels made with strange and ingenious skills placed all around. The rows of water wheels formed two winding lines, like a miniature version of mountains and rivers. In an instant, the stuffy and hot aura suddenly disappeared without a trace. In the front hall of the sleeping quarters, a dozen or so scantily clad women were currently singing and dancing on the waterside pavilion surrounded by water on all sides. And right above the waterside pavilion, Li Yuan was embracing four women, waving a golden poker on a high platform and killing in all directions. And as soon as the old eunuch entered, there were instantly 12 female guards carrying Modeo swords in their hands, blocking the old eunuch's path. The old eunuch hurriedly shouted, replying to the young masters, "This is a gift that His Highness the Crown Prince asked someone to bring from Shao Mountain to retired emperor. Please inform him." Actually, Li Yuan's personal old eunuch had already seen his arrival long ago. He deliberately delayed for a moment, then slowly walked forward, asking neither coldly nor warmly, "Eunuch Zhou, what are you here for?" The old eunuch who just came in hurriedly bowed and said, replying to Eunuch Ling, "This one is under the Crown Prince's orders to deliver a good toy to retired emperor. The Crown Prince brought it down from Shao Mountain." Hearing this, Eunuch Ling's pale eyebrows raised. He hurriedly took the jade box from Eunuch Zhou's hands, then waved his hand and said, "Wait." Then he hurriedly bypassed the waterside pavilion, stepped into the pavilion on the second floor, and handed the jade box to Li Yuan. "Retired Emperor, this is something that His Highness the Crown Prince brought down from Shao Mountain." Li Yuan, who was in high spirits, stopped playing cards when he heard Shao Mountain. He grabbed the jade box in Eunuch Ling's hands and asked with a face full of curiosity, "What is this?" Replying to retired emperor, "This servant does not know." Without waiting for Eunuch Ling to finish speaking, Li Yuan already opened the jade box with a click. Something from Shao Mountain, and sent by Li Chengqian. It should be a good thing without a doubt. But after Li Yuan opened the jade box, he was somewhat dazed. Only to see inside the jade box, rows of white things as thick as a little finger were neatly lying inside. Li Yuan could not help but be stunned. "Eunuch Ling, where is the person who sent this thing?" "Waiting outside the hall." Pass. Li Yuan was also not the least bit sloppy. He had seen this white paper a few days ago, and it was very comfortable for him. He was planning to go to Shao Mountain to take a look. How long had it been? What did this brat come up with again? Not long after, Eunuch Zhou bowed and followed Eunuch Ling forward. At this time, Li Yuan no longer had the mood to enjoy the singing and dancing and playing cards. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the crowd. Holding the cigarette in front of his nose, he sniffed it and asked, "Let me ask you, did the Crown Prince really bring this thing down from Shao Mountain?" "In reply to your Majesty, it was His Highness the Crown Prince's personal bodyguard who sent him back to the palace." Eunuch Zhou quickly prostrated himself on the ground. Li Yuan asked again, "What is this? Tell me clearly, what is the use of this thing?" Seeing this, Eunuch Zhou prostrated himself even lower. "Replying to your Majesty, this thing is called a cigarette. It's also called a cigarette by the Crown Prince and the others. It was created by Prince Zhang. This thing can refresh the mind and, to refresh the mind? Cigarettes?" Hearing this, Li Yuan's eyes brightened. Following Eunuch Zhou's instructions, Li Yuan gently lit the cigarette above the oil lamp. However, that snatching smell made Li Yuan cough involuntarily. When those female bodyguards saw this, their expressions changed greatly. They shouted in unison, and were about to chop off Eunuch Zhou's head. Eunuch Zhou seemed to have guessed it long ago. He hurriedly shouted, "Your Majesty, this thing will be like this for the first time. His Highness the Crown Prince said that this thing is like Prince Zhang's wine. Would your Majesty please allow this servant to demonstrate a thing or two?" Quick, quick, quick. Where did all this nonsense come from? Li Yuan drank a large jar of water. Only then did he stop coughing. He looked at the cigarette in Eunuch Zhou's hand with some surprise. Eunuch Zhou climbed up and took out half a cigarette from his bosom. Then he lit it on the lamp beside the waterside pavilion, and demonstrated for Li Yuan to see. Seeing this, Li Yuan came to a realization. According to the old eunuch's instructions, after 3 cigarettes, other than his head being a little dizzy, everything else was fine. Moreover, because of sleep problems, he, who had always been dizzy, appeared particularly energetic at this time. Li Yuan could not help but look at the cigarette in shock. Then Zhen asks you, "Did you Shernan and the others have any comments on this thing?" You Shernan and the others were on the mountain. It was impossible for them not to know about this matter. Whether it was good or bad, as long as they asked, they would know. Eunuch Zhou could not help but be stunned. After hesitating for a moment, Li Yuan frowned slightly. "Summon the Crown Prince's bodyguard commander to come see Zhen quickly." These people did not know? But how could he not know about the bodyguard commander who stayed on the mountain all day? Seeing this, Eunuch Ling flung his whisk and stood at the entrance of the hall, shouting, "Come, summon the Crown Prince's bodyguard commander to see His Majesty." At this time, Li Yuan was even more eager to go up the mountain to take a look. While smoking, Li Yuan walked out of the main hall. Without waiting for Li Yuan to walk out of the main hall, Li Qingqian's Huwei commander had already appeared at the entrance of the main hall. Without waiting for the commander to kneel, Li Yuan asked anxiously, "Zhen asks you this thing. What did you Shernan and the others say?" Replying retired emperor, "It's not just Mr. Bashi and the others. Right now, everyone on the mountain is holding this thing in their mouths. They say that people who don't smoke don't have the ability. People who don't have the ability don't deserve to stay on the mountain." Chapter 8:12. Li Yuan carefully inquired about the situation of the people on the mountain. Even the matter of Gao Can and Li Chengqian getting drunk on cigarettes, as well as the blunder caused by Zhang Feng smoking for the first time, entered Li Yuan's ears. Li Yuan looked at the wisp of smoke rising in spirals from his hand, his eyes shining. "Good stuff, simply good stuff. We ask you, where does your Majesty have it?" "Yes, the various dukes sent it to the imperial palace yesterday. However, the strength of yesterday's cigarette was too great. The Crown Prince felt that your Majesty would not be able to bear it. As a result, when Prince Zhang's improved cigarette was produced today, the Crown Prince hurriedly ordered this lowly subordinate to deliver it to retired emperor immediately." At the beginning, Li Yuan was still somewhat annoyed. However, after hearing the imperial bodyguard commander say that the improved cigarette was delivered, his anger turned to joy. "Not bad. At least this fellow has a bit of conscience. Come come come. Eunuch Ling, distribute the cigarettes, one for each person. Accompany us to have a taste. This is the treasure of Mountie. Hearing this, the eyes of Li Yuan's concubines instantly brightened. Chattering, they surrounded Li Yuan. However, there were only 20 or so cigarettes in a box. Li Yuan personally lit a few cigarettes for the concubines, having them take turns smoking. Afterwards, the people at his side did the same. Soon, only 3 cigarettes remained in the box. However, Li Yuan was not afraid. Right now he was the vice principal of Mountie. Anyone could have less of these cigarettes, but could he? The crowd held this novel toy, looking left and right. Immediately, amidst Li Yuan's loud laughter, the crowd coughed one after another. Just as the harem was in a state of chaos, the matter of Zhang Feng's cigarettes slowly spread throughout the imperial palace. Although these things were rare, there were always people who could obtain some from Mountie, especially Niu Jinda and company. At this moment in Taiji Palace, Zhang Sun Wugo was in the middle of discussing something with Princess Chang'e. However, at this moment, a series of rustling sounds and strange smells came from outside the door, causing this dignified empress to instantly become angry. Who is outside? The noise outside immediately stopped. Afterwards, a series of kneeling sounds could be heard. Flustered eunuchs and palace maids hurriedly said, "Empress, no, nothing was done." Zhang Sun Wugo frowned. "Come in and talk to me." As he spoke, he hugged Princess Changping, who was only a few years old, and looked coldly at the people who had just opened the door. As soon as everyone entered, they saw Zhang Sun and Wugo's gloomy and cold expression. They couldn't help but feel apprehensive in their hearts, as they knelt on the ground before the 2 women. "Why were you waiting outside just now? What is this smell? Little Hua, what is that in your hand?" Zhang Sun and Wugo instantly saw the burning white thing that Xiao Hua hid behind him. It seemed to be very similar to the white paper that the emperor brought back. When little Hua heard this, his face turned pale. In reply to the empress, this is a cigarette. Cigarettes? Empress Zhang Sun was a little puzzled. "Bring it up for me to take a look. Wasn't this something similar to incense? Where did this incense come from? Why use such expensive white paper?" Little Hua didn't dare to delay in the slightest. Although Empress Zhang Sun was an easygoing person, once she got angry, it wasn't something that ordinary people could endure. Little Gizi hurriedly handed the cigarette in his trembling hand to Zhang Sun and Wu Go. After observing it closely, Empress Zhang Sun still couldn't understand the use of this thing. Empress Zhang Sun couldn't help but ask curiously, "Where did this thing come from?" "It's from the emperor." Xiao Huazi was so excited that he opened his mouth and gave Empress Zhang Sun a big fright. "What?" "It was given to this servant by the emperor's eunuch, Little Gizi." Hearing this, Zhang Sun and Wu Go let out a deep sigh of relief. "Tell me, where did this thing come from? And why would such expensive white paper be used for this thing?" "Tell me in detail." This empress naturally won't delve into it. "If you dare to lie, this empress will make your skin split open." How could little Hua endure this? In a panic, he spilled out everything. So this thing came from Mountie. The first person Zhang Sun and Wu Go thought of was the guy she saw in the small tavern last time, Zhang Feng. Other than him, no one dared to waste white paper like this. And most importantly, this white paper was made by him. What else wouldn't he do? Little Hua confessed in full detail. Zhang Sun and Wu Go couldn't help but frown. Nonsense. This is simply nonsense. Since when did the palace become so chaotic, because of one thing? "Empress, please forgive me. This humble one. Little Hua and the others turned pale with fright, and repeatedly begged for mercy. Zhang Sun and Wu Go smelled the smoke and threw the burning cigarette to little Hua in disgust. "From now on, in this empress bedroom, you're not allowed to smell this thing. Otherwise, this empress will hold you accountable. You can all leave." "Leave?" As if thinking of something, Zhang Sun and Wu Go asked when they were about to be released. "Where is the emperor now?" Little Hua trembled when he heard this. In the imperial study. Prepare the imperial study. Chapter 813. In the imperial study, Li Shimin was lying on the soft couch with his clothes in a mess. Yu Qigong, Niu Jinda, Cheng Yaojin, and Qin Xiong were sitting on the benches next to him, smoking and bragging. They were talking about the interesting stories of Zhang Feng in the academy. Li Shimin laughed and said, "So Fengzi's research institute is open just like that?" No one knew what Li Shimin was talking about. Niu Jinda couldn't help but ask in confusion. "Your Majesty, what is the research institute you are talking about?" "Haha, you won't understand even if I tell you. But those craftsmen from the western regions came at the right time. Dear Niu, tell me, what reward do you want?" Niu Jinda and the others were not fools. From the emperor's words just now, they could tell that something was amiss. Although they didn't know what the research institute was, when the emperor talked about these people, they instantly thought of something. When Niu Jinda heard this, he put the cigarette in his mouth and stood up. "Your Majesty, if you really want to reward me, why don't you give me Zhang Feng's first batch of firearms?" "No." Cheng Yaojin's eyes turned red. "Your Majesty, there is no room for discussion. You promised me that when this thing came out, it would be in my barracks. Come on, the emperor is talking about the invulnerable shield and spear. When did he say he would give you the guns? Yuchi old second, tell me, am I right?" Yuchi Gong touched his beard and slowly glanced at Niu Jinda. "I seem to have forgotten what it is, but the emperor did talk about it that day in the imperial study. What a joke." The Chang and barracks was now his and Cheng Yaojin's territory. The reason why they were stationed near Shao Mountain was that it was convenient. How could he let the meat that was about to enter his mouth slip away? Although they were brothers, there was no room for discussion on this matter. Li Shimin chuckled as he watched the three of them fight. At this time, he was already a little dizzy. If he hadn't gotten some tea leaves from Zhang Feng and drank them desperately, he might have already been drunk by the smoke. Everyone's faces were flushed red. Li Shimin chuckled and waved his hand to stop them. All right. The thing hasn't been produced yet. What are you guys fighting over? How about we talk about it after the blunderbuss are produced? By the way, Old Black, let me ask you something. Have you seen that Prince Zhenla these days?" Seeing that the emperor had suppressed this matter, although everyone felt indignant, they didn't dare to say anything. As Cheng Yaojin smoked, he thought for a while and said, "That kid has been strolling outside Shao Mountain these days. I don't know what he wants to do. Your Majesty, do you want me to send someone to bring him back to Honglu Temple? Besides, he has been in the Tang dynasty for a long time. Should we send him back?" "No." Li Shimin waved his hand. "At this time, Zhen La's situation is still unclear. If I drive him back now, the cunning King Zhenla may misunderstand that I won't help them. This is not good for the Tang dynasty. Forget it. It seems that he wants to go to Fengzi's academy. Just turn a blind eye and let him in. As for the rest, let Zhang Feng take care of it." "Okay." When Cheng Yaojin heard this, he sat back down resentfully. "Your Majesty is really in a good mood." At this time, Empress Zhangsuan's somewhat angry voice sounded at the door. As the voice sounded, Xiao Gizi helplessly pushed open the door of the imperial study. As soon as the door was pushed open, Zhang Sun and Wu Go were instantly choked by the choking smoke and coughed. Li Shimin and others were shocked. Li Shimin waved his hand to signal them to leave and hurried to greet them. "Maid Guanyin, why didn't you tell me you were coming?" Although it was said to Zhang Sun and Wu Go, how could Xiao Gizi not know that it was a reproach? He hurried to explain. Zhang Sun and Wu Go glared at Li Shimin speechlessly and said, "If I didn't come, second brother would probably set the entire imperial study on fire." Hearing this, Li Shimin glanced at the smoky imperial study and felt a slight headache. "Maid Guanyin, let's talk somewhere else." "Xiao Gizi, let's go to the bedroom." While speaking, Li Shimin followed Zhang Sun and Wu Go. Along the way, Zhang Sun and Wu Go were very annoyed. It was full of the smell of smoke. Even the eunuchs they met along the way smelled like this. It was not that she hated this smell. It was that the smell of this thing was simply too unpleasant. It was uncomfortable. "Your Majesty, this thing smells so bad. Why is it that all I see, smell, and hear along the way is this? What's so good about this thing?" Seeing Empress Zhang Sun grumble, only then did Li Shimin realize something. He smiled faintly and said, "This thing was made by that brat Zhang Feng. You don't say this thing is really magical. Before this, I had to take a nap at noon every day, and I would have a headache every night. But now that I have this thing, I feel 100 times more energetic. Chapter 8:14. Zhang Sun Wugo rolled her eyes at Li Shimin. I don't think this thing should be made. I don't know what Zhang Feng is doing. In my opinion, this thing is a scourge. Look at you. Do you still look like an emperor? As soon as they entered the bedroom, only then did Zhang Sun Wugo help Li Shimin take off his outer robe as he nagged. Li Shimin laughed and hugged Zhang Sun Wugo. Guanyin, you don't know. It's this little thing. You don't know that everyone on Shao Mountain is smoking it now. There's even a rumor that people who don't smoke aren't men. There's also a ballad that says that a person who doesn't smoke isn't a man. There's also a ballad that says that a cigarette before a meal is a celestial being, and a cigarette after a meal is a joyful life. Seeing that Zhang Sun Wugo was about to refute, Li Shimin hurriedly said, Do you still remember Mr. Bo Shi and the others? Zhang Sun Wugo didn't know what to say. She glared at Li Shimin and leaned into his arms. However, in the next moment, Zhang Sun Wugo pushed Li Shimin away in disgust, and covered her nose as she retreated. Li Shimin was amused by Zhang Sun Wugo's seductive behavior and laughed. He sat on the soft couch and said, Since Mr. Bo Shi and Dr. Sun came to Shao Mountain, the pork, which is hated by scholars like them, has become a necessity for their meals. Moreover, in Chang'an City, the restaurant opened by Cheng Qian and the others is selling pork very well. And the people who eat it the most are those Confucians. Don't you think it's funny? Zhang Sun Wugo saw that Li Shimin had changed the topic, so she couldn't continue to hold on to it. Sitting next to Li Shimin, she asked, This boy's pork is good. I don't know how he made it. Did he develop it together with Dr. Sun? This concubine once asked the imperial physicians in the palace, and they said that a lot of Chinese herbs were added to the braised meat. Wrong, this thing was made by Fengzi. If Dr. Sun could make this thing, he would have done it long ago. Li Shimin smacked his lips. He waved his hand and rushed out, shouting at the door, Little Gizi, order Imperial Chef Zhou to quickly bring the braised meat to Zhen. At the mention of braised meat, Li Shimin felt hungry. He said with some admiration, Once the pork was sold, the pigs that I was worried about to be harvested to fight against the plague of locusts all became treasures. Not only did I not suffer a loss, but I also earned a lot of money just like this kid said. Are you talking about the tens of millions of pigs that have troubled you for a long time? Zhang Sun and Wugo were also surprised. But when he thought about it, he couldn't help but be slightly shocked. Did this kid just casually deal with the matter that he had mentioned before the locust outbreak? Could it be that this kid knew about the locust plague from the very beginning? Furthermore, he already knew how to make braised meat. Then second brother, then the beggar's chicken. At the mention of the beggar's chicken, Li Shimin was even more excited. Wasn't Jin having a headache about those things before? Now, with this kid doing this, the shortage of food in the military camp mainly depends on selling these chickens and ducks that no one wants in exchange. Jin just talked about this with Yu Qigong and the others. I didn't expect that they would make a lot of money because of this. Li Shimin praised Zhang Feng from head to toe. In fact, to put it bluntly, he was just looking for an excuse for this cigarette. Although this thing was a bad thing in the eyes of many people, especially women, it seemed that they were not fated with this thing. However, this was all secondary. The most important thing was that Li Shimin also found that this thing was very dependent on it, just like wine. He didn't know whether it was good or bad, but he didn't want to make Empress Zhang Sun unhappy because of this thing. That was why he made a big fuss. How could Zhang Sun Wugo not know that Li Shimin was beating around the bush? After fiercely glaring at Li Shimin, she said, Is second brother looking for an excuse for this cigarette? Although this thing is good, this concubine always feels dizzy from smelling it. I hope second brother takes care of your imperial body. Although this thing is good, there is no need to be like today, right? It's better to smoke less. Save it, save it. Hearing this, Li Shimin was very happy. He took out an exquisite jade box from his bosom, took out a cigarette, and put it in his mouth. Seeing this, Zhang Sun Wugo's face turned completely black. This concubine is not feeling well, and won't accompany your majesty. As she spoke, Zhang Sun Wugo pulled Princess Chang'e and fled from here. Li Shimin stared blankly. Seeing Chang'e's face full of disdain, he doubtfully asked himself, Is this thing really so smelly? On the other side, Cheng Yaojin and company left the imperial study. They did not even sit in the palanquin. Along the way, they enjoyed the beautiful scenery of the imperial palace. With cigarettes in their mouths, they chatted and laughed as they walked out of the palace, swaggering down the streets of Chang'an. Now that Zhang Feng had gone to Mount Shao, there was no need for them to disguise themselves. They only wore ordinary clothes and strolled around the streets. Old Hey, your son's restaurant is up ahead. Aren't you going to invite me to eat a bowl? When the group passed by Ping'an district in the eastern market, Yu Qigong stood motionless. Hearing this, Niu Jindao and Qin Shubao could not help but rub their stomachs. Feigning astonishment, they asked, Old Hey, when did your son know how to do business and open a restaurant? Come. Let's go sit. How could Qing Yaojin say anything? Seeing the restaurant signboard, he could not move. Seeing this, he waved his hand and said, What are you talking about? Could it be that my family's iron bull is not worthy of opening a restaurant? Come. If I don't get you bastards drunk today, I, Qing Yaojin, will write my name backwards. Just like that, the few of them walked into the restaurant while shouting loudly. But as soon as they entered, they couldn't help but step back. Then they rubbed their eyes and stared blankly at the restaurant that was shrouded in smoke and dust. I say, when did Chang'an City have these cigarettes? Old Hey, are you trying to line your own pockets? Chapter 8:15. What did you say? This is the son-in-law's doing? Zhang Mansion. Zhang Shan looked at the box of cigarettes handed to him by the old Xiaocai in surprise. The old Xiaocai stroked his beard and sipped his tea leisurely. He smiled and said, Of course it's him. I don't know what this brat is doing on the mountain. Yu Shernan and the other old guys don't care about him. But this is really good stuff. Fengzi was too busy before and didn't have time. This morning he just remembered and sent me some to give to you. How could Zhang Feng think of his cheap father-in-law? He really just remembered Chang'an University this morning. If Li Chengqian hadn't mentioned it during breakfast, Zhang Feng wouldn't have remembered anything. Now that Li Chengqian mentioned it, he remembered and hurriedly asked the people in Tonghuifang to make a large batch of cigarettes. He sent a big box of cigarettes to Li Gang and the old Xiaocai. While Cheng Chimo was smoking one cigarette after another, Yi Qianqian's eyes lit up. The old Xiaocai was so angry that he picked up the broom and chased Cheng Chimo out. Then the two old men followed Cheng Chimo's example and squatted in the study. After smoking for 2 hours, they realized that the thing that Bosher loved so much was really good stuff. But this time, the old Xiaocai was not happy. He looked at the braised meat and beer on the table while smoking. He sighed and said, Alas! I don't know what this old village chief is doing. If this goes on, Fengzi's ability will be ruined by these scammers. Li Gang waved the white paper in his hand and looked at it. He exhaled a puff of white smoke and said, Old man, this thing is really good stuff. Although this brat has a tendency to be a prodigal, you also know that pigs and chickens and ducks are a big burden to the Tang dynasty now. This brat solved this problem in an instant. This can be considered a matter that will be passed down in the Zhang family for hundreds of generations. When he heard the Zhang family, only then did the old Xiaocai remember Zhang Feng's father-in-law. He took out a big handful from the basket, and then put down half of it with some heartache. Finally, he thought for a while, and then took out a large bamboo tube and put 2 bamboo tubes in it. Only then did he slowly walk out of the academy while smoking. At this moment, Zhang Shan interrupted the old scholar's imagination and asked curiously, This thing, you've tried it before? The old scholar didn't say anything. Instead, he took out a wooden box from his bosom and took out 2 cigarettes, one for each of them. He lit the cigarettes and said, Yes, I have. And you know Dr. Sun and Mr. Bosher, don't you? The few people on the mountain had all gotten their hands on it, and they loved it so much that they couldn't bear to part with it. Hey. I've also heard that anyone who doesn't smoke on the mountain is treated as a monster. They even say, no cigarettes, no alcohol, no hard work, but as long as there are cigarettes, alcohol, and books are common. What kind of nonsense was that? Was this thing really that good? Zhang Shan could not help but look suspiciously at the smoking device. It was like the incense of his ancestors. It was a little strange. But at this moment he couldn't say anything. He could only follow the old Xiaocai and smoke. But the old Xiaocai was more careful and told him over and over again how to smoke without choking his lungs. Slowly, Zhang Shan was surprised to find that this thing was really good. After all, he was a businessman. What happened to paper had already made his heart ache. And that pork and other things. He secretly cursed Zhang Feng for being a wastrel. But after all, they hadn't really become in-laws, so he could only shake his head and sigh. On the one hand, he thought about the benefits of Zhang Feng's actions. Otherwise, he would have vomited blood because of Zhang Feng. But, now that he met the old Xiaocai, Zhang Shan couldn't help but ask with a worried face. Old Xiaocai, I can see that you treat Feng as your own son, right? Hearing this, the old Xiaocai's face became serious. Nonsense. Old man cherishes talent. But as soon as he finished speaking, the old Xiaocai shook his head and sighed again. In fact, in his heart, Zhang Feng had long been treated as his own son. But he also knew that with Zhang Feng's temper, he would definitely be unwilling. But he also didn't want to see Zhang Feng's talent go to waste. But since he met Li Yuan and Li Shimin, he realized that he was overthinking. Zhang Feng's achievements would only be an existence that he could only look up to in the future. After Zhang Feng opened White Deer College on the mountain, the old Xiaocai buried his thoughts in the bottom of his heart. He believed that with these people around, Zhang Feng would generally be fine. But who would have thought that Feng, this silly boy, would give everything to others? In the future, when he got married and started his own business, what else would he pass on to his descendants? When the old Xiaocai thought about this, the vicissitudes of life in his eyes became more obvious. Alas! Old man Zhang, don't make fun of this old man. Right, let's not talk about this anymore. Tomorrow, old man will go up the mountain to ask Feng Zi what he's doing. Don't worry, this old man knows that Feng Zi has a lot of skills. Don't worry, you can take this first. If there's no more, you can send someone to my academy. Or don't you have people in the market square of Mount Shao? Let them find the old village chief. Now Feng Zi has given all this to the old village chief. Zhang Shan smacked his lips. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he swallowed his words. He sighed and said, I'm old. I didn't want to get involved in the affairs of young people. But you know, my daughter seems to have lost her soul after seeing that kid. Go and ask her if there's anything she can do on the mountain. When the time comes, I want to avoid it. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. You've been crying all day. I'm sick of it. The old Xiaocai laughed and said, Shopkeeper Zhang, you're giving this old man a difficult problem. Are you forcing a marriage? Chapter 8:16. Zhang Shan didn't say anything. He just smiled bitterly. The point is that gossip is a fearful thing. It can be said that the entire Chang and knows about the matter between Feng Zi and my Yuyao. If others were to gossip about it, then I wouldn't mind. The key is that my wife and my daughter. Fine. You don't have to say anything. I'll go up the mountain tomorrow and ask around for you, okay? The old scholar hurriedly interrupted Zhang Shan. He was also anxious about this matter, but Zhang Feng was not anxious at all. What could he do? He couldn't just kidnap him, could he? But on second thought, the old scholar couldn't help but have an idea. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten that Feng Zi was always tricked on the mountain. No one would wash his clothes or comb his hair. If someone could take care of him. Hearing this, Zhang Shan's eyes lit up. He slapped his thigh and said, Great! In this way, my daughter won't have to sigh at home every day. Besides, if the two of them stay together for too long, won't. While speaking, Zhang Shan put his thumbs together. Then the two of them couldn't help laughing out loud. Ha, I'll come again tomorrow. If Miss Zhang can go up the mountain, I won't have to worry so much. Good. Yuyao can't wait to go up the mountain. Although she's at home, her thoughts have long flown away. Now I'll have a good life. Then I won't disturb you anymore. While speaking, the old scholar left with a smile on his face. Zhang Shan rubbed his hands and wandered around the living room for a long time. Then he slapped his thigh and said, Servants. Master. The maidservant waiting outside had already heard their conversation. Moreover, they had kept their voices low. At this time, all the servants outside Zhang Shan's living room heard it. Now that they heard Zhang Feng calling again, all of them unconsciously put their ears around the living room. They already knew about Zhang Feng's matter. At this time, all of them couldn't wait for the master to be happy and send them to work in the mountain. Even if it was to pour night incense, it was a job with status. So at this time, the moment Zhang Shan spoke, everyone instantly tensed up. The cleverest maid rushed in as soon as she heard Zhang Shan's shout. Zhang Shan looked at the door, and then looked at the figures on the window paper. How could he not know what these fellows were thinking? She glared at the maidservant and said, "Don't just stand there. This matter has nothing to do with you. Go and call Miss and Madam, Master Zhang." Before Zhang Shan could summon her, Jingshu's clear voice rang out from outside the door. When Zhang Shan heard this, he instantly knew that the news of the old scholar's visit had already reached the ears of the two girls. He could only scold the servant who was eavesdropping on them before allowing them to enter the room. After Mother Zhang entered the living room, Xiao Chui, closed the door. Zhang Shan scanned the crowd, and his gaze finally landed on the half-grown steamed bun who was following Jingshu. He had seen this little girl before. She was as skinny as a match and had a yellowish appearance. However, ever since she started following Jingshu, this little girl really had the makings of a beauty. Zhang Shan could not help but sigh. That brat Zhang Feng had taken advantage of him again. You all know that the old scholar came to our mansion today, right? Then I won't say much. This brat has been fooling around on the mountain during this period. His skills have almost been exposed by those guys. Today the old scholar gave me another gift. Jingshu heard this and said, "Is it a piece of white paper?" "No, you'll know when you see it." Jingshu glanced at the contents of the bamboo tube and sniffed the air. "Is this the cigarette Prince Zhang made?" "Yes." Zhang Shan sighed. "If no one cares about this brat's ability will be gone after you two marry into the family. So, father." Zhang Yuyao blushed. Zhang Shan glared at Zhang Yuyao and said, "Don't you like to hear it? You're not married yet. Do you believe that the old man will reject this marriage right now?" When these words came out, Zhang Yuyao's beautiful face turned pale with fright. Mother Zhang saw this and glared at Zhang Shan. "You shameless old man. Is there anyone who scares their daughter like this? You said that your daughter is your flesh and blood, but I think you're just an ingrate. If you have something to say, just say it. Once this is over, I'll deal with you." Where could they find such a good son-in-law? Even if that brat had lost all his skills, that was still his skills. Just now, this brat had caused enough trouble for them to live freely for the rest of their lives. Moreover, he was now a viscount. Even if he did not do anything for the rest of his life and only ate the imperial rations, he would not be able to finish it even if he had 8 lifetimes. Where could they find such a good son-in-law? They had never seen such a person who drove such a good son-in-law out. If the Zhang family's relatives knew about this, it would be strange if they did not banish Zhang Shan from the family tree. Zhang Shan was just joking, but when he saw that the tigress was bored, he could not help but turn pale with fright. "Don't, old man is just joking. You two and Chui pack up your valuables today. Tomorrow morning, follow the old scholar up the mountain." Chapter 8:17. Zhang Yuyao was stunned. Jingshu felt a little lonely, but she quickly covered it up. After all, she only showed her eyes at this time. No one could tell what she was thinking. She had been alone all her life. Since she became close to Zhang Feng, she naturally tied her hair up and lived in Chang, an university, where Zhang Feng lived and opened a class for girls. At this time, the princesses in the palace, as well as the women of the noble families, were all studying in the female class of Chang, an university. This was all arranged by Zhang Feng. Although she was busy every day, it made her feel very fulfilled. She didn't have to think about how to deal with those bad guys all day. But since she followed Zhang Feng, she was attracted to Zhang Feng. Everything about Zhang Feng was so fatally attractive to her. This was the reason why she had to come to Zhang Mansion every day. Because there was also a woman like her waiting for Zhang Feng's news. Most importantly, many of the servants in Zhang Mansion went to Shao Mountain to help, and Shao Mountain was next to Tonghui Lane. If there was any news, they would know it first. Now, she didn't have to worry too much about the female class. 3 female officials from the palace came, and she had nothing to do. At this time, after knowing that Zhang Yuyao went up the mountain, Jingshu obviously felt a little lonely. But how could all this escape Zhang Shan's eyes? At this time, The Tang dynasty's custom was polygamy. So when he saw Jingshu, he naturally thought of her as Zhang Feng's woman. If this was in modern times, try it. If I didn't beat you to death, it would be your ancestors' blessings. Zhang Shan smiled and lit a cigarette. He looked at Jingshu and said, Miss Jingshu. Master Zhang. Jingshu bowed and said in a cultured and elegant manner. Zhang Shan smiled and said, Why don't you follow Yu Yao up the mountain? Old man knows that there's nothing for the girls to do now. Besides, that kid is always jumping up and down the mountain like a clay figurine. He doesn't even care about etiquette when there are some important guests on the mountain. My Yu Yao is really not as good as you in this aspect. Old Master Zhang, what are you saying? Prince Zhang is. Don't speak for that brat. We're all men. I know. Zhang Shan was speechless. What kind of bewitching potion did this brat feed them? He hadn't even done anything yet, and all of them were already siding with him? Let's not talk about other things. That guy is wild and has a wide network. It's inevitable that he will meet some women. Since both of you are going to be Fengzi's wives, I want you to go to the mountain to accompany him this time, so as to avoid the rumors. When the time is right, you will. Father, aren't you ashamed? Zhang Yuyao couldn't listen anymore and blushed. After all, Zhang Yuyao's mother was experienced. She rolled her eyes and understood what Zhang Shan meant. She pointed her finger at Zhang Yuyao's forehead and said, Good girl, your father is doing this for your own good. That brat is so pretentious. Didn't you hear the servants say that as soon as he went down the mountain, those women would rush to him like flies smelling blood? If you don't keep an eye on him, you too will cry when the time comes. Men should be watched carefully. Do you want to have more than a dozen freeloaders in the family before you get married? Zhang Shan had a headache. He hurriedly interrupted Zhang Yuyao's mother, who was feeding the two girls poisonous chicken soup, and said, In fact, it's not that serious. Now that the brat is on the mountain, there is no one to take care of him. You two go up the mountain. One of you is in charge of external affairs, and give the brat some ideas. Miss Jingshu should work harder. And you are in charge of internal affairs to help him dress up. Don't be like a bumpkin all day long. Yu Yao, remember this. Men should pay attention to their appearances. You should pay attention to the way he dresses every day. If you clean him up, you will be proud, right? But father. At this moment, Zhang Yuyao's face was as red as a kind of fruit produced in Qinling. But, how can you go up the mountain like this? After all, Zhang Yuyao's mother stared at the stammering Zhang Yuyao and said, Wicked girl, if you wait any longer, you want to see other women go up the mountain first, right? Hurry up and keep an eye on that brat. Don't let him attract other women outside. Zhang Shan had no choice but to drive Zhang Yuyao and the others out while Zhang Yuyao's mother was nagging. As soon as the two women went out, they looked at each other and instantly blushed even more. Sister Jingshu, if we go up the mountain like this, then, what will the people on the mountain think of us? It's really embarrassing. How would Jingshu know? Now she was excited and looking forward to it, but she was also a little conflicted. She was not like Zhang Yuyao. Zhang Yuyao was the mistress of the house the moment she married into the family. What about her? Zhang Yuyao was officially married, but she was with a sigh. Jingshu could only hug Zhang Yuyao, who was in a panic, and said, Good sister, don't worry. Let's go up the mountain tomorrow. Don't you look forward to going up the mountain every day? Who said that? Let's go and see what we need to prepare. Didn't you make a set of clothes for Prince Zhang? Don't forget. The two women chattered for a while. Zhang Yuyao was excited again. She counted with her fingers what she needed to bring one by one. But she didn't notice that her personal maid had already taken the steamed buns to Zhang Mansion to show off. Chapter 818. Chang'an City, the residence of the 16th prince. In the Yuqi mansion. At noon, Yuqi Gong was lying on a soft couch. His snoring could be heard from afar. Yuqi Gong's wife and family members turned a blind eye to it. It was as if they were already used to it. However, today many of the Yuqi manor's servants, officials, family generals and others were staring at the entrance of the manor from time to time. They seemed to be waiting for some big shot. She's here. Madam, she's here. At this moment, one of the guards rushed into the mansion with a cheer. Madam Yuqi's eyes lit up when she heard that. Where is she? As she said that, Madame Yuchi glared at the snoring Yuchi Gong. Go and wake that dead man up. She's already here, and he's still in the mood to sleep? The guard was a little scared when he heard that. Who would dare to go forward when Yuchi Gong was sleeping? They would be beaten to death. However, they didn't dare to refuse the woman's order. They could only glare at the new soldier. In the end, the new soldier shrunk his neck and stammered to Yuchi Gong's side. When they woke Yuchi Gong up, he fell asleep. When he woke Yuchi Gong up, Yuchi Gong wiped the saliva off his face and knocked him out. Dead man, you can really sleep? She's already here, and you're still sleeping? Why don't you sleep like a log? Madame Yuchi glared at Yuchi Gong. When Yuchi Gong heard that, he instantly woke up from his dazed state. He waved his hand and had someone drag the new soldier away. He wiped the saliva off his mouth and hurried to the door. Where is she? Where is she? She's at the door. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go and take a look. As he spoke, Yuchi Gong led his family to the door. However, when they walked out of the back courtyard, they saw a young woman in a white cloak. She was dressed in the style of a Jiangnan woman, and was slowly walking into the mansion. The woman's appearance was similar to Yuchi Gong's, but she only had eyes and a nose. She had big eyes and a sharp nose, but she wasn't as burly as Yuchi Gong. Although she was still taller than the guard at the side, one could tell from the ribbon tied around her waist that this woman was truly a peerless beauty. Her red lips were glistening, just like the delicate woman in Jiangnan after the rain, making people feel pity for her. Good girl, I haven't seen you in so many years. You've become even more beautiful. Madame Yuchi's eyes narrowed into crescents when she saw this. She grabbed the woman's hand that was as white as snow. Honor greets sister-in-law. It's been so many years since we last met, sister-in-law, and you're still so beautiful. Honor almost thought I was dreaming of the first time I saw sister-in-law 10 years ago. Madame Yuchi was overjoyed when she heard this. Little sister, what are you talking about? We're all one family, so let's not talk about these things. How have you been in Jiangnan these years? Yuchi Gong had a side relative. After the Tang dynasty was established, Li Yuan dispersed the family power of all the officials in order to disperse the power in the court. As for Yuchi Gong's side branch, they naturally chose the wealthy Jiangnan generation. After not seeing each other for a few years, if Yuchi Gong hadn't joked with Zhang Feng about having a girl, he would have forgotten about this cousin. Afterwards, he returned to discuss Zhang Feng's marriage with his wife. The two hit it off and quickly sent a letter to Yuchi Gong's uncle. This girl was a side branch of Yuchi Gong's great-grandfather, Yuchi Meng. She was also the only daughter of Yuchi Gong's paternal uncle, Yuchi Meng. These years, their development in Jiangnan could be considered quite effective, even more so than Yuchi Gong's branch. However, although their lives were good, they were unable to enter the world. Last year, Yuchi Gong had received a letter from his paternal uncle, Yuchi Meng, who wanted to find a marriage for Yuchi Meng's only daughter. Thinking about it this way, Yuchi Gong couldn't help but feel that Zhang Feng was full of merits. Although he had an engagement, as a man, which man didn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Moreover, this kid had saved the emperor's favor and called him brother. In the future, when a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs will ascend to the heavens. This was a small matter. His Yuchi clan would also be able to benefit from this. Who told him to have many sons, but most of them were disappointing. Although he rarely interacted with Yuchi Meng, he didn't know if this cousin of his was still as thin as a stick of firewood after not seeing her for a few years. But seeing her today, Yuchi Gong almost cried out in surprise. He had seen at least 800 if not 1,000 women. Among them, he had seen blonde-haired and blue-eyed Hu people, as well as those smelly extraterrestrials. But seeing her now, Yuchi Gong's heart instantly blossomed. This was great. When Yuchi Lan'er arrived, it would be strange if that kid didn't fall under her pomegranate skirt. Yuchi Lan'er wasn't as cold and aloof as Jingshu, nor was she like Zhang Yuyao, a pretty girl from a humble family. Instead, she had the fatal charm of a Hu person. She was charming and had a graceful and noble temperament. No one could compare to her in this aspect. While Yuchi Gong was stroking his beard and smiling foolishly, the group had already entered the drawing room. Only then did Yuchi Lan'er bow slightly. Lan'er greets cousin. It's been many years, but cousin is still so valiant. Chapter 8:19. Ha ha ha, my good sister. You are the one who gave me a big surprise. Come come come, sit sit sit. Yuchi-lan blinked her eyes, smiled, and nodded her head gently. After everyone had taken their seats, Yuchi-gong waved his hand and said, Servants, is the banquet ready? Master, it's ready. Hearing that, Yuchi-gong stood up and said, Sister Lan, you must be tired from the journey. Let's go. I have prepared a welcome banquet for you. Shall we talk while we eat? In fact, Yuchi-lan had known that they were coming to Chang'an. Although Yuchi-lan didn't care about it. She had her own dream. But when she heard that it was Zhang Feng, Yuchi-lan couldn't sit still. Zhang Feng's general toast had caused a sensation among the scholars and beauties in Jiangnan. All the girls were obsessed with Zhang Feng's poems. As long as one of Zhang Feng's poems was spread to Jiangnan, it would cause a great fight. Yuchi-lan wasn't that crazy, but she had already given her heart to him. After knowing that they were coming to Chang'an from her father, Yuchi-lan couldn't care less. After knowing that Zhang Feng was engaged to the first beauty in Chang, and Miss Jingshu, how could she stay calm? The three of them sat down. Yuchi-lan asked, Madam, why didn't I see my nephews? They went to the mountain a long time ago. Although she had guessed it, Yuchi-lan was still shocked. I heard that the crown prince and the others. Shoo! Before Yuchi-lan could finish, Yuchi-gong stopped talking. There are some things that you just need to know. Also, did your father tell you about what happened here? Yuchi-lan didn't know that Yuchi-gong would be so serious about this. She nodded and said with a serious face, I know. That's good. Come, let's eat. You haven't eaten these things before, right? They are all good. As he spoke, Yuchi-gong pointed at the braised meat on the table, the beggar's chicken, and all the dishes Zhang Feng had made. Only then did Yuchi-lan lower her head to look. A few moments later, Yuchi-lan covered her mouth and chuckled. Cousin, did you forget something? Yesterday's drumming in Chang, and was heard in Jiangnan during the lantern season? Yuchi-gong heard this. Although he knew nothing about these things, he could still understand the meaning behind it. It seemed that the table of delicacies that he had carefully prepared had already been eaten. He smiled embarrassedly and said, I didn't expect this. I thought I could give you a surprise. Forget it, when you go up the mountain, that kid knows a lot of things. I'll ask him to cook for you. Cousin. Yuchi-lan covered her mouth and giggled. When Madame Yuchi saw that the topic had been led to this point, she waved her hand and said, Someone, go and bring the jug of wine that master hid. Woman, you were the one who hid it, okay? I was wondering where my jug of wine had gone. If I don't hide, how are you going to entertain Lan today? Come Lan, let's eat. Ignore him. Madame Yuchi poured wine for Yuchi-lan and asked, Lan, if sister-in-law remembers correctly, you're already 18 years old this year, right? This was the first time Yuchi-lan had seen this kind of wine that was as clear as water, yet fragrant and sweet. She was a little surprised, but when she heard Madame Yuchi's question, she smiled faintly and said, Madame Yuchi really has a good memory. When Madame Yuchi heard this, she smiled and glanced at Yuchi-lan's chest that was twice as big as a normal person's. She nodded in satisfaction. Come come come, let's drink. This is something that only our residence has for now. It's hard to say whether the other public houses and the imperial palace have it or not. You don't know, but this wine was also made by that kid Zhang Feng. But, didn't you say that the beer was made by him? This. Sigh. How long ago was that? When we go up the mountain tomorrow, I'll teach you a good lesson about that silly kid Zhang Feng. Come come come, let's eat first. We'll talk after dinner. That kid knows things that you can't even imagine. This time, I'll tell you this much, but there's one thing that depends on you. Although that kid is only a viscount now, he's still the chancellor of White Deer College. But I can guarantee with my head that the number of ladies who have their eyes on that kid can line up from here all the way to Mount Shao. Yuchi-lan still believed in this point. However, at this moment, she had a better understanding of Zhang Feng's talent and knowledge. She couldn't help but be more eager to see what kind of person Zhang Feng was. Report. At this moment, someone rushed into the living room and whispered something in Yuchi-gong's ear. Yuchi-gong's expression changed abruptly. Oh no. Hearing this, Yuchi-lan and Madame Yuchi turned pale with fright. What's the matter? What happened? After Yuqigong waved his hand to dismiss the person who came, he said in a serious tone, "Do you still remember that kid's confidant? And his fiancée? Now these two girls have become sisters. Tomorrow the old scholar from Chang and university actually asked them to go up the mountain to take care of Zhang Feng's daily life." Madame Yuqi became anxious when she heard this. She grabbed Yuqi Laner's hand and said, "Come, let's go up the mountain now." Chapter 820. Shiva was miserable. He walked around the foot of Shao Mountain for a long time, but still didn't get permission to go up the mountain. However, Shiva didn't get tired of it. He would wait here for a long time every day. When he was hungry, he would ask the passers-by to buy some food for him. When he was sleepy, he built a straw shed on the spot and asked someone to buy some things for him to stay in. Although it was a little bitter, seeing the endless stream of people going up the mountain every day and listening to them talk about the rumors on the mountain made him very happy. Shiva was even more eager to go up the mountain. The fatal attraction of Zhang Feng made Shiva forget his identity as Prince Xinla. Before, he thought that Prince Xinla was a high and mighty existence. However, after meeting Zhang Feng, he suddenly felt that Prince Xinla was nothing. Even his father, the emperor, couldn't be compared to him. Of course, he didn't dare to say these words in front of others. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to keep his legs when he went back. However, he didn't care anymore. As long as he could go up the mountain, he wouldn't go back to Xinla. Go back to your second uncle. He wouldn't go back. It was because Zhang Feng had come up with another good thing after the white paper and the braised beggar's chicken. After spending a lot of money to get a cigarette from Old He, Shiva was completely lost. At this time, after waiting for the people in line to enter the market to go in, Shiva tidied up his clothes and even clutched the gold leaf that he had prepared. He planned to bribe the guards to let him go up the mountain. "Oh, isn't this the little prince of Xinla? Why do you want to try again today?" Ha! Amidst the guards joking, Shiva used the unfamiliar Han etiquette to salute and say, "Officers, this one is truly an old acquaintance of Principal Zhang. I'll have to trouble you to pass on the message. Can this be considered as a gift for the officers?" The guard glanced at the bulging money bag in Shiva's hand before withdrawing his eyes. He then looked at Shiva and said with a smile on his face, "You don't look like a troublemaker. Since you're so sincere and have become familiar with us these days, I'll let you in. However, if you dare to make trouble on the mountain and make things difficult for us, I'll break your legs even if you're King La. Not to mention your Prince La." Shiva looked at the guards as if he was dreaming. It had been 7 days. They all said the same thing. However, these people refused to let him in. They said that this was the secret place of the Tang dynasty, and that non-Han people were not allowed to enter. However, a few days ago, he saw a group of people from the western region enter with his own eyes. Although those people were handcuffed and shackled, they all went in except for him. He even brought the clearance documents and even had people from the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Personnel to verify the clearance. However, he still couldn't go in. But now, he could go in? Shiva couldn't help but be overjoyed. He stuffed the money bag in his hand to the guard. However, the guard glared at him and waved the modeo in his hand. "What are you doing? What do you think we Tangs are? Keep your money bag. If you go up the mountain and the dean really takes you in, you should keep this bag of money. It might not be enough to cover your expenses." Shiva didn't understand what he meant. However, he still thanked him and entered Shao Mountain. He was neither a businessman nor a student, so naturally he couldn't enter. However, he had long been looking forward to the market at the foot of Shao Mountain. In Chang'an, he had already seen through the pressure of the 2 big markets. On the other hand, although this was a mountain, there were more people and businessmen at the foot of the mountain than in Chang'an City. How could he not be excited? The guards were stationed at the entrance of Shao Mountain. If one wanted to go up Shao Mountain, they had to walk on this mountain path that was only 3 feet wide. On both sides of the mountain path, there were straight cliffs like door gods. After walking for about a mile, Shiva's eyes suddenly opened up. Waves of noise continuously entered Shiva's ears. Fresh fruits. The beer just arrived. "Brother, do you want to try it? This is brewed by our dean himself. It only costs 1 copper coin. 1 copper coin. The fragrant glutinous rice wine, the dean's favorite glutinous rice wine. Come, all of you come and try it. It's free if it doesn't taste good." Shiva looked around as he walked. It was as strange as a wild child in the mountains entering the city. The market was very big. On both sides of a mountain path with no end in sight, there were houses built with red bricks that Shiva had never seen before. There were also some houses built with wood and bamboo. The ground was made with an unknown material that was as hard as stone. There were also smooth stones of different colors inlaid on the ground. It looked very beautiful. On this road, although there were many peddlers, no one dared to spit or throw away rubbish. Even if there were a few leaves, someone would take the initiative to pick them up. This made Shiva even more curious. Most importantly, everyone here had a cigarette in their hands. They held it in their mouths and walked with their heads held high. Those who didn't have cigarettes lowered their heads and hurried past. This made Shiva even more curious. He pulled over a merchant and curiously asked, "Brother, why do these people all have cigarettes in their mouths? Why do those who don't have cigarettes have their heads lowered?" The barbarian merchant first looked at the man who was dressed similarly to him, as if he was a monster. After a while he said strangely, "Kid, give me a cigarette. Let me tell you, where does Shiva have a cigarette?" He hurriedly took out a golden leaf from his money pouch. The barbarian merchant looked around like a thief before putting the leaf into his sleeve, as if nothing had happened. "Kid, on Shao Mountain, if you don't smoke, you're not a man. Do you understand? Those who don't have cigarettes don't deserve to stay on Shao Mountain. Brother, let me give you a piece of advice. There's a shop in front of the food factory that specializes in selling cigarettes. Go buy a box. Otherwise, if you stay too long, you'll drown in the spit." Chapter 8:21. There's such a rule? Shiva was shocked and quickly asked again, "Brother, who set this rule? When I met the dean, he didn't seem like such a person." When the barbarian heard that this dumb kid knew Zhang Feng, he couldn't help but be shocked. After looking Shiva up and down, he said in disbelief, "You know the dean? We all know the dean. A few days ago, Lao Tzu and I even talked to the dean. So what? This rule wasn't set by the dean. It was set by everyone here. Also, don't ever throw trash on the ground. If someone sees it," Shiva hurriedly asked, "what will happen?" The barbarian laughed evilly. "You'll have to use your tongue to lick the entire floor before you stop." Shiva was shocked. "What kind of rule is this?" "This isn't a rule." The barbarian pointed at the ground and said, "Do you know what this is? This is the cement that the dean spent a lot of effort to create. It's also called concrete. It's for the convenience of us. They didn't even have it on the mountain, but they made it for us first. What is this? If we don't follow the rules, not to mention the people on the mountain, even the merchants here will beat those who don't follow the rules to death." This Shiva was completely shocked. He had seen Zhang Feng's charm. But what was this? Zhang Feng didn't say a word. These people were so crazy to follow the rules, and even set their own rules to restrict them. No wonder the people here were like this. This was the kind of bearing a man should have. Shiva's eyes shone with a fiery light. After thanking the merchant, he trembled as he walked towards the entrance of the sect. The barbarian smacked his lips and glanced at Shiva. He touched the golden leaf in his embroidered robe and laughed. "Another dumb rich man. Do you think it's so easy to climb this mountain?" The people in the market were very law-abiding. In the past, they still needed people to maintain law and order. However, since Zhang Feng built 2 commercial streets for the people here, the people who used to maintain law and order here had long disappeared. Don't ask why. Where was this place? This is a mountain. Who dared to disobey the rules here? How could this place tolerate him? The only reason he didn't kill him was because of the dean's magnanimity. After bidding farewell to the barbarian merchant, Shiva wandered around the market. He first went to the entrance of the food factory and spent 10 copper coins to buy 10 cigarettes. Only then did he have an idea of what to do. Looking at the winding cement road that led to the top of the mountain, as well as the 30 feet wide mountain gate that was built between the food factory and another mountain valley, he couldn't help but feel even more shocked. The mountain gate was very casual. 2 huge rocks that were about 5 zhang tall had been peeled off from the mountain and leaned against each other. They were then reinforced with bricks and cement to make the mountain gate. Above the mountain gate, there were two huge rocks. On one side of the mountain gate, there were the words frowning coldly facing thousands of fingers on the other side. On the other side, there was the words bowing head willing to serve children. And at the place where the two huge rocks intersected, there was a lifelike stone carving of a white deer. Below the carving were the words White Deer College. The mountain gate looked as if it had been formed naturally. The moment one saw the mountain gate, they could feel its extraordinariness and loftiness. There was a long queue at the gate that had been waiting for a long time. There was a small house at the mountain gate with a sign written on a piece of white paper that said White Deer College. In the surroundings of this house, there was a group of burly men or men with incomplete bodies. Their eagle-like eyes scanned the bodies of these people back and forth. All of you who are lining up to go up the mountain, listen up. Those who are carrying sharp weapons, those who have bad intentions, and those who can't find out where you live, get lost immediately. If I find out that you're acting strangely, I'll treat you to a cup of tea in the barracks next door. The group of youths who were about to go up the mountain trembled all over when they heard this. Go to the military camp for tea? Who would dare to go? Even if they went, they wouldn't be able to return alive. Shiva kept nodding his head as he watched and listened. After 2 hours, it was finally Shiva's turn. Shiva hurriedly handed over the token. Shiva? Are you for real? Not a Han? The man who was missing an ear and had a scar on his face glanced at Shiva's token, and a cold look flashed across his face. Kid, scram immediately for Lao Tzu. How dare you go up the mountain as an outsider? If you dare to pester me again, I'll chop you up. Didn't you see that it's clearly written here? Other than Han people, no one is allowed to go up the mountain. Shiva's expression changed when he heard this. At this moment, the guard who had asked Shiva to go up the mountain had unknowingly appeared behind Shiva. He patted Shiva's shoulder and said, Old son, this is the order of the higher-ups. Let him in. The higher-ups? These people all belong to Nyojinda, and only Nyojinda dared to order an alien to come up the mountain. The scar-faced man couldn't help but put his fingerprint on Shiva's letter of introduction, and threw it to Shiva. Next, Shiva thanked the guard profusely before he happily went up the mountain gate. Standing at the mountain gate, Shiva raised his head and looked at the faintly discernible buildings that were under construction. His heartbeat quickened. White Deer College, I Shiva am here. Chapter 8:22. Zhang Feng was too lazy to be idle these 2 days. He spent the whole day in the forging workshop, tinkering with something. This made Cheng Chumo and the others arrogant. Especially since Cheng Chumo got Zhang Feng's sunglasses, he had a cigarette in his mouth all day, and returned to the appearance of the 4 great devils in Chang'an. Sitting on a sliding pole, he patrolled the construction site. At this time, Cheng Chumo just finished patrolling the construction site, and sat down on the recliner. Instantly, the recliner made an unpleasant groan. It seemed that the recliner would fall apart in the next moment. Li Chengqian, who was reading a new textbook, was shocked. Tainyo, get up. If you break this thing, Fengzi will kill you when he comes back. And the thing on your eyes, give it to me. The first sentence. Li Chengqian was still talking about business. But after hearing the last sentence, Cheng Chumo couldn't help but put his sunglasses back into his pocket. No. No matter what you say, I won't give it to you. Seeing this, Li Chengqian looked around and glared. I asked you to give it to me. Hearing this, Cheng Chumo reluctantly handed the sunglasses to Li Chengqian and muttered, You only know how to use your identity to oppress people. What's wrong with me oppressing you? You don't agree? I agree. Cheng Chumo hurriedly begged for mercy. This pair of sunglasses was made by Zhang Feng when he was at the foot of the mountain. But ever since he went up the mountain, he didn't know if Zhang Feng had forgotten about it or not, but he hadn't used it. Cheng Chumo had a bad idea. All of them knew about this. But Zhang Feng was always there, so they couldn't fight for it. They could only stare at Cheng Chumo with jealousy. Tainyo, don't do this all day. If my father goes up the mountain and you meet him, you can wait to go home and lie down for a month. Li Chengqian warned Cheng Chumo. Cheng Chumo was shocked when he heard this. He hurriedly got up and asked, Master Li, have you been up the mountain? No, but it should be here soon. This thing should be used by Master Li and old Master Li now, so you better take it easy on us. Otherwise, We'll beat you to death when the time comes and you're implicated by us." While smoking, Zhang Suncheng shook his legs and said. At this moment, Cheng Chimo heaved a deep sigh of relief. He took a puff of his cigarette and said, "I thought they would come. It's good that they didn't come. Anyway, Sunglasses is now in Li Gan's hands. He'll be the one getting beaten up first." Sunglasses? At this moment, Zhang Feng and Gao Can entered the living room. Before they entered the door, they heard the Sunglasses and couldn't help but ask in surprise. But in the next moment, when he saw what was in Li Gan's eyes, Zhang Feng was so angry that he blew his beard and glared at Li Gan. "Well, Li Gan, when did you learn to steal things?" Li Chengqian didn't know that Zhang Feng had returned at this time. He hurriedly took off his sunglasses and pointed at Cheng Chimo. "It's him. I was just about to come over. This guy stole it." Zhang Feng heard this and looked at everyone. At this time, Wei Shiyu, Niu Jindao's son Niu Jianhu, and the others pointed at Cheng Chimo. Even the Yuchi brothers who had always been on his side betrayed Cheng Chimo. Cheng Chimo couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. "Fengzi, listen to me. This matter is really not what you think. Let me ask you. I heard that someone has been sitting on a pole all day these 2 days, wearing sunglasses and patrolling the construction site. Don't tell me it's you?" Zhang Feng stared at Cheng Chimo and asked. Cheng Chimo's expression froze. "Which bastard is it that's barking everywhere?" Cheng Chimo's eyes flickered as he defended himself. "Fengzi, don't believe in rumors. These are all rumors. Lao Tzu, no, when did I do this?" Zhang Feng rolled his eyes. "Don't try to quibble. This is what Mr. Bosher said. Is there anything wrong with that? Although Mr. Bosher didn't name anyone, it's undoubtedly you." Cheng Chimo still wanted to quibble, but Zhang Feng had already said it. What else could he say? Go and beat up Mr. Bosher? He really dared to. Even before his fist landed, his father would dare to chop him up with a knife. Cheng Chimo couldn't help but cower. Zhang Feng was so angry that he wanted to punch someone. This kind of atmosphere couldn't be encouraged. Otherwise, when everyone followed the trend, what would happen on the mountain? That's enough. From now on, no palanquins are allowed on the mountain. Unless you're too sick to walk, or you're as old as Mr. Bosher, no one is allowed to sit on it. I'll leave this matter to Li Gan. If anyone dares to sit on it, he'll be sent down the mountain to slaughter pigs. Cheng Chimo knew that Zhang Feng didn't say anything and instantly beamed with joy. However, Zhang Feng's next sentence made him fall to the bottom of the valley. "It seems like you've been too strong recently. Alright, I've already arranged for someone to inform old Niu. Tomorrow, you'll go to the military camp at the foot of the mountain. I heard that General Qing Yaojin is doing some military training I mentioned before. You'll go and train for a month, or you can go home directly." Cheng Chimo's expression changed drastically when he heard this. He had been to his father's military camp. Zhang Feng had created those perverted toys that tortured the experts to the point of wanting to die. It was known as the torture in the military camp that was more painful than being in the water prison. How could he go? Wasn't this asking him to go? Cheng Chimo couldn't help but grab Zhang Feng and burst into tears. "Fengzi, we're brothers. Why do you have to make things difficult for me?" Chapter 823. When Niu Jianhu and the others heard this, they couldn't help but turn pale with fright. Yuchi Baolin and his brother didn't say anything. They just stood behind Cheng Chimo and didn't say anything. "Well, Fengzi, not everyone can enter this military camp. Let this guy go. If he goes in, he will definitely lose a layer of skin." Li Chengqian hurried to persuade Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng waved his hand, but Cheng Chimo wouldn't let go no matter what. He even hugged Zhang Feng's legs so tight that Zhang Feng could only roll his eyes. "Let go of me." "No, if you don't agree, I won't let go." "Hey, damn it, are you going to let go of Lao Tzu or not?" "No, unless you don't let me go down the mountain." "Motherf asterisk cur, my leg is going to break because of you." Zhang Feng struggled and shouted in pain. Li Chengqian saw Zhang Feng's face turn red and turn pale with fright. He hurried forward and pulled Cheng Chimo away with the 2 Yuchi brothers. Zhang Feng lay on the recliner. Wei Shiyu and Zhang Sun rushed forward and quickly massaged Zhang Feng's legs. Zhang Feng took a breath and said, "I heard from old Niu that this is Lord Zhangsuan's order. The emperor knows about the military studies in our academy. Laoli is really too much. He actually told the emperor about such an important thing. Now the emperor is interested and wants to see the results. That's why he ordered old Nyo to pass a message to me. He asked me to ask someone with good conditions here to drive it. If you don't go, do you want me to go? Chung Chimo heard this and pointed outside the door. You go. You made this thing. If you don't go, who will? Zhang Feng rolled his eyes. Bastard, didn't you want to join the army? To put it bluntly, this is something that I, Lao Tzu, specially made for you. Either you follow Li Gan and do Dabing's example, and memorize the multiplication and division table within half a month, or you can scram down the mountain. Custom made for them? When Cheng Chimo, Wei Shiyu, Nyojian, Hu and Yuchi heard this, their eyes instantly lit up. However, when they thought of the miserable state of the army camp, they couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Iron Bull, do you miss the heavy cavalry? Do you want to be the first to get an impenetrable shield and armor? Big Idiot Bug, do you too still want the special weapons that I've prepared for you? And, Dean, I want it. Without waiting for Zhang Feng to finish speaking, Gao Qian excitedly grabbed Zhang Feng's shoulder. It was so painful that Zhang Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. His hands desperately hit the thing that was clamping his neck. After a while, Zhang Feng finally reacted. He glared at Gao Qian and said, Damn it, Lao Tzu will set another rule. From now on, if anyone dares to touch Lao Tzu will make sure that they won't be able to learn what they want to learn for the rest of their lives. Gao Qian was shocked when he heard this and hurriedly knelt down. However, when he thought of Zhang Feng's previous rule, 2 streams of tears flowed out of his eyes. When Zhang Feng saw this, his heart softened. Go. If you want that thing, go with Iron Bull. When you come back every night, Lao Tzu will teach you more advanced things. When everyone heard this, they could not help but widen their eyes. Zhang Feng was actually going to impart private training. Everyone knew that Zhang Feng's book on the art of war and the training method were only half of it. This kid was unwilling to take out anything more precious. Now he was going to impart them to Cheng Chimo? Yuchi Baolin and his brother hurriedly said, Fengzi, I want to go. I'm not afraid of hardships. I'll go. I'll go too. Fengzi, I'll go. Me, I'll go. At this moment, Wei Shiyu and the others' eyes almost popped out. They were all fighting to be the last. Only then did Cheng Chimo realize it. He was about to hug Wei Shiyu's leg again, but Wei Shiyu and Zhang Sun each sent him flying with a kick. Fengzi, I didn't say I'm not going. Cheng Chimo wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Zhang Feng looked at everyone with satisfaction and said, Don't worry. Gao Qian, Iron Bull, Niu Xiaohu and Yu Lin, the 3 of you go first. Otherwise, if everyone else leaves, we can't stay on this mountain. Hearing this, the few people who were named by Zhang Feng cheered, but Wei Shiyu and the others were regretting it. Go, get out of here now. When Zhang Feng saw that these people had gone crazy, he hurriedly threw them out. After they ran away while wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves, Zhang Feng then sneakily took out a wooden box from his bosom and threw one to each of them. Come, I have a lot of this. One for each of you. Here. Everyone opened the box curiously and saw that there were brand new sunglasses lying inside. They could not help but be excited. But why would Wei Shiyu and the others care about this? They hurriedly asked, Fengzi, the custom-made weapons you mentioned. Hearing this, Wei Shiyu and the others almost hugged Zhang Feng and kissed him. Seeing this, Zhang Feng hurriedly begged for mercy. Everyone has one. I'll give you a surprise during the new year. Don't worry now. This thing can't be made in a short period of time. When I have time, I'll tailor it for you, okay? At this moment, Cheng Chimo returned and said, Oh no, Fengzi, the fool you tricked before is here again. He's here to cause trouble. Chapter 824. When Zhang Feng heard this, he was a little confused. What? When did Lao Tzu cheat people? Zhang Feng really couldn't remember this. As he asked curiously, he got up and walked out of the door. Cheng Chimo blocked Zhang Feng and said, Isn't it that person called Chiwa? Have you forgotten? When Li Chengqian heard this, he couldn't help but think of Shiwa's appearance. He asked with a strange face, Why did that kid go up the mountain? How did he go up the mountain? Cheng Chimo shrugged. He heard that Uncle Nio told him to go up the mountain. Hearing this, Li Chengqian suddenly understood, and looked at Zhang Feng with a strange expression. Although Zhang Feng didn't know about this mountain, it had already become a forbidden area in the imperial court. Without the approval of several generals, Li Chengqian's guards, and the Jinwu guards or special certificates, no one could enter, let alone outsiders. Outsiders were either merchants with a clear background or slaves. No one else was allowed to enter. After Zhang Feng encountered the immortal bomb, Li Shimin was furious and set up an unwritten rule. Whoever barged in would be killed. No matter who it was. Even Li Chengqian would be beheaded if he dared to barge in without permission. Moreover, this Shiwa was cheated badly by Zhang Feng before. Why did he come up the mountain this time? Didn't he hear that he came to the Tang dynasty to ask for help last time? He had already asked for help, but he still didn't leave? What was he thinking? Could it be that he really came to ask Fengzi for compensation for his previous losses? This dignified crown prince shouldn't be so poor, right? Li Chengqian also couldn't guess this kid's thoughts. He couldn't help but look at the puzzled Zhang Feng and ask, "Do you want me to go out and drive this kid down the mountain?" Zhang Feng heard this and said, "Drive what away? I also know now. It's that little rich man Jinla. Now that he knows we are short of money, he is here to give us money. Why do you want to drive him away? Go, go, go. Invite him in." Zhang Feng really did remember this kid. But when he thought of the last time, Zhang Feng's heart became hot again. Good timing. Whatever he said would come. He was just short of money, and now it came? Before Zhang Feng could finish his fantasies. Under the guidance of Cheng Chimo, the purple-robed Shiva walked into Zhang Feng's small living room. Upon entering, Shiva first looked at the simple furnishings in the room, then looked at Li Chengqian and the others. Only then did he respectfully bow and say, "Shiva greets Dean Zhang Feng." "Ha ha ha, so it's you. Come, 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 don't stand on ceremony. Seat of honor, seat of honor. Tainyo, serve the tea." Cheng Chimo pointed at his nose and walked out of the room gloomily. Gaoqin and Yuchi Baolin had run away. Now, how did the matter of the psychic find him? However, being depressed was one thing. But when he saw that someone was going to be in trouble, Cheng Chimo became excited. At this time, Li Chengqian and the others were sitting still in the room. They looked straight ahead and smoked their cigarettes. Originally, Zhang Feng wanted to greet them and introduce them to each other. But when he saw that they were all acting cool, he was too lazy to do so. Glancing at Shiva's bulging money bag, Zhang Feng smiled even more happily. "Why are you here from so far away? I heard that Jinla is in big trouble now, is that right? What's going on? Is it serious?" Shiva's face turned bitter when he heard that. That was one of the reasons why he was here. "Brother Zhang Feng, you don't know. I don't know what's wrong with that D***M in India. They mobilized an army of 300,000 to invade Jinla. To be honest, Jinla is suffering." Zhang Feng heard that and nodded. "That's right. That D***M in India. If I had an army of 100,000, no 50,000 people, I would definitely lead them to fight for you. But I'm just a weak scholar." Weak scholar? Li Chengqian and the others were so embarrassed that they almost died of cancer. "Are you worthy?" Shiva became even more agitated when he heard that. "Brother Zhang, these words of yours are enough. I came to the great Tang precisely to seek the assistance of His Majesty, the wise and mighty emperor." Shiva glanced at Li Chengqian as he spoke. Li Chengqian pretended not to see it. Shiva continued, "But 10 days have passed, and I still haven't seen any response from the Tang dynasty. I'm worried that if this drags on, Jinla will be destroyed. Brother Zhang, you have a lot of ideas. Can you give Jinla a way out?" As he spoke, Shiva hurriedly placed the money pouch with the golden leaves on the tea table beside Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng glanced at it and pretended to be angry. "What are you doing? Take it back. We're brothers. We should help each other." When Shiva heard this, he really thought that Zhang Feng was incorruptible, so he pretended to take back the money bag. However, before he could grab the money bag, Zhang Feng said, "But seeing how sincere you are, I'll kindly accept it." Li Chengqian wanted to beat him up. Niu Jianhu and Yuchi Baoqi had never seen this side of Zhang Feng. In the past, he had always heard about how awesome Zhang Feng was, but now, what was this? Wasn't this a F*** King Street thug? Was this still the legendary awesome Zhang Feng? Chapter 825. Shiva was confused by Zhang Feng's action. But when he saw Zhang Feng accept it, he was relieved. There was a way to solve Zhen La's problem. Sure enough, after Zhang Feng received the money, Shiva hurriedly asked, "Brother Zhang, then tell me, how can I, Zhenla, resist this army of 300,000? There's no need to resist." Zhang Feng waved his hand. "Oh." Shiva was surprised and hurriedly asked, "Brother Zhang, what good plan do you have? If you can solve my problem, I'll definitely give you a big gift." After thinking for a while, Shiva gritted his teeth and said, "We're willing to give you all the profits from our trade with the Tang dynasty for half a year." Hiss. Hearing this, Li Chengqian couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Half a year's profits? Although the price was very low now, Li Chengqian knew that each trade was worth tens of thousands of taels of gold. Wouldn't that be 60,000 taels of gold in half a year? Damn it! Didn't he already give a solution? This was a huge scam. Li Chengqian wanted to slap himself. Du Go, Wei Shuyu and the others looked as if they had eaten shit. 60,000 taels of gold. CK his uncle. They were scammed by this kid just like that. They already knew that Shiva was blocked outside. If they knew that this kid was so generous, how could they let him go? Zhang Feng glanced at them, and didn't even bother to look at them. Instead, it was Shiva who looked at them with surprise. Among these people, he had only seen Li Chengqian before. Although he was surprised that Li Chengqian was here, Shiva wasn't an idiot. Since Li Chengqian didn't say anything, it wouldn't be good if he did. Seeing that Zhang Feng didn't say anything, Shiva said worriedly, "Brother Zhang, this is the most I can do. Can you take pity on me, Zhenla, and help us? If you like the jade and jewelry from last time, I'll give you 10 carts on your wedding day. How about that?" Puff. Li Chengqian and the others rubbed their chests tightly and desperately resisted the urge to vomit blood. 10 carts, oh my god! Scammer, you big scammer. They couldn't help but curse Zhang Feng in their hearts. They were even wondering how much they should take from Zhang Feng when the time came. When Zhang Feng heard that, he sighed and said, "We're all brothers, what are you saying this for?" Alright, since we're brothers, I'll tell you now." Shiva immediately sat up straight. Zhang Feng coughed and lit a cigarette. Then he gave one to Zhang Feng. However, Zhang Feng's fingers were trembling. "If my guess is correct, 200,000 of these 300,000 soldiers are Turks. You don't know, but I heard from the returning merchants in Shao Mountain Market that the Turks had mobilized 200,000 people, but in the end, the whereabouts of these 200,000 people were unknown. Then there was internal strife in Tubo, and then there was riots in India. Think about it, both Tubo, India, and Tubo were affected by the locusts, and they mobilized 300,000 people? If their stomachs weren't full, why would they mobilize so many people?" When Shiva heard that, he couldn't help but frown and think for a while. Then he nodded. Zhang Feng took a puff of his cigarette, crossed his legs and said, "Let's talk about other things. You're Prince Zhenla, so you should have countless spies in the country, right? You should know the actual number of soldiers in India, and you should also know about this disaster. Why did he suddenly put pressure on Zhenla? But how long has it been, and he's still slowly nibbling away at the border? If he really had 300,000 soldiers, he would only need 5 days to destroy you. But think about it, why didn't he do that?" When Shiva heard that, his face turned pale. Zhang Feng was right. That was really the case. Shiva couldn't help but ask again, "Brother Zhang, what does India mean? So you're saying that 200,000 of these 300,000 people are Turks?" Zhang Feng nodded. He took out a piece of white paper, then took out a bamboo stick, burned it in the oil lamp, and drew a map on the paper. "Look, this is your Zhenla. On the top is the Tang dynasty. Who's on the left?" "On the left is Tubo. Now that there's internal strife in Tubo, and your Zhenla encountered this problem, the Turks mobilized their troops again. But the Tang dynasty's Longyudao is fine now. Why is that?" Shiva stared at the map and fell into deep thought. Li Chengqian and the others finally couldn't pretend anymore. They also came forward. Zhang Feng waved his hand and asked everyone to come closer. Then he poked the bamboo stick in his hand on the 2 words Tang dynasty, and said, "It's because they don't know who the Tang dynasty is helping. So they don't dare to start a full-scale war. That's why I said you don't have to worry. With the Tang dynasty around, India really doesn't dare to make a move. Now, who doesn't know that Junla is under the protection of the Tang dynasty? If they dare to make a move, they have to consider the revenge of the Tang dynasty. And to be honest, the Tang dynasty has already mobilized their army. The Tang dynasty has already mobilized? Why didn't I know? Shiva was completely stunned by Zhang Feng's words. He hurriedly asked, Brother Zhang, this is a serious matter. Please don't joke about it. Chapter 826. As long as the Tang dynasty was delayed, Junla would suffer for another day. Although Zhang Feng was right, the Indian army did not launch an all-out attack, but no one dared to be careless with a knife on their head. Zhang Feng saw that Shiva did not believe him, so he did not say anything. Instead, he continued to smoke. Shiva was anxious. How could Shiva, who had been taught a lesson before, not know what Zhang Feng wanted to do? He gritted his teeth and searched his chest for a long time before he took out an amber pendant. He handed it to Zhang Feng with a pained expression. Brother Zhang, this was my mother's favorite when she was alive. I hope you will accept it. Accept it? A relic from her mother. Zhang Feng's face darkened. He said with certainty, Shiva, who do you think I am? This is your mother's relic. Where is this? This is the academy. I, Zhang Feng, hate those who do not follow the rules of filial piety. How dare you give away your mother's relic to someone else? Someone send the guest out. Zai, can you be a human? Li Chengqian could not stand it anymore. He slapped himself on the face and walked out of the living room in pain. Du Go and the others were watching with great interest. Shiva was shocked. He was almost scared to tears by Zhang Feng. He quickly put away the pendant. After some persuasion, Zhang Feng calmed down and said, If you have something to say, just say it. Don't give me precious things. I, Zhang Feng, am not worthy of it. Alright, let's talk about this. Otherwise, you won't be able to eat or sleep well. As far as I know, 10 days ago, the palace issued 10 secret orders, ordering the soldiers of the prefectures and prefectures along the way to Chiotsi City. This is the reason why the Indian army of 300,000 didn't dare to move. Chiotsi City? Shiva was stunned. He did not understand. Zhang Feng saw that Shiva was about to ask an idiotic question again. He quickly waved his hand and said, The Tang dynasty has a strategy called besieging Wei to save Zhao. Do you know about it? Shiva shook his head in confusion. Zhang Feng was a little annoyed, his toes almost digging a big hole in the floor. He pointed at Du Go and said, De Bing, you tell him. Du Go calmly lit a cigarette and slowly said, Actually, this matter is very simple. Regardless of whether those 300,000 people are Turkic or not, there is no way to investigate this matter now, and there is no need to investigate it. Tubo also came to the Tang dynasty for help before. So the emperor pondered and felt that there was something fishy about this matter. If we send reinforcements, what will happen to the Turks? In the end, it was Fengzi who came up with a plan to send troops to Chiotsi City. According to the map, Chiotsi City can enter the Turks, reach India in one day, and reach Tuyuhan and Tubo in one day. In this way, under the three-pronged attack, no matter what tricks they have, they won't dare to act rashly. Do you think that under the watch of the elites of the Tang dynasty, India will dare to abandon the capital and force their way into Jinla? Finally, Shiva's face slowly became agitated. At this time, he finally understood why those Indians, who clearly had such a big advantage, only lingered at the border. They didn't know the movements of the Tang dynasty's army, but waiting like this was not the way to go. He hurriedly asked, Then this is not the way to go either. Why didn't the warriors of the Tang dynasty attack India directly? You think too much. Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, You just have to remember that at this time, you should do what you should do in Jinla and pretend that nothing happened. Your country must have spies all over. If you act as if nothing happened, then the war at the border will collapse by itself. Is this even possible? Shiva was stunned, but he didn't know whether Zhang Feng was right or not. However, since Zhang Feng said so, Shiva only needed to write a letter to know whether Zhang Feng was right or not. But in these 10 days, if the 100,000 Indian troops at the border of Jinla wanted to attack, they would have attacked long ago. Why would they wait until now? Now it seemed that what Zhang Feng said was true. And this person just said that this was all Brother Zhang's plan? Could it be that Brother Zhang also studied this military aspect? A touch of excitement flashed in Shiva's eyes. Brother Zhang, if this is true, I as your brother, will repay you generously. Zhang Feng waved his hand and said nothing. This time, he would just treat it as doing a good deed. However, when he thought of the country's total foreign trade income for half a year, Zhang Feng almost laughed out loud. Okay, we're all brothers. As brothers, that's enough. Okay, if there's nothing else, you should go back and have a look. But the green thing you brought last time, I really like it. Shiva heard this and patted his chest. If Brother Zhang likes it, I'll send someone back to Jinla tomorrow and bring you a cart. A cart. Dugo also felt a little suffocated. In less than half an hour, Yi Zichen had arrived. Zhang Feng, this scammer, how many good things had he taken from them? This was too much. This was simply 2F** king rich. Zhang Feng didn't have any expression on his face. After all, he was thick-skinned and was naturally immune to everything. Then I'll thank Brother Shiva first. But, seeing that Zhang Feng was about to slip away, Shiva hurriedly said, Brother Zhang, I still have a request. Chapter 827. Zhang Feng's eyes flashed with vigilance. But he still sat down and warmly invited Shiva to sit down. Then he asked with a smile, Brother, tell me, if there's anything I can help you with, I'll do my best to help you. Really? Do you think that our Zhang Feng is the kind of person who takes money? No, who doesn't keep his word? Shiva hurriedly asked, I want to study at the academy on the mountain, I wonder. You. What did you say? Say it again? Zhang Feng felt that he didn't hear clearly and asked in surprise. Shiva stupidly said, I want to study under you, brother. Wait a moment. We need to discuss this matter. Li Chengqian suddenly rushed in and interrupted Shiva with a serious face. He said, You should know the laws of the Tang dynasty. No academy can accept outsiders under any pretext. I wonder if Prince Shiva knows about this? Shiva was shocked when he heard that. His face instantly turned ugly. He really didn't know about this. Zhang Feng didn't expect this either. But thinking about it carefully, there really wasn't such a rule during the Tang dynasty's Jingguan era. It was only during Wu Zetian's era that this kind of thing seemed to be slowly accepted. Shiva also knew that this matter was a little difficult. He could only give a fist salute and walk out of the wooden house. His main purpose of coming here was to learn everything about the Tang dynasty and then benefit Jinla. If he didn't even learn anything from Zhang Feng, then he was unwilling to accept this. Shiva was actually an ambitious person, but at this moment, once the door was closed, Li Chengqian looked at Zhang Feng with a serious face and asked, Fengzi, you have to think about what I said just now. If you blindly accept him, then there will be people from the Supreme Court inviting you for tea tomorrow. Although Li Chengqian knew that Shiva must have his father's permission to go up the mountain in front of everyone, he didn't give any specific advice on how to do it. Obviously, he wanted to let Zhang Feng make the decision himself. Zhang Feng asked curiously, Then is there any way to overcome this legal system? Zhang Feng didn't really care if he took the Shiva or not. However, when he thought about the treasures of the level 10 car, and the profits he could make in half a year, he was envious. Who asked him to be so poor that he didn't even have food to eat? Zhang Feng's question really stumped Li Chengqian. He hurriedly asked, Dating, you're more familiar with these things. Think about it, and see if you have any ideas? There is a way, but it all depends on whether this Crown Prince Siwa is willing or not. Dugo stroked the small mustache on his chin and frowned. Merchants can stay on the mountain, but there are also slaves. If this Shiwa is willing to be Fengzi's slave and come to the mountain as a slave, then that's fine. But it's not like you don't know that slaves aren't qualified to enter the school. Li Chengqian interrupted Dugo. Dugo glanced at Zhang Feng and said, Who said so? Look at Fengzi. Now everyone in the academy can study in the academy. Does this rule work on him? Look at how many slaves there are in the academy now. As he spoke, Dugo took out a thick register from Zhang Feng's bookcase with a cigarette in his mouth. He patted it and said, Up until now there are 2,003 people in the academy. More than half of them are slaves. What do you think? Li Chengqian was stunned. So many? Although he didn't know if this was the right thing to do, but Yu Shinan and the others hadn't seen this register yet. He didn't dare to say anything. Li Chengqian couldn't help but look at Zhang Feng and asked, "Have you asked Mr. Bosher and the others about this?" "Why should I ask them? This academy is mine. I can do whatever I want. As for asking them, besides, what's wrong with slaves? Don't tell me that slaves aren't people in your eyes? Don't forget that you are also merchants. Besides, I remember that there was a precedent of slaves becoming grand scholars. Besides, look at all the Confucians in the world. How many of them were born poor?" Hearing this, Li Chengqian really didn't have anything to say. However, he still felt that this matter was too hasty. "I feel that we should at least discuss this matter with Mr. Bosher and the others. Otherwise, if those Confucians come to cause trouble, even if the imperial palace doesn't want to interfere, they can't do anything about it. At that time, White Deer Academy will become the target of public criticism." Zhang Feng hadn't thought of this point. He remembered that when he told the old elementary scholar about this matter, the old elementary scholar didn't say anything. Although he couldn't see through the old elementary scholar, many people seemed to know that the old elementary scholar was a great Confucian scholar. If he didn't say anything, what could Mr. Bosher and the others say? Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel frustrated. All right, go ask Mr. Bosher. I'll wait here. It's so annoying." When Li Chengqian heard this, he hurriedly walked out of the small wooden house. Once he was out, he ignored Shiva and hurriedly ran in the direction of the waterfall. Shiva, who was bowing to the air, froze in midair. After Li Chengqian left, a trace of loneliness flashed across Shiva's eyes. Chapter 828. Yu Shinan was very excited these days. But he also had a headache. Facing the reprimands from countless Confucian scholars, Zhang Feng's letter, and the fact that this kid was not doing his job. He was tinkering with something in the forging workshop all day long. Finally, the matter of the white paper was settled. They didn't see him again. They drank tea, looked at the waterfall in the distance, recited poems, and touched the white paper with a smile. From time to time, they even dipped it in their mouths. Then, they let out a satisfied sigh of admiration. It was as if the white paper was very fragrant. At this moment, in front of the bamboo house, Li Chengqian's voice slowly sounded, and they couldn't help but feel a little surprised. "Student Li Chengqian greets the gentleman." Li Chengqian still paid attention to etiquette. When there was no one around, he had the image of an elegant young master. Yu Shinan and the others nodded in satisfaction. "Get up, sit." Li Chengqian didn't stand on ceremony. After sitting down, Yu Shinan asked again, "Looking at your face, did that kid cause some trouble again?" Li Chengqian's face twitched. He wanted to say something, but now he couldn't say anything at all. He hurriedly said, "What are you saying?" Nothing happened to Fengzi, but, seeing that Li Chengqian was hemming and hawing, Ouyangsun glanced at him. He knocked on the small stove and said, "If you have something to say, just say it. Don't hem and haw." He was just short of saying, "You are the crown prince, you have to pay attention to your royal appearance." Li Chengqian also understood the meaning of their words. He couldn't help but touch his nose and said, "Just now the crown prince of Zhenla, Shiva, went up the mountain." "Oh, isn't it just a little crown prince?" Ouyangsun was about to say something, but seemed to have thought of something. He looked up at Li Chengqian in surprise and said, "Don't tell old man that the crown prince also knows Zhang Feng?" Hearing this, Sun Simiao, Chu Suiliang, and the others also looked up in surprise and stared at Li Chengqian. As far as he knew, one of them was a slacker in the marketplace who had just left his home and wanted to start a business, while the other was a prince from another clan. How could the two of them have crossed paths? Li Chengqian also recounted the strange experience of the two to everyone in detail. Involuntarily, the faces of Ouyangsun and the others were incomparably colorful. So this brat is actually a big swindler? I can't be deceived. Of all the things this kid can do, he just has to do it. Alright, no one is perfect. Don't be so harsh on him. After all, this kid is also very good. Sun Simiao hurriedly stood up to smooth things over. Only then did they stop criticizing Zhang Feng. Sun Simiao then asked, "Then this time, did Shiwa come up the mountain because of Zhenla being surrounded?" If it's really just for this, it's fine. Li Chengqian said with a wry smile. This kid has been wandering around Chang'an City for 10 days. During these 10 days, he did nothing but check all the things that Fengzi made. He even squatted at the foot of the mountain for a long time. This time, he could come up the mountain probably because of my father's idea. And as soon as he came up the mountain, he wanted to enter the academy to study. Bam! Hearing this, the small spoon in Ouyang Sun's hand shook and fell on the teapot. In an instant, the delicate handle of the teapot was instantly smashed. You said, he wants to enter the academy to study? Finally, Ouyang Sun and the others reacted. The next moment, they could not help but ask in unison in horror. That kid said so? Did he agree? After asking 2 questions in a row, Li Chengqian could not help but say in his heart, as expected. This was not only against the rules, but also against the laws of the great Tang. Su Rian had said that Zhang Feng had broken the rules, but the concept that those who were not of the same race were bound to have different hearts still did not allow them to do anything that exceeded common sense. In their view, if an outsider wanted to learn the information of the Han people, what was the difference between that and stealing? At this time, what they were most concerned about was whether Zhang Feng had agreed. Once this kid agreed, then, you said it all. Did that bastard Zhang Feng agree? Ouyang Xiu did not have time to care about the teapot that had accompanied him for 10 years, and asked hurriedly. This was related to their reputation. If this brat really agreed, then all of their reputations would be ruined here. On the contrary, Li Chengqian was extremely calm. Seeing that they were anxious, he said, Gentlemen, don't be anxious. This matter has been temporarily suppressed by me, and I'm waiting for you to discuss it. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go, let's go. Hearing this, Ouyang Sun hurriedly got up and walked out with his hands behind his back. Seeing this, Yu Shinan and the others hurriedly put away the paper in their hands and followed closely behind Ouyang Sun. Seeing this, Li Chengqian heaved a deep sigh of relief. I don't know what father is thinking. What should we do now? Li Chengqian sighed and helped Ouyang Sun turn off the fire in the stove. Then he hurriedly followed the others. At the same time, at the gate of Yisan Pastry Shop in Chang'an's Tonghui Lane, the old scholar drove a carriage that belonged to Chang'an University, carrying Jingshu, and slowly appeared at the gate of Zhang Mansion. Behind this carriage was a carriage with a shed and 3 handcarts full of goods. At the gate of Zhang Mansion, the maid Xiao Chui, who had been waiting for a long time, hurriedly waved her small hands. Miss, we're here. Let's go, let's go. Following Xiao Chui's call. In the next moment, from the side gate of Zhang Mansion, 7 or 8 carriages came out one after another, carrying large and small boxes, bedding, porcelain, calligraphy, and other things. When the old scholar's carriage stopped, they appeared at the gate of Zhang Mansion. Obviously, they had been waiting for a long time. In the carriage, Jingshu lifted the curtain and took a look. She called Zhang Yuyao and the 2 girls got into the same carriage. The old scholar had retired gloriously. He threw the reins to the servant of Zhang Mansion and got into a carriage himself. Then he waved his hand and said, Let's go to Shao Mountain. Chapter 829. On the mountain. As soon as Yu Shinan and the others entered Zhang Feng's living room, they didn't care about the fatally attractive cigarettes anymore. As soon as they sat down, they asked, Kid, is that person outside the door the Crown Prince of Zhenla? Yes, it's him, but now. Hearing this, Ouyang Sun slammed the table and said lightly, I don't care what business you have, but old man won't allow him to go up the mountain. Zhang Feng's eyes almost popped out. What's wrong with that? Isn't he just a student? He's not a slave or a merchant, he's a proper prince. If we reject him, it'll damage our academy's reputation. Zhang Feng argued. What a joke, with him, Shiva, there wouldn't be anyone on the mountain. It was just an extra pair of chopsticks. The most important thing was that if he could teach him, he would have an inexhaustible little treasury. How could Zhang Feng bear to let this little treasury slip away under his nose? Besides, the other party had already agreed to so many things. If he were to reject them now, wouldn't it mean that everything he said before would be in vain? Wasn't this a joke? Lao Tzu worked for nothing and had to fork out money to play with them? When Lao Tzu ran out of money, wouldn't they just leave? Respected teachers. There's a saying in Confucius and Mencius. There's no distinction between nobility and lowliness, and there's no distinction between learning. Old Man Kong even said that there's no discrimination in education. I've already mentioned this before. Moreover, Li Yuan from White Deer College simply followed Old Man Kong's teachings. I don't know what wrong I've done, but I hope that respected teachers can enlighten me. Ouyang Sun was choked by Zhang Feng, and was speechless for a long time. His face was flushed red, obviously angered by Zhang Feng. When Yu Shinan saw this, he quickly patted Ouyang Sun's shoulder and said, "Kid, what you said is right. However, I think you should know what this distinctionless education means. Then let me ask you, do you understand that those who are not of our race have different intentions? It's your business to pass on the knowledge in your head to the students you teach. After all, it's a benefit to the Tang dynasty. We're happy to help you. But now, it's obviously impossible for you to pass it on to outsiders. If you say this in 10 or 20 years, the old man won't even care about you. I believe that even if you don't say it, the emperor will issue such a decree. But not now. Look at your academy." Yu Shinan pointed at the door and said with a serious face, "The academy hasn't even opened yet, and you've already brought in an outsider. What do you think the others in the academy will think? What will happen to the people watching this place? Do you want to bear the crime of betraying the clan?" Zhang Feng's eyelids twitched. How could this have anything to do with betraying the clan? Do you really think that I, Zhang Feng, have never seen the world? This time, Prince Zhenla is here. I don't know what he's here for. He's just here to be a minister. If all the ministers are so stingy, it's really hard for them to be successful. Zhang Feng also understood their thoughts. However, if they were all so selfish, how could the Tang dynasty flourish? Respected teachers, I feel that you're exaggerating a little. Actually, this matter isn't as serious as you've described it to be. Is this not serious? Ouyang Sun's hot temper rose again. He stood up with a swoosh and stared at Zhang Feng. However, Zhang Feng ignored him and said, "Trust me, teacher. Calm down first. Can you let me say 1, 2, 3, and then you can think about it? Trust me. Calm down first. Let's see what this guy has to say. How about it?" Yu Shinan and Sun Simiao hurriedly tried to persuade him as well. A moment later, Ouyang Sun angrily said, "If you want to say it, then say it quickly." Hearing this, Zhang Feng said, "In fact, you should have seen that the Tang dynasty is getting stronger day by day. Previously, countries as strong as the Turks can only play tricks to test the Tang dynasty. And this little one feels that this sort of probing will continue for a very, very long time. Even Tibet has submitted to become a vassal of my great Tang. So what of the surrounding small countries? For example, Goguryeo, Shirwei Hui, and so on. For example, it's like a bandit's nest. Does the bandit leader only care about his own pleasure and not? Forget it. I'll change the metaphor." Zhang Feng shrunk his neck under Ouyang Sun's murderous gaze, and hurriedly changed the topic. Take a wolf pack for example. The strength of a wolf pack does not represent the strength of the entire wolf pack. The strength of a wolf pack depends on how the wolf king distributes the food equally. If the wolf king in the wolf pack only cares about itself, then the wolves around it will become fewer and fewer. In the end, it will be the only one left fighting alone. At that time, even if it sees a bountiful prey, no matter how good the hunting opportunity is, it will only sigh. Although the Tang dynasty is strong now, it is still only temporary. The people who rely on the Tang dynasty all hope to be sheltered and learn something. Then, when they become stronger, the Tang dynasty will get more rewards. In this way, a huge net of interests will be formed. Then, who can defeat the Tang dynasty? Chapter 830. Zhang Feng's mouth flew up and down, and Ouyang Sun was really confused. Sometimes he frowned and thought deeply, and sometimes he gasped. Anyway, he felt that something was wrong. Yu Shinan and the others were the same at this time, but they were slightly better than Ouyang Sun. They could feel that Zhang Feng's mouth could even bring the dead back to life. Li Chengqian, who was standing at the door, was deeply shocked at this time. He felt that what Zhang Feng said now was reasonable, but in the end he couldn't help but exclaim, "Fengzi, you are talking about the way to govern a country?" As soon as Li Chengqian's voice sounded, Ouyang Sun was instantly shocked and understood. Fengzi, is what he said true? Zhang Feng nodded. You can say that, but these things are all universal. So, Mr. Xian Ben, do you think what I said is right? Ouyang Sun's face couldn't help but become serious. National policy, this is national policy. How does this kid know so much? Ouyang Sun couldn't help but anxiously walk around in the room, with his hands behind his back. After a while he asked, Fengzi, I old man ask you this thing other than here, who else have you told? Zhang Feng was stunned. What did you say? The national policy you just mentioned? I told you here, and Lao Li and the others also know about it. The matter of the drought in Longyu Road. Li Chengqian interrupted Zhang Feng and said, Mr. Xian Ben, let me say this. This matter was nothing in their eyes, but in the eyes of these pedantic people, it was the crime of deceiving the emperor. Other than the emperor, who could talk about national policy, the common people were forbidden to talk about court politics. Although Zhang Feng was considered an idle person at this time, if this spread out, it would be terrible. Therefore Li Chengqian felt that it would be best to use their identities to speak to these pedantic old fogies. When Li Chengqian saw that they didn't speak, he said, I'm sure you all know about the matter of Longyu Dao. Although His Majesty has indeed implemented the strategy against the Turks and Tibetans, you may not know that this was calculated by Fengzi long before His Majesty came up with a plan. And at that time, I only knew about it from my father and uncles. Yu Shernan added, That's right, this kid is not simple. The beer you drink and the fine salt you eat are all made by this kid. Do you believe me? An old man also clarified one more thing. Sun Simiao said with a smile. The bone-strengthening powder, the insecticide powder that smokes the locusts, and the nourishing porridge on the mountain are all made by this guy. Don't say that I made them. I really can't afford to take the blame. Ouyang Sun almost couldn't breathe and fainted. Although he had always heard Yu Shernan talk about this, to be honest, he didn't believe it at all. But now that he heard Zhang Feng talk about national policy again, he was so shocked. After hearing it from others, this kid actually didn't refute. It seemed that these things were all made by this kid. Ouyang Sun quickly gasped for breath, suppressed the shock in his heart, and asked, Kid, what else haven't you done? I have so many things that I haven't done. I'm really afraid that I'll send you away if I say it all at once. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng cupped his hands and said, Not for the time being. What I want to do most now is to make White Deer College the world's White Deer College. What I said today will be taught in the college in the future. And these things are all in the books I wrote. I know that all of you think that I'm crazy, but I must tell you that I'm not crazy. All of you know just how many people there are in the great Tang who can read and write. What can these people do? Now the Tang dynasty's scholars are gradually rising rapidly, and the number of businessmen coming to the Tang dynasty is gradually increasing. If this goes on, how many people in the Tang dynasty will be able to do business in the long run? How can we maintain the reputation of the Tang dynasty? Do you want others to laugh at the Tang dynasty and say that everyone in the Tang dynasty is a country bumpkin who can't even read a word? Then if that's the case, won't my great Tang really be laughed at by others, and we won't be able to follow Confucius's admonition? If that's the case, what's the difference between us and those who deceive their masters and destroy their ancestors? They didn't think much of it before. But at this time, when Zhang Feng said this, Yu Shernan and the others suddenly changed their expressions and stood up with a swoosh. Seeing this, Zhang Feng quickly said, Kid, you're doing this for the benefit of the Tang dynasty. Think about it. Why did I spend so much effort and energy to open the college at all costs? Isn't it all for the Tang dynasty? Once the Tang dynasty becomes powerful, who will dare to bully, humiliate, beat, and scold me? But a powerful and famous clan needs to be built up piece by piece. Just like the college outside, if there is no foundation stone, how can a tall building rise from the ground? Chapter 831. Zhang Feng's poisonous chicken soup. It directly poisoned everyone present. However, Zhang Feng still did not give up. If he did not persuade these people at this time and make them feel comfortable, he would have to do it. In the future, these people would have to stand up from time to time and pull him back. Zhang Feng could not help but say again, Actually, I didn't want to do all this. You don't know, but Li Gan knows. I was originally staying in my small tavern, and idling away my days peacefully. But it's all because of that Lao Li. He urged me to become an official all day long. I didn't become an official. Later on, listen to what he said. I need to take the imperial examinations. Only the imperial examinations can lead to an official career. I Zhangfeng am so handsome, so cute, so resourceful. Even Zhuge Kongming has to call me master. Why would I need these things? This is nothing. I'll take the examinations. I heard from Lao Li that the emperor said that it was just a formality. But this Lao Li is trying to persuade me to open an academy. This? If it's opened, then so be it. Just as I was about to show off my skills, this? Why are there so many obstructions? Zhang Feng had not been so happy to show off in a long time. While beating down Bitterwater, he also scolded the few of them. Moreover, he didn't even use a single vulgar word. How could these people be a match for Zhang Feng? Compared to the people of this era, the people of this era did not know how to lie. It could be said that they had not learned how to lie in a roundabout way like Zhang Feng. Therefore, Zhang Feng succeeded at this time. He successfully forced his poisonous chicken soup of the 21st century down their throats. He successfully made the four great Confucians drunk. At this time, Zhang Feng seemed to be a little unsatisfied. He once again told them about the improvements and the innovative idea of the great harmony of the world. Involuntarily, these people instantly entered a state of confusion and could not extricate themselves. However, when Zhang Feng led the topic to Shiva in a roundabout way, Yu Shernan and the others came to their senses. That's not right. Kid, don't try to bewitch us. By the way, what do you mean by the great harmony of the world? Stop quarreling. Old man wants to know what the great harmony of the world means. Ouyang Sun waved his hand and shouted loudly, causing everyone to quieten down. He looked at Zhang Feng with an expression that seemed to say that if Zhang Feng didn't explain himself, he wouldn't let this matter rest. Zhang Feng didn't expect that the old man would still be able to understand the crux of the matter. He could not help sighing and said, the so-called great harmony of the world means, for example, now you want to eat a kind of food from the Western region, such as the fruit of the Western region. This is basically impossible now. But if I tell you that you only need to tell me, there will be dozens of exquisite specialties of the Western region in front of you in an instant. And it won't cost much. Will you believe it? For example, now you are in Chang'an City. If you want to eat food from all over the world, there will be people delivering it to you in an instant. Even if you want to travel around the world, you can basically go to the place you want to go. This is the great harmony of the world. To put it in layman's terms, the great harmony of the world is the Tang dynasty. It has become a situation where everyone knows that when they see a Tang, they will make way for you with great respect and let you pass. This is the great harmony of the world. In fact, Zhang Feng did not say it correctly. To be honest, he really did not know what the great harmony of the world was. He could only give a general idea. Anyway, the general idea was enough. These people could not understand. Sure enough, Zhang Feng's words once again made Ouyang Sun fall into a long contemplation for a long time. Yu Shernan took a deep breath and said with a strange look, boy, in the end, you just want to say that you want to accept Xihua? Well, more or less. Only by letting more people understand the culture and language of the Tang dynasty, the influence of the Tang dynasty will be more far-reaching. This is a way to have the best of both worlds. Although what you see now is that they have secretly learned the things of the Tang dynasty, their roots are still in our hands. Think about it. 10 years later, all the vassal states around the Tang dynasty will be proud of the Tang dynasty's language, culture, customs, and clothes. Do you think they have secretly learned from us, or what? Silence. Dead silence. Everyone understood. He said a lot. This was the most important part of this sentence. It was just that they could not imagine a bearded Kunlun slave speaking fluent Guanzhong language and wearing the clothes of the Tang dynasty. What was this? What was this? Zhang Feng was right. The goal of these people in their lives was to maximize the spread of what they had learned, so that their ideas could spread. And to what extent did they achieve in hundreds of years? Although Zhang Feng's approach seemed a little exaggerated, if it was really so, wouldn't it be at this time? The happiest and most excited person was Li Chengqian. His eyes were full of stars as he looked at Zhang Feng. With a voice that only he could hear, he kept repeating this sentence. Mine, mine, it's all mine. Chapter 832. Although the old man doesn't know what you want to do, the old man wants to see what you'll do in 3 years. Sun Simiao touched his beard and lit a cigarette with trembling hands. He took a puff and said with a smile, I know why you asked me to come up the mountain. It's not about the pig, nor is it about this pot of nutritious porridge. You want me to teach you my medical skills on the mountain, right? Hearing this, Zhang Feng was about to say something. Sun Simiao quickly stopped him. Don't say anything. If you continue, I'll be so excited that I'll sell myself. You're very bad. Let me say it. Sun Simiao sighed. With his hands behind his back and a cigarette in his mouth, he looked at the group of old fellows who were in deep thought and said, Actually, your medical book is somewhat against common sense. Even if I study it in my lifetime, I won't be able to comprehend it in a short time. So, when you gave me the medical book, you already had a plan, right? Zhang Feng saw that his plan was seen through and laughed shamelessly. I didn't expect that even this couldn't escape Dr. Sun's eyes. I'm too stupid. You're very cunning. Sun Simiao scolded angrily. The old man has always been upright, but he has been led astray by you. From not having a good appetite to not being able to drink and smoke. If you leave now, the old man won't be able to eat anything else. Forget it, you don't have to ask the old man. I'll stay, but you must remember one thing. As long as I need it, no matter what you're doing, you must teach me, such as experimenting on mice. Zhang Feng saw this and almost hugged Sun Simiao and kissed him. Okay, as long as you need it, even if it's growing flesh and bones, I can teach it to you. When will you stop bragging? Maybe you'll be a first-class official by now. Sun Simiao was speechless and stared at Zhang Feng. He naturally didn't believe in growing flesh and bones. How could there be such a magical thing in this world? Alright, let's talk about the kid outside first. After Sun Simiao walked around twice, he looked at Li Chengqian and said, You mean to say that your father agreed to this matter? After Li Chengqian nodded, Sun Simiao lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Then he patted Yu Shernan and the others on the shoulder and said, Old friends, the matter of whether we accept Shiva or not has already been decided. The few of them were stunned upon hearing this. Sun Simiao repeated, Li Gan's father. Sun Simiao emphasized the word father, and then continued. If he didn't agree, would the Li family servants at the foot of the mountain let him go up the mountain? You guys are also digging your own horns. Hearing this, they all nodded. Only then did he come to a realization. In his haste, he had neglected such an important matter. Without the emperor's permission, not to mention this kid, even one of them would not be able to go up the mountain from the side of the Chang and military camp. This was all arranged by the emperor. He wanted to see if Zhang Feng would accept it or not. Thinking of this, the few of them sighed deeply. Rubbing their aching foreheads, they gathered together to discuss for a while. Yu Shernan said, Fengzi, since this matter is decided by you, old man and the others won't say anything. But what you just said, Li Gan, after this matter. Wait for me to finish recording it in a book and keep it in the academy's library. Li Chengqian was dumbfounded. Why was it always him? Zhang Feng had said so much, how could he remember? But since Yu Shernan had spoken, he really did not dare to say anything. He could only say gloomily, This student understands. Yes, yes. Hearing this, Yu Shernan and the others nodded in satisfaction and said, You can enter the academy but you can't break the rules. You can't run away from being a slave. Boy, what do you think? In the end, Yu Shernan looked deeply at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng also knew that this might be the biggest compromise, but this was not a matter of one's word. He had to ask for the other party's opinion. I understand, but Shiva is the crown prince after all. I think we should let him make the decision. What do you think? What a joke. Shiva was a prince. If news of this spread, the Jinla king would be furious. The Jinla royal family would fight Zhang Feng to the death. Zhang Feng did not care whether they agreed or not. He walked straight out of the door and waved at Shiva, who was squatting at the side with absent-minded eyes. After a long while, Shiva finally reacted. After following Zhang Feng into the room, Yu Shernan repeated the matter to Shiva and asked, Crown Prince Shiva, this is the law of the Tang dynasty. As the crown prince, you should know this, so your decision is. Shiva was very excited. In fact, he had known about this for a long time. However, ever since he knew that Zhang Feng's son had opened an academy here and created so many good things, his mind was filled with Zhang Feng. He was even willing to be a slave. The main thing was that he could learn something that would allow the people of Zhenla to not have a meteoric rise, but at least they would not be bullied by others. At this moment, when he heard Yu Shernan's words, Shiva knelt on the ground with a thud. Student Shiva greets the masters. Yu Shernan and the others were naturally not interested in taking in such a slave. They pointed at Zhang Feng, then rubbed their heads and left. Zhang Feng looked at Shiva and said, "Don't take it to heart. This is only in name. Only then can you stay on the mountain. So, we will do what we are supposed to do. Come, Li Gan. Give me a cigarette. What are you waiting for?" "No, teacher, since you have taken me as your disciple and servant, then I, Shiva, will naturally be your servant for life." Chapter 833. Finally, this matter was settled. Zhang Feng's mood was very good at this moment. He found Zhu Zi and asked him to bring the smoked meat that had just come out of the pot, as well as a table of good dishes to entertain this rich man. Under Li Chengqian's incredulous gaze, he took out a jar of white wine from his bedroom. "Fengzi, tell your brother the truth. How much wine do you have left?" Li Chengqian cracked. He stared with a pair of bull eyes and asked. Zhang Feng ignored him and said indifferently, "No more, no more. This is the last jar. I left this for brother Shiva." "All right. Why are you standing here? If you have nothing to do, go out and play." Li Chengqian was very angry, but with Shiva here, he did not dare to beat up Zhang Feng. He could only angrily slam the door and leave. When there is time, Lao Tzu will definitely tear down your rotten wooden house. This prince wants to see how much wine you have hidden here. Zhang Feng did not care about this. Now that he finally met a rich man in this period of time, how could he not grab onto his thigh? He laughed and poured a cup of wine for Shiva, then said, "Since we parted last time, we haven't seen each other for 3 months, right? It has been 3 months. I didn't expect so many things to happen in these 3 months. In the blink of an eye, you, a guy from the marketplace, actually became the dean." And I'd say, Shiva drank 3 cups of wine, and could not help but feel a little dizzy. When he thought of the things that happened in these 3 months, he could not help but feel sad. Creak. When the two were drinking cup after cup of wine, Li Chengqian pushed open the door with a strange expression. He looked at Zhang Feng and said, "Fengzi, an important person is here. Shiva, do you want to leave?" "Leave what? Shiva is now our brother, and also your brother. When have you seen me chasing you away when I have guests?" Li Chengqian's mouth twitched. "Fine, forget it. You're on your own. I have something to do, so I'll go down the mountain first." While talking, Li Chengqian immediately slipped away like there was oil on the soles of his feet. As he walked, he did not forget to say, "Oh right, Iron Bull and the others asked me to tell you that they have also gone to Chang, and to look at the white paper business." Who was it that had come? To be able to frighten these masters to this extent? Zhang Feng didn't mind. He continued to eat and drink with Shiva. When Zhang Feng poured a glass of wine for Shiva and gestured for him to drink, he noticed that Shiva was looking at the door in a daze. "I say, Shiva, what are you looking at? What's outside the door? Who are you?" Before Zhang Feng could finish his sentence, he followed Shiva's gaze and looked at the door. The next moment, Zhang Feng couldn't help but be stunned. He asked an idiotic question. At the door, out of nowhere, a woman wearing a white strapless dress and a fiery red gauze dress had appeared. The woman was very beautiful and charming, the kind that was seductive to the bone. Zhang Feng thought that he had seen many beautiful women. Whether it was the famous female lead of the action movies in the future or something else, he had seen them all. He had even met the #1 beauty in Chang, and Jingshu, when he came to the Tang dynasty, and that inexplicable fiancé, Zhang Yuyao. Both of them were top beauties, but, at this moment compared to this woman, there was nothing left of them. The woman's eyes were very big, and the corners of her phoenix eyes were slightly upturned. She had a charm that could devour one's soul. Even Zhang Feng, who had seen many beautiful women, couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed. Damn, is this a demon? Daji. After looking at the woman for 10 seconds, Zhang Feng finally came back to his senses with a gasp. The woman at the door looked at Zhang Feng with a little surprise. Then she bowed and said, "Can I go in and have a drink?" "Yes. Yes. Oh my God. This voice." Zhang Feng instantly felt that the blood in his body was boiling. But soon, Zhang Feng knocked into the oil lamp used to light cigarettes. Only then did he come back to his senses. He coughed and stared at Shiva, who was drooling, and said, "Get out. If you have nothing to do, find something to do." After hurriedly chasing Shiva out, Zhang Feng then welcomed the woman in. When the two of them stood together, Zhang Feng was once again stunned. He was 1.8 meters tall, but there were no high heels in this era. This strange woman was actually the same height as him. Zhang Feng took a deep look at the woman's proud place. Then he obediently retracted his gaze. He poured a glass of wine for the woman and asked, "May I know why you are here?" The moment the question came out, Zhang Feng wanted to slap himself. What an idiotic question. What was wrong with him today? How could he ask such a question? And most importantly, Zhang Feng was shocked to find that his brain short-circuited several times when this woman appeared. Zhang Feng couldn't help but be alarmed. If this woman was sent by someone else to harm him, he would have knelt down by now. Zhang Feng's back was already covered in cold sweat. After taking 2 deep breaths, he returned to normal. As long as he didn't look at her eyes, nothing would happen. What was there to be afraid of? Thinking of this, Zhang Feng then cupped his fist and smiled elegantly. "I haven't asked for your name yet. Sorry for being rude." The woman pursed her lips and smiled. Zhang Feng was so scared that he quickly lowered his head and looked at the wine glass. "My surname is Yu. You can call me Yu. Chapter 834. Yu. What kind of a mortal would come up with such a name? Well, the name is really appropriate. Just as Zhang Feng was pondering whether this name had appeared in history, a voice suddenly rang out. At the same time, Yu was also carefully examining her future husband. At first, when she learned about Zhang Feng's talent, she had fantasized about Zhang Feng's appearance. However, the feeling of being past his prime and seeing through the world of mortals in Zhang Feng's poem made Yu think that Zhang Feng should be an old man with white hair and eyebrows. However, when Yu Baolin and his brother brought her here and stood at the door and saw Zhang Feng, Yu's heart never stopped beating wildly. Zhang Feng was very handsome, very handsome. He was not like those burly men, nor was he like those pedantic Confucian scholars, whose eyes were full of greed when they saw her. If it weren't for the fact that her uncle was the world-famous Yu Gong, she would have been defiled by those men. Fortunately, no one dared to challenge the Yu family's authority. Zhang Feng was indeed a little obsessed with her eyes at first. Ever since she became a director, there had never been a man who hadn't been mesmerized by her eyes. However, this Zhang Feng was actually able to recover in the short time it took to drink a cup of tea. Clearly, his heart was very pure. At least in Yu's opinion, he was very pure and straightforward at this moment, which was the style of a real man. Once again, a good impression of him arose in her heart. Unconsciously, the corners of Yu's mouth curled up slightly into a beautiful smile. "Don't you see the water of the yellow river coming from the sky? Mastertsen Danqiu, don't stop drinking when you're about to drink. Prince Zhang's poem really makes people yearn for it. I came here from Jiangnan because of this poem, just to see Prince Zhang's real face." Seeing that Yu took the initiative to change the topic, Zhang Feng was a little flustered. After all, he was plagiarizing someone else's poem. He did not know how Li Bai would look at him in the future. But K it, why care so much? Hee, it's good that Miss Yu likes it. Oh right, do you smoke? No, drink, let's drink. Zhang Feng's mouth twitched again. Yu pursed her lips into a smile. Looking at the evasive Zhang Feng, she teased. "Could it be that there's something shameful on Yu's face? Why is Prince Zhang unwilling to even look at you?" Zhang Feng's face darkened. Lao Tzu wanted to see it. "But Yu, isn't this asking for my life?" Zhang Feng let out a hollow laugh. Then he forced himself to look at Yu and said, "Miss Yu, what are you talking about?" As he spoke, Zhang Feng stared into Yu's eyes for 11 seconds. Then he hurriedly retracted his gaze. Using the excuse of drinking, he heaved a sigh of relief and said, "I was rude. This cup of wine is my apology." As he spoke, Zhang Feng raised his head and downed the wine. He pointed at the dishes on the table and said, "I heard that Miss Yuer came from Jiangnan?" "Yes." Yuer pursed her lips and smiled. "If this little girl said that you came here for young master, would young master believe me?" Zhang Feng let out a hollow laugh. "Like hell I'd believe you." But he only dared to say this in his heart. Miss Yuer must be joking. What did this little one do to deserve Miss Yuer's attention? Just because of young master's 11 poems. Hearing this, Zhang Feng said, "Those are all trivial things that I made up when I had nothing better to do." Yuer laughed again. She drank alone and said, "Then Prince Zhang, do you know that all the scholars and beauties in Jiangnan are rushing to Chang, and just like you? As for their purpose, young master naturally knows." Along the way, Yuer saw that Prince Zhang had single-handedly turned this originally barren Shao Mountain into such a prosperous place. This is truly a blessing for our Tang dynasty. However, why didn't Prince Zhang continue on the path of poetry? Why did he want to open an academy here to teach and educate people instead? On the way up Shao Mountain, Yuqi Baolin and his 2 brothers had dragged Cheng Chimo and the others to tell Yuer. They had even dug out what time Zhang Feng went to bed, and what size his pants were. All of this had been pulled out from the mouths of Cheng Chimo and the others. Especially after learning about paper and the smelting workshop. Yuer was even more surprised. When she asked again, she saw that Zhang Feng was somewhat absent-minded and felt that it was a bit rude. She couldn't help but purse her lips and smile. "Forgive me for my rudeness. I won't disturb you anymore today. Yuer hopes that Prince Zhang will do me the honor of reciting a poem with you, or another day." When Zhang Feng heard this, he felt as if he had been pardoned. Miss Yuer is too serious. It is this one's fortune to have met such a beautiful person like Miss Yuer. As long as Miss Yuer comes, I, Zhang Feng, will naturally sweep the bed to welcome you. Will you? Yuer covered her mouth and smiled. Her question stumped Zhang Feng. Yuer stopped teasing Zhang Feng. She bowed slightly and bid him farewell. However, the moment she turned around, a trace of loneliness flashed through her eyes. In the end, it was because of her seductive eyes. Although Zhang Feng hadn't said anything, she had always felt that there was an unseen abyss between them. However, the loneliness in her eyes only appeared for a moment before disappearing without a trace. When she saw the palanquin appear at the mountain entrance, a smile flashed across her lips. Happiness was to be grasped by oneself, not by charity. A long time after Yuer left, Zhang Feng was still staring at the slowly disappearing palanquin. He went to the kitchen and asked Old He and the others, who were dumbfounded, "Old He, have any of you heard of someone called Yuer?" But when he thought of this, Zhang Feng thought of another important matter. He asked fiercely, "Who led her up the mountain?" Chapter 835. No one could answer Zhang Feng's question. Because Yuer had just arrived in Chang, and yesterday, and then went directly to Yuqi Mansion. Today, she sat in Yuqi Mansion's sedan chair, and went up the mountain. However, when Zhang Feng saw the sedan chair at the mountain gate, Zhu Zi said, "Brother Feng Zi, Brother Tainyo and Brother Yulin brought her up the mountain. But it seems that they all know each other, especially Brother Tainyo. The way he looked at the girl just now was like the way a man looks at a prostitute at the gate of a brothel." Zhang Feng heard this and glared at him. "Don't talk nonsense." Zhu Zi shrunk his neck and said with grievance, "This is the truth. You can ask them. They all saw it. And these guys definitely have bad intentions." After taking the girl up the mountain, they ran away as if they were fleeing for their lives. Fleeing for their lives? But Zhang Feng thought about it, and really believed it. Yuer's eyes were really not something an ordinary man could bear. He didn't know what kind of reincarnation of a demon she was. He didn't even remember such a person. It was reasonable to say that such a person should be very famous in history. But now, it seemed that there wasn't even a word or two about her. "Brother Fengzi, you'd better go back first. Look, Miss Zhang and the old scholar are here." When Zhang Feng was breathing and thinking, Zhu Zi's voice surprised Zhang Feng. He looked at the mountain gate again, and saw that the sedan chairs had already come up the mountain. He knew the sedan chairs of Chang and University. Although he didn't know the sedan chairs of Zhang Mansion, he really couldn't find a second one in Chang and city like Little Chui, Er's emerald green clothes. Seeing this, Zhang Feng's lungs were about to explode with anger. What the hell were these guys doing? Zhang Feng didn't care about anything else. Looking at the rows of carriages and handcarts, his eyelids twitched, and then he hurried to the mountain gate. When Zhang Feng arrived, the carriage had already stopped in front of Zhang Feng's door. Sedan chairs were not allowed on the mountain, but Zhang Feng's house was only a few hundred steps away from the mountain gate. Moreover, the sedan chair the old scholar was sitting in was from Chang and University. Everyone on the mountain knew that Chang and University was also the property of the dean. Naturally, no one dared to block the way. Not to mention the sedan chair of the Zhang Mansion. What a joke! Even Little Chui, Miss Zhang's personal maid, had come. What did that mean? That meant that the dean's wife was here as well. They dared to stop anyone. But would they dare to stop the dean's wife? Even if they were given 100 guts, no one would dare to do such a thing. Old Xiaocai, why didn't you tell anyone that you were going up the mountain? When Zhang Feng saw the old elementary scholar get off the carriage from afar, he hurriedly walked over and cupped his fists. The old scholar glanced at Zhang Feng and didn't say anything. Instead, he asked, "What's the matter with that woman who just came down the mountain?" How would Zhang Feng know what was going on? Well, she's Cheng Tinia's relative. I don't know what she does either. She just came to sit for a while and then left. The old scholar looked at Zhang Feng suspiciously, but didn't say anything in the end. He pointed at the carriage behind them. Then he went straight to Zhang Feng's small wooden house. Zhang Feng was stunned. He looked at Zhang Yuyao's carriage, which didn't move for a long time, and felt helpless. You said I was lifting the curtain? It was against the rules. What do you think I should do? Zhang Feng had no choice but to salute the sedan chair. I didn't know that Miss Yu Yao and Miss Jingshu would be coming. Zhang Feng didn't go out to meet you. Little Chui, Er's small eyes rolled around and looked at the sedan chair with some worry. Then, under her worried eyes, the curtain of the sedan chair was lifted by a slender hand. Needless to say, Zhang Feng knew that this was Jingshu's hand the moment he saw that hand. Zhang Yuyao's hand was fleshy and not so slender. Jingshu greets Prince Zhang. Jingshu lifted the curtain of the sedan chair and bowed. Then, she pulled the red-faced Zhang Yuyao out of the carriage. Miss Yuyao, are you not feeling well? Zhang Feng pretended not to understand and asked. If you're not feeling well, I'll call Dr. Sunday. No. I'm fine, there's no need. Zhang Yuyao hurriedly said, her face turning even redder. The people around them who were watching the show roared with laughter at this time. Zhang Feng was afraid that these people would talk nonsense, so he glared at them. Only then did they disperse in a hubbub. The few of them entered the small wooden house without saying a word. The old scholar sat in front of the table that had not been removed, his face gloomy. Zhang Yuyao could not help but exclaim, tears in her eyes. As for Jingshu, it was only now that she took off her veil. Although her expression was the same, she was staring at the table in a daze. Zhang Feng was a little embarrassed. Well, don't just stand there. Shiwa, quickly call someone to cancel the banquet and change it to another table. Change to what? The old scholar angrily shouted in a low voice. What kind of principal are you? So wasteful and extravagant. Do you want to spread this kind of atmosphere to everyone on the mountain? Zhang Feng was speechless. Sitting was not right, but standing was not right either. Jingshu was still the one who understood the big picture. Mr. Old Self Huai, these dishes are basically untouched, which means that young Master Zhang and that girl only sat for a while. Also, look at this cup of wine. Jingshu pointed to the wine cup that Yu Qiyu, had just drunk from and said, there's only a little wine stain at the bottom of the cup, and the dishes are still warm. Don't worry about it. It just so happens that I haven't drunk Prince Zhang's white wine in a long time. Today, I'll borrow Prince Zhang's wine to toast you. Chapter 836. Zhang Feng was so excited that he wanted to hug Jingshu and kiss her. She was too virtuous. If this was the 21st century, try it. If she didn't cry, make a fuss, and threaten to hang herself, you would be secretly happy. How could you ask her to intercede for you? That was something that he didn't even dare to think about. Zhang Feng couldn't help but love the Tang dynasty. It was a man's heaven. The old scholar and Jingshu had known each other for a long time, so he naturally knew what each of them was thinking. Seeing that Jingshu had taken the initiative to help Zhang Feng out of trouble, the old scholar didn't know what else to say. Forget it, forget it. We've been in a hurry all this time. Yu Yao and Jingshu were in a hurry to pack up early in the morning. It's already noon and we haven't eaten anything. Let's just put up with it. Hearing this, Zhang Feng hurriedly shouted, Shiva, where the hell have you been? Hurry up and ask the servants to serve the food. Are you trying to starve us to death? Shiva wanted to cry. Earlier, he had chased him out, and now he was yelling at him. Didn't they say that they were brothers? Why did he still treat him like a servant? Nevertheless, Shiva still ran to the kitchen eagerly. Only then did Zhang Feng wipe off the sweat on his forehead. He shouted in his heart, Damn it, I won't do this kind of thing in the future. Stealing food, I really can't do it. After turning around, Zhang Feng returned to his original state. After rearranging the cups and chopsticks with the others, he asked, This time we're going up the mountain, let's stay for a few more days. Chang'an University should be fine, right? The old scholar drank lightly. The academy is fine, but there's an autumn hunt with the Imperial College. It's an activity organized by the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Appointments. It's going to start in 10 days. This is the first thing we're going to do when we're up the mountain. Our Chang'an University still can't be compared with the Imperial College in terms of reputation and heritage. This time, the Imperial College took the initiative to have a friendly match with Chang'an University. We can't afford to lose. The old man went to look for a Kuju team, but until now, he hasn't found a foreman who is willing to take our place. Kuju. During the Tang dynasty, it had basically formed an industrial chain. Aristocratic families would basically fund a local foreman who specialized in Kuju. When the foreman received the money, he would recruit people who specialized in Kuju to compete with him, regardless of whether he won or lost. Of course, if he won, the aristocratic family would naturally reward him handsomely. However, there weren't many such academy versus academy competitions. Chang'an University was basically filled with those stubborn people from Chang'an. It would be strange if anyone was willing to come. If something went wrong, he would lose his life. If he kicked a certain stubborn person, he might even lose his life at night. Who would dare to come? The old elementary scholar could not help but worry. Zhang Feng frowned when he heard this. There are only 10 days left? Why did you only say so now? Jingshu saw the situation and said, Originally, Zhang Xuan's mansion agreed, but the foreman disappeared yesterday for some reason in Chang'an. So, until now we haven't found anyone who is willing to fight for us. I heard that the foreman and his men are all dead. Who was it? They were targeting him. Zhang Feng didn't even need to think about it. Let me think about it. Let's not talk about it for now. Isn't it just 10 days? After 10 days I'll form a team. You can do whatever you need to do. At that time, I'd like to see who is the blind person who wants to harm me. Could you this thing? Wasn't it just football? Although Zhang Feng's football level was similar to that of the national football team, it was different in the Tang dynasty. 10 days was a piece of cake for him. The old elementary scholar seemed to have known that Zhang Feng could handle this matter. Hearing this, he didn't say anything and just focused on eating and drinking. After a while, several bowls of fragrant porridge were placed on the table. The old elementary scholar wrapped the porridge with pieces of fat streaky pork and ate and drank, ignoring Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng smiled and said, Slow down, old elementary scholar. No one is going to fight with you. I still have things to do. As the old scholar ate and drank, he said, The second thing is about the cigarettes. It's best to let the people of Zhang Mansion handle it for you. After all, they're family, so don't worry about their safety. As for your brothers, you'd better not mess around with them. That woman just now doesn't look like a good person, so don't mess around with her. What could Zhang Feng say? He could only nod like a chicken pecking rice. Seeing this, the old elementary scholar nodded and wiped his mouth. After drinking the wine in the cup in one gulp, he said, The third thing this time is also the most important thing. I've talked to your father-in-law. You've seen the dozens of big and small carts outside the door, haven't you? Zhang Feng was a little confused, but he still nodded. The old elementary scholar continued, Later, you can ask someone to move them into your house. Just now, I heard that your villa at the foot of the mountain is about to be repaired. Tomorrow, the old village chief will send someone to tidy up and move these things in for you. No, you should at least let me know what's in these boxes, right? These are the soft clothes of Yu Yao and Jingshu. Shouldn't you put them in someone else's house instead of yours? Zhang Feng was shocked when he heard this. Wait, old elementary scholar, wait. What do you mean? The old elementary scholar seemed to still be immersed in Yu Qiyuer's anger and ignored Zhang Feng. He pointed at Zhang Yuyao and Jingshu and said, I've brought them here. You don't have any good skills, but your bad habits are increasing day by day. What did you change to when you made a scene in Swallow Descent Tower? There are so many eyes on this mountain watching. Even if you're not embarrassed, I still want to save some face. It just so happens that Jingshu is a sensible person and will help you settle things outside. Yu Yao is meticulous and will wash your clothes and comb your hair every day. Alright, that's all. Old man, I'm leaving. Chapter 837. Zhang Feng was on the verge of breaking down. What kind of show was this? Even if he had made a mistake, shouldn't he at least tell him what he had done wrong? Just because he said no, he threw 2 girls away? Was this appropriate? Was there any justice in this? Zhang Feng hurriedly stopped the old scholar from standing up and asked, Old scholar, what are you playing at? You see, I'm so busy that I can't wait to use one day as 2. And you see, we don't have anything to do with each other. Do you think it's appropriate for us to live together? That's not proper. You still know it's improper? The old scholar sat down with a gloomy face. He took a cigarette from Zhang Feng's ear and lit it. He said, Look at what you've done. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the people on the mountain? Aren't you afraid of being cursed by all the scholars? Now you're the director and a great scholar. You're no longer the carefree person you used to be. Whatever you do, you have to think about the consequences. I won't ask who that girl is, but don't worry. Now you can walk around the mountain and listen. Is this something that a director dares to do? I'm innocent. I'm King innocent. Since when have I been flirting with girls? That's right. Even if I flirt, it doesn't matter, right? What's wrong with a talent matching a beauty? And that girl just now, where the hell did she come from? Zhang Feng felt wronged in his heart. But he couldn't say it out loud. Old scholar, if I say that I really don't know what's going on with that girl just now, would you believe me? The old scholar took a puff and glanced at Zhang Feng. It doesn't matter if I believe you or not. But you're now engaged and you fell in love with Jingshu at first sight. I don't care about that. But how do you expect them to live in Chang and from now on? Originally, I saw that you were alone on the mountain and were instigated to do bad things by your bad friends. So I was wondering if I should let them come up to accompany you. But today, I see that you're living a very good life. In short, do you want them to stay or not? It seemed that the old scholar was really angry. Zhang Feng was also a little nervous. After weighing the pros and cons for a long time, he pinched his nose and said, Then, all right. Seeing Zhang Feng's reluctance, the old scholar didn't bother to say anything more. I'll go look for Mr. Bosher and the others. I'll come back tomorrow. As he spoke, the old scholar pretended to leave, but when he reached the door he turned back and said, You really don't know what happened to that woman. Zhang Feng shrugged. Do you think I would have this expression if I knew him? Hearing this, the old scholar's face turned serious. I'll check it for you. Don't worry about it for now. As he spoke, the old elementary scholar left with a gloomy expression. What the old scholar hated the most in his life were those greedy and extravagant debauches. He was also an extremely pedantic person. Otherwise, he would not have been able to live in his shackles for as long as 10 years. When he was going up the mountain, he heard the people in Tonghui Lane telling him that there was a seductive woman who came up the mountain to look for Zhang Feng. He couldn't help but be furious. But now that he was sure that Zhang Feng did not know this woman, the old scholar became even more worried and angry. Was someone trying to use a honey trap on him? Zhang Feng's current achievements were a stumbling block in the eyes of many people. Many people wanted his life. He knew this. After all, in the previous dynasty, he saw with his own eyes the tragic story of Emperor Yang of Sui, who was incomparably valiant, But in the end, he fell into the depths of the tragic story of Emperor Yang of Sui. He didn't want to see Zhang Feng follow in his footsteps. Who on earth was targeting Zhang Feng? After the old scholar left, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became extremely awkward. Jingshu hid her hands in her embroidered robe, and Zhang Yuyao lowered her head, like a girl who had done something wrong and was waiting to be reprimanded. Zhang Feng's head was about to explode. Behind Zhang Yuyao, Cui who was dressed in emerald green, squatted on the ground. Her hand reached out from under Zhang Yuyao's armpit, grabbed a plate of braised meat from the table, and ate it like a cow. Other than the sound of Cui chewing, the room was strangely quiet. Zhang Feng finally couldn't help but cough and ask, "Well, did Uncle Zhang say anything when you came up the mountain this time?" "No. Father asked me to serve my husband, Prince Zhang well." Zhang Feng's head exploded when he heard this. She was really planning to settle down on the mountain. Forcing a marriage to this extent was simply unheard of. Would Lao Tzu run away? Zhang Feng looked at Zhang Yuyao painfully, then looked at Jingshu. Jingshu seemed to have sensed it. Without waiting for Zhang Feng to ask, she said, "I didn't have anything to do at the foot of the mountain, so I accompanied Sister Yuyao up the mountain." Sister Yuyao. Oh my God. Lao Tzu shouldn't have replied to Zhang Yuyao's letter. Back then, I really shouldn't have gone to Swallow Descent building with those few bastards. Damn it, is this retribution? Is it wrong to be handsome? Chapter 838. Zhang Feng finally managed to escape from the wooden house. He squatted in the kitchen and refused to go out. While smoking, he waited for Cheng Chimo and the others. "Fengzi, you can't do this. Although you haven't married them yet, Miss Zhang and Miss Jingshu are still your women. Is it appropriate for you to ignore them like this?" "Yes, Fengzi. If you do this, those old things will scold you again. Go back." Under the persuasion of old He and Zhang Tufu, Zhang Feng could only return to the study room. He looked around the wooden house. This was the first house he saw when he first entered Shao Mountain. Zhang Feng was reluctant to tear it down. If he wanted to expand it now, it would be too late. There were only 3 rooms in the wooden house. One was Zhang Feng's bedroom. The other was the room of Chen Tiniu and the others. Now that they had slipped away and found a place to live, it was basically Zhang Feng's material warehouse. The last room was Zhang Feng's secret warehouse. There were 3 locks on the door, and it was guarded by Gao Kansas. Now that Gao Kan had slipped away, the house was empty. It was obviously impossible for people to live there. As for Chen Tiniu and the others' house, now it seemed that he could only arrange for the 2 women to live there. As for the villa, it hadn't been painted yet. How could he live there? Besides, even if he painted it, it would take a month to dry it. Otherwise, he didn't want to suffer from rheumatism so early. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng pointed to the room on the right side of the living room and said, "Little Cui, after eating, go out and ask old He to find people to move Miss Zhang and the others' things into that room. You can squeeze in there for the time being. Tomorrow, I will find people to hurry up and build a house. Prince Zhang, don't trouble yourself. This place is very good. It's fine as long as we can live here." Zhang Yuyao glanced in the direction of Zhang Feng's finger and hurriedly said. After she finished speaking, she realized that Zhang Feng lived next door. She couldn't help but blush like a red egg. Zhang Feng was bored again. He could only rub his nose embarrassedly and say, "Since that's the case, I have some matters to attend to first. You can leave the matters here to that purple-robed youth. Prince Zhang, you can leave if you have something to do. We will take care of the matters here." Jingshu was still so gentle and elegant, but when she walked to the door, Zhang Feng didn't know what to do. Once he went out, they would definitely gossip about him. His head hurt, but on second thought, Zhang Feng instantly figured it out. If the woman wasn't afraid, why would a man like him be afraid? Thinking of this, Zhang Feng was no longer embarrassed. Under Jingshu's surprised gaze, Zhang Feng coughed and said, "I just had some inspiration now. I'll go inside and think about a new poem. You guys go ahead. If you have nothing to do, you can go to the mountain. After all, this place can be considered half a home in the future." After Zhang Feng finished speaking, he closed the door. Seeing this, Jingshu couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. How could she not see Zhang Feng's embarrassment? But after all, she was more intelligent. With a little thought, She could understand the meaning behind it. Sister Jingshu Jingshu patted Zhang Yuyao's hand, indicating that she didn't need to worry. Then she walked out of Zhang Feng's study with Zhang Yuyao and said, Prince Zhang is busy now. We don't want to disturb him. Zhang Yuyao opened her mouth to say something, but after hesitating for a long time, she didn't say anything. She could only sit at the door with Jingshu and watch the people of Tonghui Square happily fighting to move things for them. At this time, Jingshu recalled what had just happened. At the beginning, she really didn't want to stay. After all, Zhang Feng was more embarrassed. It could be seen from just now, but she couldn't get that woman's voice out of her mind. This was really what the old scholar said. Zhang Feng's excellence was beyond doubt. She was very clear that outstanding people would never lack women around them. But when Zhang Feng turned around, she saw a trace of concern in Zhang Feng's eyes. This was the reason why Jingshu chose to stay. After sitting for a while, Steamed Bun came over with a lot of snacks. Jingshu touched Steamed Bun's head and said, I heard that Mr. Bosher and the others are on the mountain. Let's go and visit them. Hearing this, Zhang Yuyao finally remembered the important matter at hand. She hurriedly rummaged through the chests and cupboards and took out the gifts that she had prepared beforehand. Only then did the four of them slowly walk towards the back of the mountain, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Shiwa was already stunned. No matter if it was the fox-like woman he first saw, or the two now, they were all the best in the world. At least in Jinla, he really couldn't find a woman as beautiful as them. Most importantly, these three women were Zhang Feng's women. This was the most shocking thing for Shiwa. After seeing them leave, Shiwa sighed and looked at Zhang Feng's room. He took out a small book and wrote something on it. Then his eyes became even more passionate. Is this the attractiveness that the imperial tutor talked about? Brother Zhang is indeed Brother Zhang. If I can stay by his side for a long time, then I can also get this attractiveness. Then, thinking of this, Shiwa squatted in a corner and laughed foolishly. Chapter 839. How was Zhang Feng composing a poem at this moment? He hid at the door and watched Jingshu leave with some boxes through the crack of the door. Only then did he heave a deep sigh of relief. What kind of sin did he commit? Zhang Feng sighed again. He lit a cigarette and walked to the door. Looking at Shiva, who was laughing foolishly, Zhang Feng rolled his eyes and went back to his room. Then he simply fell asleep. And when Zhang Feng fell asleep, Yi Zichen was stunned. At the foot of the mountain, in an inn with the same name as the Yueli Inn in Chang'an City, Cheng Chimo Li Chengqian and the others were pacing back and forth anxiously, while Yuchi Baochi was squatting at the door and smoking. His face was blue and purple. Obviously, he had been beaten up. Wei Shuyu and Zhang Sun were playing poker without a care in the world. They didn't even think about what happened to Zhang Feng. As for this, there were naturally people who were worried. After all, they weren't the ones who brought him up. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, there were hurried footsteps on the wooden stairs. Li Chengqian and Cheng Chimo couldn't help but be startled. They hurriedly looked at the door. Seeing the person, Li Chengqian asked, "How's the situation on the mountain? Did a fight break out? Who won? Is Fengzi okay?" Seeing this, the person hurriedly said, "Young Master Li, nothing happened on the mountain. That woman has already gone down the mountain. She didn't have any entanglement with Jingshu and the others." Hearing this, Li Chengqian heaved a deep sigh of relief. It was good that nothing happened. If something had happened, it would be a big deal. Thinking of this, Li Chengqian was furious. He kicked Yuchi Baochi hard and said, "It's all your fault. Your father is an old bastard, and you're following him. Who is that?" "That's your aunt. How dare you trick your aunt like this?" "Well, what if it worked? Fengzi isn't married. Besides, which man doesn't have multiple wives? What did I do wrong?" Yuchi Baochi muttered. Li Chengqian became even angrier when he heard this. "Tell me, one is your aunt, the other is Fengzi. How are we going to teach them in the future? What's his name? Your father, that old bastard, didn't think of this. Are you following in his footsteps?" "That's right. Why are you following suit?" Cheng Chimo also took the opportunity to slap him. Li Chengqian was so angry that he pointed at Cheng Chimo's nose and said, "This is all your rotten idea. Don't think that Lao Tzu doesn't know that Yuchi Baochi wouldn't do something like this. Which eye of yours saw me do it?" Chengchimo could not take it anymore. Li Chengqian didn't say anything. He only snorted. Chengchimo didn't say anything. He knew that it was useless to say anything. Do you know the consequences if my father finds out about this? Who was old you? Who was Fengzi? If you let someone spread rumors about you, Tai Niu, you'll be harming old you's family, do you know that? Chengchimo, Zhangsun, and the others were shocked when they heard this. It really was like that. Yu Qigong held an important position, and many people in the imperial court didn't like him. However, he had always been straightforward, and didn't have any tricks up his sleeves. This saved the emperor from liking him. If Yu Qigong married his younger sister to Zhang Feng in the past, it wouldn't be a big deal. Everyone would just chuckle. But now, Fengzi had mastered such important military skills, and he even had amazing methods of training soldiers. At this time, it was hard not to think too much about it. This was what Li Chengqian was most worried about. If someone in the imperial court submitted a memorial, Yu Qigong would be in danger. Even the emperor wouldn't be able to protect him. At this time, Chengchimo also became anxious. Then, what's wrong with men and women getting married when they're of age? Can't Fengzi get married? Uncle Yu isn't wrong. Yes, they aren't wrong, but if you were in the past, no one would be wrong. However, the wrong thing is that the borders are in chaos now, and it's inevitable that there will be unrest in the imperial court. If someone wants to use this against you, then... Chengchimo and Yu Baoqi turned pale with fright when they heard this. Even Wei Shuyu and Yu Baoqi's expressions turned serious. What do we do? Then what do we do now? Li Chengqian pondered for a while, then looked at the gradually darkening sky. He muttered, "Let's go up the mountain. Let's go see how Fengzi is doing with her first." When they heard this, how could they dare to delay? They hurriedly packed up and ran up the mountain. Yu Qiyu had left long ago. After all, her identity was special, and the longer she stayed on the mountain, the more rumors there would be. She wasn't a flower vase, so she naturally knew what was going on. Thus, she left as soon as she went down the mountain. This was also what made Li Chengqian and the others anxious. No one knew what had happened in the end, or what they had talked about. To be honest, Li Chengqian and the others had slept with many women, but Yu Qiyu's eyes still made them lose their minds the moment they saw them. They were very worried about Zhang Feng's self-control. This kid was still a fledgling. His self-control towards this thing was, they were very nervous. If Zhang Feng couldn't control himself, then it would be a big problem. Previously, Li Chengqian thought that Yu Qigong was just joking about introducing his sister to Zhang Feng. Who would have thought that Yu Qigong was actually serious about it? This was simply, he was playing with fire. Li Chengqian anxiously went up the mountain with Chengchimo and the others. At this time, lanterns and bonfires were already lit on the mountain. All the craftsmen and students had entered their own small worlds. Other than the patrolling imperial guards disguised as guards, there was basically no one else to be seen. They searched for a while, and came to Zhang Feng's door. Looking at the flickering candlelight and Jingshu playing the zither alone in the candlelight, they were troubled. If they went in directly? That wouldn't do. If they waited like this, how long would they have to wait? Li Chengqian couldn't help but kick Chengchimo and say, "Go get Fengzi for me." "I'm not going." "Are you going or not?" Chengchimo poked his head out to look at Jingshu in the room, then retracted his head. "I'm not going." "Who's outside?" At this time Jingshu, who was playing the zither, seemed to be startled by Chengchimo's voice. They had no choice but to stand up. "Miss Jingshu, it's me, Li Chengqian." Jingshu was slightly surprised. "So it's young Master Li. It's so late. Are you looking for Prince Zhang? He hasn't gone out since this afternoon. He's composing a poem. When he wakes up, I'll send someone to send you a message." Composing a poem? If this kid wasn't drunk, how could he compose a poem? However, when he stood up, everything in the room entered his eyes. Other than Jingshu, Steamed Bun and Little Cui, or were looking at Jingshu playing the zither with their chins in their hands. Only the young lady of the Zhang mansion, Zhang Yuyao, was missing. They couldn't help but be surprised. Could it be that this kid? Ahem. Just as Li Chengqian cupped his fists and was about to leave, Zhang Feng coughed. "What's the matter?" Seeing Zhang Feng speak, Li Chengqian shouted, "There's a situation in the paper mill at the foot of the mountain. Quickly come out and investigate. What? Wait, I'm coming now. A moment later, Zhang Feng put on his outer robe and said a few words to Jingshu before leaving the room. After they walked for a while, they stopped at a construction site. Cheng Chimo lay on Zhang Feng's shoulder and sniffed left and right. Zhang Feng was so angry that he wanted to beat him. Cheng Tiniu, are you AF** king dog? Cheng Chimo smiled and didn't refute. Fengzi, you're awesome. How's spring night? It would have been better if he didn't say it. Once he said it, Zhang Feng instantly became angry. He grabbed Cheng Chimo's collar and punched his fat face. I'll F** king spring night your uncle. Lao Tzu will beat you to death, you bastard. Chapter 840. After Zhang Feng gave Cheng Chimo a good beating, his anger gradually subsided a lot. Zhang Feng was speechless. Apart from the first punch on Cheng Chimo's face, which had some effect, he didn't seem to hurt Cheng Chimo at all. In the end, Zhang Feng could only give up. He sat on the stone panting and asked, who on earth was that woman in the afternoon? How could Cheng Chimo dare to tell him? If he did, wouldn't Fengzi really go crazy? He kicked Yuchi Baochi and said, ask him. He knows better than me. Zhang Feng looked at Cheng Chimo suspiciously, but Cheng Chimo didn't dare to tell him. If he did, he might get beaten up. Although he wasn't afraid of Zhang Feng, he was afraid of the 4 Confucians. If those fellows were to find out about this, his father might climb up the mountain to help him loosen his bones before he could even return home. At the thought of this, Cheng Chimo refused to tell him. He kept pointing at Yuchi Baolin. Yuchi Baolin wanted to cry. If I tell you, can you not beat me up? Zhang Feng looked over the bonfire. This guy's face was bruised. Obviously, he had been beaten up. He said angrily, tell me. That's my aunt. Zhang Feng was completely stunned. He stared at Yuchi Baochi for a long time before he came to his senses. He asked in a trembling voice. You say it again. Who is she? My aunt. Buzz. Yuchi Gong's big flat face and Yu's peerless beauty instantly appeared in Zhang Feng's mind. Even if the Photoshop guru of the later generation forced him to his death, it would still be difficult for him to Photoshop these two people into the same appearance. How were they similar? Wasn't this a joke? Were they born by their mothers? A fairy and a yaksha. Oh my god. Was there really such a weirdo? Ahem, Fengzi, don't think too much. Captain Yu and Old Yu are distant relatives. As the daughter of Old Yu's distant uncle, she indeed doesn't look like one. But don't worry, I can guarantee that Miss Yu is really only 18 years old this year. Without waiting for Li Chengqian to speak, Zhang Feng waved his hand and moaned. Don't say anything. Let me digest this. Zhang Feng was completely confused. Didn't he just cheat Old Yu out of a few things? Was it necessary? Who asked him to choke her and lift her collar when they met for the first time? Who wouldn't get angry if they were in his shoes? Last time, he remembered that Old Yu had mentioned this when he was drunk. He had just taken it as a joke. But now, it seemed that this wasn't a joke at all. This was serious. Although Yu was indeed very beautiful, Zhang Feng still did not want to die from exhaustion. Under those eyes, Zhang Feng always felt that his brain couldn't turn around. He had no control at all. This made him extremely unhappy. It was far from the peace he felt when he was with Jingshu and Zhang Yuyao. Most importantly, Zhang Feng did not want to provoke such a woman. Such a woman, whether in history or in reality, was an extremely wild character. He had to stay as far away from this kind of person as he could. If he got entangled with her, he wouldn't be able to rest for the rest of his life. Zhang Feng really didn't want to be a bootlicker. Moreover, what about this relationship? Although at this time, Old Yu and Lao Li of Huayu called each other brothers, and so did their son, it didn't matter. If they became even closer, wouldn't it be a mess? From now on, should he call Old Yu brother? Brother-in-law? What about these guys? Zhang Feng instantly had a headache. Damn it, forget it, he'd better take one step at a time. At this time, Zhang Feng really understood why the old scholar was so angry just now. He also felt that the old scholar was so cute. At the critical moment, he sent Zhang Yuyao and Jingshu, the two shields, to the mountain. Otherwise, Zhang Feng really didn't know what would happen tonight. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng trembled a little and lit a cigarette. At the same time, He stared at Yuchi Baochi with great anger. Get down the mountain now. If your father doesn't come and tell me something, we won't see each other for the rest of our lives. Yuchi Baochi was shocked when he heard that. Fengzi, we don't have to do this. This is all my damn father's doing. It has nothing to do with me. Get out. Zhang Feng was extremely irritated. I really don't know what your father is thinking. How could he do such a stupid thing? Is he kidding? Get out, and Tainyo you guys. From now on until I'm not angry anymore, on the mountain. Cheng Chumo and the others stared at Zhang Feng with great fear. Especially after Zhang Feng gasped for breath, they became even more nervous. Fengzi, can you say it all in one breath? Li Chengqian asked with great concern. Zhang Feng really didn't know what to ask these guys to do. It would be embarrassing to dig up feces, but would they obediently carry bricks? After thinking for a while, Zhang Feng finally patted his head and pointed in the direction of the waterfall. I'll give you until the Mid-Autumn Festival. No matter what method you have, under the condition that you don't use the mountain labor, you have to draw water from the waterfall to me. Also, you have to level out a piece of land in the grassland behind the mountain. You have to build a drill ground with cement. Are you crazy? Chapter 841. Zhang Feng didn't care what method these people used. He didn't care about their pleas and slipped away, leaving behind a few people with a headache looking at each other. Brother Qian, what do we do now? Counting the days, there are only 21 days until mid-autumn. How can we draw the water from the waterfall in such a short time? It's impossible. Cheng Chumo complained without tears. Even if thousands of craftsmen across Shao Mountain were mobilized, it would still take 3 miles to reach the mountain gate from the waterfall. Additionally, there was a hollow between the mountain on the other side of the waterfall and the mountain gate. How could they draw the water here? This was simply a fantasy story. And that thatched pond, what could they do after flattening it? Although the thatched swamp was located between their dormitory area and the teaching building, it was not planned to be their living area. Wasn't it Feng Zi who allowed them to keep the thatched swamp? What kind of madness was this? They wanted to flatten it? Although flattening the thatched pond was fine, but the water, it was simply a dream. The most important thing was that this batch wasn't allowed to use the people on the mountain. What should they do? Could it be that they had to go to the barracks to call for reinforcements? I think this is Feng Zi's test for us. At this time, Dugo, who was smoking, said, Do you guys still remember the water flow principle that Zhang Feng told us before? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Only then did they start to think carefully. But at this time, only Dugo and Li Chengqian could think of something. Other than them, how could they remember these things? They were originally just idling around, waiting for Zhang Feng's military knowledge. As for the things that Zhang Feng was talking about, they had a headache. What air resistance? What water pressure? How could they know what these things were? If they wanted to know, they might as well jump into the water and swim around. Then they would know everything. Li Chengqian looked around and couldn't help but be speechless. Debing, quickly go and wake up Hao Chujun and the others. Tell them to immediately go to our room. Tai Niu and the others are trash. They won't be able to help at all. Li Chengqian finally slapped his thigh. Since Zhang Feng did not allow them to use the laborers on the mountain, Hao Chujun and the others could not. They were students, and he had a feeling that Zhang Feng was serious this time. If they didn't handle this matter well, their credits for this year would be gone. Dugo did not hesitate and gave Cheng Chumo and the others a kick. The few of them hastily took on the role of lackeys. There was nothing they could do. They really did not understand this stuff. If they were asked to beat someone up or use brute force, they would be able to do it. As for using their brains, forget it. Cheng Chumo and Dugo walked back while pondering about this matter. From the water wheel to the bridge, they had thought about it, but they couldn't complete it within 20 days, not to mention the removal of the large swath of grass. The two of them couldn't help but hold the lantern, and silently returned to their small wooden hut, quietly waiting. In fact, Zhang Feng had already predicted that these few people would not be able to do it. Returning to the small wooden hut, the joy on his face first made Jingshu surprised. Then she asked, Prince Zhang, did you think of some evil move again? What evil move? Zhang Feng hurriedly quibbled. Jingshu covered her mouth and laughed. This matter, it is very obvious that those few people are playing tricks on you. According to your temper in the past, if you don't teach them a lesson, then it would not be Prince Zhang's character. Zhang Feng somewhat embarrassedly looked up and down at Jingshu. It is better for girls not to be too smart, especially not to guess blindly. Otherwise there will be trouble. Jingshu did not feel embarrassed. She looked at Zhang Feng and smiled. It was as if she was waiting for Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng could only raise his hands and surrender. I'm going to sleep first. Rest early. I'm waiting for Prince Zhang's poem. I wonder if Prince Zhang has any great works? What great works could Zhang Feng have? He knew how to plagiarize. Zhang Feng also knew that Jingshu took the initiative to find a topic to get close to him. Zhang Feng could not help but have a bigger headache. He casually thought in his mind and thought of a poem. This poem is a little long. If you want to hear it. Yes. Zhang Feng wanted to find an excuse to change the date, but Jingshu did not give him a chance. Zhang Feng's face stiffened. Why did the original method not work now? Fine. Then let's have a poem. After thinking for a while, Zhang Feng's mind instantly thought of a poem that suited his mood at this time. He could not help but cough. His face instantly became very solemn and he recited, 10,000 gold goblets of wine, 10,000 jade bowls of shame. Stopping the cup and chopsticks, unable to eat. Unsheathing the sword and looking around at a loss. Trying to cross the Yellow River, blocked by ice. Trying to climb the Taihang Mountains covered with snow. Fishing in the Blue Stream. Suddenly riding a boat by the sun's edge. The road is difficult. The road is difficult. Many crossroads, where am I today? Sometimes the wind and waves will break, straight up the clouds and sail to the sea. The great Tao is like the blue sky, I can't find it alone. After finishing, Zhang Feng saw Jingshu's stunned face. He could not help but endlessly show off. This poem was created on a whim today. Miss Jingshu, go to bed early. I'm going to rest first. After finishing, Zhang Feng directly slipped away. What a joke. This poem was one of the difficulties of the poet immortal Li Taibai. Even if Jingshu was more intelligent than others, it was enough for her to taste. Take your time to think about it. Chapter 842. Jingshu was indeed shocked by Zhang Feng's poem. The perplexity and melancholy expressed in this poem made Jingshu's heart resonate with it. Her life was miserable. As a child, she was sold to an official prostitute. If it wasn't for a female official from the previous dynasty who taught her a set of zither skills, she might have already stepped into the mortal world. How could she get to know Zhang Feng? She always thought that Zhang Feng was a dissolute and unruly talent. But in his poems, there was always a kind of perplexity, which made Jingshu even more confused. Although there was a saying that Zhang Feng's family was suddenly hit by a flash flood and landslide in the Phoenix Ridge, and the whole family was buried in the mud in the mountains, Jingshu didn't believe it. Because what Zhang Feng showed was too shocking. Especially his page of drunken poems. It was simply a shocking work. And Zhang Feng's benevolent government. Wait, which one of these was done by the predecessors? Although Zhang Feng always said that he had a mysterious master, but who was that master? Who could have such great ability? Wild geese still leave traces. What about his master? There was also the complicated relationship between Zhang Feng and Li Shimin and others. Let's not talk about these. Besides, Zhang Feng had innovated too many things. In her opinion, one of them could leave his name in history and make Zhang Feng earn a lot of money. But Zhang Feng was still like a treasure that couldn't be dug out. This made Jingshu worried again. Although Zhang Feng was so happy every time she saw him, but today, in the deep of the moon, Jingshu actually heard the loneliness and melancholy in this poem. Involuntarily, Jingshu's beautiful cheeks slowly glistened with tears. However, at the same time, although this poem was casually recited by Zhang Feng, don't forget that this was the mountain. There would always be some mischievous people on the mountain who wanted to listen to the wall and secretly learn from it. This matter, Zhang Feng and Li Chengqian all knew, but they didn't say anything. Anyway, in Zhang Feng's opinion, these things that could be said out loud were not big things. Once there was a big matter, the door would be closed and everyone would tacitly go far away. There was no other way. If you didn't go, Those imperial guards disguised as guards would have to ask you to sleep in the Supreme Court for half a year. But today, Zhang Feng had caused too much of a ruckus. Everyone knew that Zhang Feng's 2 wives had come. Although most of the people were well-behaved and didn't secretly learn from them, there were still some people who curiously came over when they saw Zhang Feng return. Once they came, they couldn't be saved. Originally, they wanted to secretly learn some skills. After all, every time Zhang Feng gave private lessons to Li Chengqian, Hao Qujun, and the others, these students would drool. As time passed, it became a trend to listen to Zhang Feng's private lessons. Once they saw Zhang Feng close the door, they would run as far as they could. Once Zhang Feng didn't close the door, no one would care about you. You can listen if you want. At this time, when Zhang Feng was reciting the poem, coincidentally, there were 3 students who were squatting below Zhang Feng's window. Seeing the 2 people talking, they were wondering if they should leave. Zhang Feng's words made their eyes burst with a flash of ecstasy. President Zhang Feng was going to compose a poem. And it was a poem that took him an entire afternoon to compose. It should be known that Zhang Feng usually didn't compose poems. But once he did, he would open his mouth and compose several poems at once. President Zhang used an entire afternoon to compose these poems. They instantly took out their brushes and ink from their arms in ecstasy. They were so nervous that they were sweating all over. When Zhang Feng's voice faded away, they were dumbfounded. After looking at each other, the 3 of them frantically recorded on the yellow paper, bamboo slips, and even the book covers that they had prepared in advance to secretly learn. It should be known that Zhang Feng had a lot of famous sayings on the mountain now. Each one of them was worth at least 1,000 strings of coins. And they were priceless. Especially the road that no one walked on before became a road after many people walked on it. Because of this one sentence, some people even called out the value of the first 2 pieces of gold, wanting to buy the right to use this word. But at this time, the eyes of the 3 people couldn't help but turn into copper coins. After they finished recording, they ran away trembling all over, as if they had epilepsy. Early the next morning, at the entrance of Yuqi Manor, a person wearing the special servant uniform of White Deer College anxiously knocked on the door. That person knocked on the door. After confirming that the person who came out was the housekeeper, he handed over a slip of paper, and then hurriedly disappeared. To be able to become an official in the Yuqi mansion, how could he not have some skills? When he saw that this thing came down from Shao Mountain, he hurriedly sent it to Yuqigong's study. But when he heard the clamorous snoring sound, the housekeeper wanted to knock on the door but didn't dare to. He anxiously scratched his ears and cheeks. "Housekeeper, what's the matter?" At this time, Yuqi leisurely came over. Seeing this, the old housekeeper's eyelids twitched. He hurriedly bowed. "There's a letter that came down from Shao Mountain." "But master..." "Shao Mountain?" Yuqi's eyelids twitched. Then she smiled and said, "Cousin is resting at the moment. Just give it to me. I'll give it to him later." The housekeeper hesitated for a long time, but in the end he clenched his teeth and handed it to Yuqi. The matter of Yuqi going up the mountain to meet Zhang Feng, as well as Yuqigong wanting to introduce his cousin to Zhang Feng, had long been spread in the manor. So at this time, everyone naturally treated Yuqi as a member of Shao Mountain. It wasn't excessive to give it to her. After the housekeeper left, Yuqi lightly knocked on the door a few times. A moment later, Madame Yuqi yawned and opened the door. When she saw Yuqi standing at the door, she couldn't help but ask in astonishment, "What are you doing so early in the morning?" "Madam, this is a letter from Shao Mountain. I saw that the housekeeper didn't dare to knock on the door, so I did it on his behalf." Yuqi pursed her lips and smiled. Madame Yuqi waved her hand. "I was wondering what it was. That dead man is sleeping so deeply that even 8 horses can't pull him awake. Let's take a look first. If there's something urgent, we'll wake him up." Hearing this, Yuqi's eyes flashed. She supported Madame Yuqi into Yuqigong's study. Yuqi didn't shy away. In front of Madame Yuqi, she opened the letter. There were only a few short lines. But the moment she saw these lines, Yuqi's expression changed greatly.